So 70 says, Jesus says, if you bring it into being within you, then that which you have will save you. If you do not have it within you, then that which you do not have within you will kill you. Jesus says, I will destroy this house and no one will be able to build it again.
This is the thing. He's in the Christian doctrine. We're led to believe that he was a peacemaker. And what it says very clearly in the Gospel of Thomas, he says, and if you go to the early...
So I was looking it up. The Catholics say that some of this stuff Jesus did say.
Oh, he said it.
Some of it he did not say, and some of it's flat out made up.
They have a problem with the dating, but they also have a problem that it doesn't support the narrative. So there were two councils. The Council of Carthage and the Council of Nicaea. And this is where they excluded these documents, but they have been accepted prior to that. Just like Enoch. You've heard people in here talk about the book of Enoch.
Yes.
That was accepted before these as well. So what these are, they're inner teachings, not meant for the masses, based upon the concepts that he's sharing. And this is where he's saying there is something inside of us. And the rest of the Gospels, this is what Philip and Thomas are talking about, is that we are imbued with this force, given no other form of life. It's a light. It is an intelligence. And when we are fully empowered in this intelligence, we are sovereign, critically thinking beings, and we are no longer susceptible to and vulnerable to the agendas and the ideas of others. And there are multiple agendas that are out there. So from this time, and now when you go to the Sumerian text, they say the same thing. They're saying when they beheld what it was that they created, it had more light.
Welcome, how are you?
Than those that created it. Then you get into the whole conversation with Genesis, where it says God created man, but that's a translation error because the original text say Elohim, and Elohim is a plural. Some people will say it's not. There's exceptions to that. But it says Elohim said, let us create man in our image. So even if Elohim is not plural, us implies more than one God. So the point of all of this, and we can drill down into the weeds of all these, but it appears that there was a collective of intelligence that is responsible for us. Okay? That's not science, that's the text. Now you look at the science, the DNA is telling us that 200,000 years ago, there were mutations that were in nature that with the ability to communicate with one another and all of these things that we're talking about. Almost from the moment that we were imbued with these things, there was an attempt to deny us our power, and that attempt continues today. So I think a good case could be made. Everything you're seeing happen in the world, it's all important. The wars, the economies, all the conversation of climate is all important, and there's a level where it has become a distraction to keep us spun up and in fear so that because we're so close, Joe, we're so close as a species to awakening this fundamental force within us. The closer we get to that awakening, the more chaos in the world can keep us distracted. I'll give you a perfect.
What is causing this awakening?
Consciousness is. So
is this the battle that we have to fight, though? Is this because it seems like there's always a pull and a push, right?
I think it's a battle or struggle, depending on what language you want to use. There's a deeper conversation, and I think we're going to get to this in a minute. But what I want to go back, I said I would elaborate on this. There's a part of us that doesn't live in our bodies. Science is struggling with this, but there's a scientific experiment. I've got it here, but if you can bring it up, let me just tell you about it. But you'll be able to see when it's on there. So here, this is a mind blower. If you haven't heard this, and if you have, let me know. I won't be redundant. But
Tell everybody else if I have.
Okay, so 2022. But let me ask this. Okay, do you remember when you were a kid a game called Pong? Pong.
Like the doop, 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 doop,
Pong was, I think it came out in 72, and it was so primitive, Joe. It's like it's like a tennis game on the screen. But computers were, and we never seen anything like. I would go to work. I was in a secure area, DoD, working on the Peacekeeper Missile Project. After lunch, guys would come in on their CRT screens. They'd be mesmerized. They couldn't help it. They were mesmerized with this game of Pong. So boom, 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 and that's all it was. Okay. So the point is, Pong was pervasive in our culture. Everybody knew what it was. All right. 2022, scientists did an experiment. I've got it. You can find it, or I've got it on that. You can bring it up if you want to see it. Actually, Pong is on there. If you bring up the Pong file,
That's part of the problem with PowerPoint stuff. This kind of stuff happens. I don't think that's what you intended to show, is it?
well, you can see part of it.
But
What can you back up?
No, it's
Back a couple slides, and there it is right there. And you should be able to. Is it going to animate it for us?
Well, I think most
I
people
already know
know how Pong works.
Okay, there it is.
I used to have it when I
No,
was a
I'm trying to say the thing you're trying to get me to show, which is the next slide, is it's got an error in the.
Well, so here's what they did. 2022, scientists took neurons attached, and they put them into a petri dish to keep them alive. And they hooked up the neurons to a computer chip. So now you've got a biology technology interface. All right, so the neurons are hooked up to a chip. The chip was put into a computer that was loaded with Pong. The neurons began playing the game of Pong, even though there was no human attached to the neurons. And the longer they played, the better they got. They were actually learning how to play Pong better. And now the scientists are struggling with the question, how does a neuron not attached to a human in a petri dish know how to play Pong? Where are the instructions? So I remember when I had Einstein, and they had his brain thin section in University of Kansas, because they wanted it from everybody else. And it looked pretty much, with one exception, he had a whole lot of folds in his brain. So when you stretch those folds out, he had more surface area, he had more neurons. So they're thinking, but there was E equals MC squared wasn't in the brain, right? So now they're looking at those neurons, they're saying, where's the instructions for Pong? Figure out where it is. Well, here's what this experiment is telling us. The instructions aren't in the neurons. The neurons are a biological antenna, a molecular antenna that tune to the place in the field where Pong is pervasive. All right, the field. There was a time when the field was a metaphor. You know, metaphysical people, spiritual people, you say, oh yeah, you know, it's But here's the thing, I was at a conference recently. Here's what scientists are doing. This is a hoot. They're still saying this. They're saying, oh yeah, there's a field out there that connects everything, and your hands are doing this. The field's not out there. We're the field. Okay? 50 trillion cells in the human body. Every one of those cells has about 100 trillion atoms emerging from the field and collapsing into the field right now. You and I. We're constantly, the atoms in our bodies are merging and collapsing into that field. We are the field, and that is what makes us so powerful. This is why we can heal our bodies almost instantaneously when we know how to access this part of ourselves, because we hold the blueprint that tells those atoms how to express when they come into the body. So if you've got something you don't like in your body, what you do is you are using the gift of imagination to create a new blueprint for that element to come into. That sounds crazy to some people. And there's a lot of science that's struggling with this. But when you get into the quantum world, you get into the fact that the Higgs field exists, you get into the fact that imagination in the mirror neurons of the human brain were only discovered in 2004. And the thing about mirror neurons is they don't know the difference between watching an experience and having an experience. So, for example, you can be on a couch on a Sunday afternoon.
Keep going down, and more people will gather around you every day. When they see you come back to, and this was not a one-day thing, but excellent. Well, thank you, EU Mox. $44.99 so far, and the creator fees pump. That's amazing, dog. You're amazing.
They're going to kick up the same addictive chemicals, the same dopamine, the same levels.
Dog, EUMOQS symbol, please.
Because the image can be imagined. When we are able to hold it fully enabled, fully capacitated, fully healed, fully awakened, hold that image, what we're actually doing is we're programming the body. And this is something shamans know. I live in northern New Mexico. Our indigenous healers all know this. We spend a lot of time in Peru and the Andes, the Andean, these different language. So the point of all of this is we're not what we've been told, but we're so much more than we're led to believe. It is the attempt to deny that power that is driving so much of what we're seeing happen in our world today.
And so you think the motivation of that attempt is evil? Yes, that's an actual force. It's in bots on the internet. It's literally an expression of evil.
And evil's not darkness. A lot of people confuse this. It's simply a polar force. We live in a binary world. We've got to have light, dark, plus and minus, boys and girls. We live in the darkness is a polarity. Evil has an active stated purpose, and the purpose of evil has always been, whether you're looking at those ancient texts or those Damien texts, it's always been to deny us the greatest expressions of our humanness. And now we live in a time, this is no ordinary time in history, none of this is happening in a vacuum. We're barreling down the road toward this convergence of so many natural cycles and the date 2030 that has been identified by the United Nations, by the WEF, by a number of corporations, by Ray Kurzweil. In terms of AI implementation, they're all looking at 2030. And what you're seeing are the powers and the forces of the world jockeying to be in the best position when this date is upon us. And I'm not saying it's like January 1st, 2030, but the United Nations, for example, they've got, and again, I don't know if I'm being redundant here, but they've got the UN SDG 2030, United Nations Sustainable Development Goals. They want implemented by the year 2030. They're not getting much traction because they're not good ideas. The goals, if you read them on the outside, Joe, they're deceptively beautiful. Who doesn't want food security? Who doesn't want the end of poverty? Who doesn't want the end of disease? Now, you look at the fine print. How will they achieve those goals? And that's where it gets very concerning. Right? They haven't had much traction because the way to get there is concerning. They're not good ideas. Now we look at World Economic Forum. You've had people talking about WEF. They've been around since 1971. They meet once a year in Davos. They talk about what they would like the world to look like, and they have every right to do that. Some of their ideas are very dystopian, in my opinion. Things like you will own nothing and be happy. We've heard that. Yeah. Or the Great Reset is the term that they coined, or the Fourth Industrial Revolution. They haven't gotten much traction. But they recognize that their goals were similar to the UN. So in 2019, these two organizations joined forces. They signed a formal document. So now the WEF ideas have traction through the UN implementation of these Sustainable Development Goals. And the goals can be beautiful. I'm not against the goals at all. It's how we go about, do we honor ourselves and do we honor our humanness as we achieve those goals? And there are very different ideas about what it is that means. Do you see that on there? Can we bring that video back up? Because sentence, Klaus Schwab states the goal for Fourth Industrial Revolution. And if he doesn't have, I just wanted to hear it in his voice. He said the goal is the merging of the natural world, the digital world, and the biological world, our biological identity. He said the goal of this Fourth Industrial Revolution is to merge all of those into this massive database run by AI. And here, you can hear it. Should be the next.
It's at the end what the Fourth Industrial Revolution will lead to is a fusion of our physical, our nature, and our biological identities.
Did you hear how he paused before he said biological?
Yeah.
Did you catch that? So
Yeah.
he's saying, okay, the physical world's already tokenized. We have digital ID for every elephant, all the forests, the oceans, all of the energy resources. That's already tokenized. The digital world is already digital, so that's tokenized. Then there's a pause. He said, and of course our biological identities, because he knows the implication of what he's saying. That's us. Right now, we are not fully implemented into that system. But that statement, and the reason I wanted to share that is what's driving everything you're seeing happening in the world. What all the implementation of the technology, that statement is driving the implementation of that technology. The AI, we are being indoctrinated, accepted into our lives, and then developing a dependency upon that AI. Ultimately, there will be some kind of compliance. We'll be told we need to use the AI in order to, accomplish certain things to our banking or whatever it is. It's all being driven by AI. That sentence is a very, very powerful sentence.
It also could have been delivered by someone who looks more like a villain in a movie.
Or
sounds
like one. Well, yeah, you're familiar with Klaus Schwab.
Oh, yeah, we have a photo of him in the bathroom where he was wearing that crazy Darth Vader outfit.
I saw that in the bathroom, and it was dark in the bathroom.
Such an insane photo. Like, who the hell would dress like that? Who would say the things that guy... Jamie, find that photo, please. Who would say the things that guy has said like that, with that accent and dress this way?
Well, this is exactly. Well, this is why we're having this conversation, Joe. I'm advocating for our humans. I believe we are.
There it is. Like what? What are you wearing, bro? Like, don't go out dressed like that.
No.
Don't talk like that. When you talk like that, you got to wear suits and you got to look real normal.
What are the implements? What are the implements?
I thought like that for everyone.
Yeah, whatever. Don't wear it. If you talk like Darth Vader, don't wear it.
But see, all of this is happening from
that crazy outfit.
This is happening from people that are afraid of our humans. They don't know what it means to be human. They're afraid of dying. Transhumanists are afraid of dying, so they want to live.
Well, they're also extremely wealthy, and they want to get the best way to control the masses.
This is control.
Is doing it this way.
Yeah. There is a fundamental, it's a very ancient, if you don't know this, the world looks like it's spinning out of control for no reason. When you begin, you don't have to think about it every day, but when you look at the big, and you can see that there's a fundamental struggle between, if you want to use the language of evil, it's a charged language, and I know that, and that's the language that we're using. But the denial of our human potential. And so the best way, what do we do about that, is if the purpose of the evil is to deny our humanness and our divinity, we triumph by living the best version of ourselves. We triumph by imagining and sharing ideas and creating And don't be afraid to have empathy and sympathy and compassion. And now you have a benchmark. Because when something comes up on social media or something, we're asked to do something, I don't know if this is a good thing or not, you ask yourself, does it affirm or does it deny my humanness? Does it affirm or deny my ability to imagine, to create, to love, to forgive, empathy, sympathy, compassion, to share ideas, deep intuition? Does it affirm or deny those? And then that'll tell you what you need to know. What you choose after that is up to the individual, but it won't be a blind choice. And I think this is up for us right now. Okay, so now evil in technology and the algorithms of social media that are designed to break, I think, was the Occupy movement, and it pitted the rich against the poor, 99% against 1%. That's a very real issue. And we could have used that and come to the table and have a conversation and a healing that would bring us closer together as a society. But it was weaponized. And the same thing happened. Men against women, Black Christians against Muslims, Jews against Muslims. Now it's male, female, and the genders are being blurred. All of this by design, breaking the social bonds that hold families and communities and societies together, because we're more vulnerable when we lose these bonds. And the algorithms that do that, I mean, I'm fast as a computer scientist, I'm fascinated by this. We have what are called information silos. So, say there's parents and their kids, and the mom goes to work, and she goes on YouTube and queries a bunch of stuff. And you know what happens is the algorithm just starts feeding you. It's everywhere. You're feeding one perspective of what it is that you've just queried. Meanwhile, dad's at work, he's doing the same thing. His algorithm is giving him a separate perspective. The kids are doing the same thing. And now they be at the family dinner table, and everybody believes that their story is the real story. It's the right, it's the true story. That breaks the social bonds. And we're seeing this happen. We're seeing this happen in our society. And, it's following an algorithm. It's very easy. If you ever saw Alinsky, I think he's probably
Rules for Radicals.
Yeah, Rules for Radicals. This is exactly what it's following. He said you choose a target, you freeze that target, you isolate it, you personalize it, and you polarize it. And that's exactly what's being, it's a simple algorithm. Exactly. You think of all those things we just talked about. All of a sudden, it's all you see in the news. You're freezing it for everybody to see. You're personalizing it. What is that? How are you getting ripped off, and how's it hurting you if you do that? And you polarize that, and it just drives people apart because they believe what they're being shown. And so my invitation.
Add that to the fact that people are addicted to social media, so they're addicted to being inundated by all this propaganda and all these various competing narratives. The newer ones are even better. The screens are even bigger. Mobile one opens up to tablets in your pocket, and people are just full on addicted to what is a lot of negative information, far more than you would get just living your ordinary life.
You don't see much information. You don't see joy that brings us together very often, do you? Do you see anything?
Well, you can if you curate your feed well. But the problem is, if you spend any amount of time, you're going to be...
Yo, dogs, if you're watching me on Pump Fun, this is the start of something great.
There's going to be a lot of
We're taking you to the top.
There's a lot of things that
buy now, but I could care less if you don't buy. I don't care. I'm going to keep streaming my life 24/7, baby. I've been doing it for 3.5 years.
And I read it, and I'm like, oh, this is fucking horrible.
Actually longer, but I just say 3.5 years.
The most evil way possible. Celebrating people's death, hoping more people die and get out of here. That is evil. Those human beings are evil. I think most of those don't even know what they're doing.
Exactly.
They don't even think of it as real life. They think of it, it's called shit posting. You know what shit posting is? Yeah. When people just post things for the lulz. They just post to get reactions out of people. There's a lot of that going on. There's a lot of people expressing their boredom with negativity, expressing their frustration with their station in life, with negativity online, and then feeding into it, arguing with other people instead of addressing their own individual real life problems. They start looking at all these things that they're creating online. That's their primary focus, like throughout the day, is these stupid ideological battles they're having with people that might not even be real people. Well, it's evil. It's kind of evil.
It is, and
it's robbing what you're saying. It's of your opportunity to achieve a higher level of humanity.
Many people are naive, and because they are participating doesn't mean that they're evil people.
Right.
It goes for
most people, even people that do a lot of horrible acts.
I agree,
because they're trapped.
But see, Ben, this is why I said what I said earlier. We can tie into this. People who have propensity, they have a spiritual weakness. This is a spiritual battle, not religious, but it's a deeply spiritual battle that's playing out on Earth right now, and it's showing up in every facet of our lives, whether we want to think about it or not. People that have a propensity for greed, because that's their spiritual weakness, or a propensity for power or control, they will fall into those roles. They don't even know. And I've worked with people, and I've been in organizations, and I've seen it happen. They're naive. Many of them, some of them know exactly what they're doing. There are some that know exactly what they're doing, but most of them are very naive, and they want to be relevant. And so they will follow the pack, is what they will do. And so this is where I think you can recognize, this is where discernment comes in, to recognize it without judging it. Because this is a spiritual battle. And at the end of the day, what matters, Joe, is what do we become in the presence of what the world shows us? What do we allow the events of the world to make us into? Do we allow an election that didn't turn the way that we had wanted to reduce us to the most primal levels of hate and revenge and anger? Something we never do in a million years, but we succumb to that. Or do we recognize what happened? It doesn't mean we have to agree with it. But the question is, do we make of the families behind us and our friends and our community, or do we make our decision the fear of what we perceive as our enemy in front of us? And that happens every moment of every day. I have been in a business meeting with someone who's pure evil. And the first time it happened, they caught me off guard. And then I learned. And it will never happen. Actually,
can you tell me what the meeting was?
I can't.
Give me some details.
It was a business. It was in this industry that we're in right now, in the information industry, publishing industry. And I was with an individual who, hesitating on the words that I use here, I found myself saying things that I would never say in a million years, while that individual was looking at me and smiling, because he was somehow inciting me to say those things. It was almost like, in some way, there was a force that I had not learned to reckon with. I have since learned.
Were you young at the time?
I was an adult. I was younger than I am now. And you know, this comes up for all of us in different ways.
But you're not taking responsibility for the words that are coming out of your mouth?
I couldn't stop it. That was the weird thing. I couldn't.
Do you think that was anxiety?
I don't know what it was, Joe. I heard myself say, I was dissociated. I heard myself saying them, and I didn't want to say them.
Couldn't you attribute that to a lot of psychological factors, like anxiety and stress and you know, the anticipation of this moment?
I could accept
power structures.
I could accept that he was looking right at me and he had this smile. And when I saw him again, he tried to do the same thing again, and it didn't work.
And tried to do it. See, this is my problem with this. You're not taking personal responsibility for the words that are coming out of your mouth.
I did.
Right, but you're saying that this guy forced those words to coming out of you, and that is where it gets a little slippery, because
Yeah.
why would you not just assume it was your own anxiety, your own stress level? People behave out of pocket sometimes. They think outside of their own character sometimes. That happens.
I agree with you 100%, Joe. And there are other circumstances that I just can't talk about.
But you think this person was actually an evil person?
Oh, I know. Yeah, I know what this person was, and other people have had similar experiences that continue to have similar experiences.
Well, I don't doubt that there are legitimately, actually, fully evil people in the world, and I think there's a lot of evidence that those people have existed historically.
Yeah.
I mean, you think about some of the atrocities that people have done throughout history. The obvious one is Hitler. But I mean, you could go through history. Genghis Khan. I mean, there's so many people that have done unbelievably evil things in this world.
When that happens, and it's happening today. I mean, it's happening today,
Right now.
You don't have to look at history.
Look at Gaza.
That's a perfect example. To do what is happening there, when it comes human to human, the only way that one human can perpetrate that onto another is to sever the relationship to their divinity. All right, and we have the choice to do that. We can deny our divinity. We can have it taken from us by those who have power over us, or technology can deny our divinity. Linked to the soul, which is not the spirit. So the soul is our localized, lifetime experience. When we sever that relationship, that is what allows the individual to carry out those kinds of atrocities, because an individual who is connected to their divinity and their soul could never.
All right, friends, I'm going to close my eyes.
And hurt them the way
If the stream goes out, then I'll do my best to fix it. And I'll create a robot that fixes it for me. So just bear with me. But for the time being,
and it's not
just
just
gonna
like any old
close my
time
eyes.
in history. We're on the precipice.
Ah,
The decisions are being made
Adonai,
within
Elohim,
the
Adonai,
next couple of weeks as to whether or not we give our humanness away to technology, or if we allow the technology to serve us but not enslave us. AI is an example of that. The brain-computer interfaces that are going on at BCI, that's a big conversation going on right now. And if we get lost in the weeds, just AI, just the BCI, it's easy to do that, but I think it's important to keep, there's a picture, there's a struggle, there's an ancient struggle going on here. And it is because, this is what's so powerful, it's because there's something inside of us that's worth the struggle. And our children are not being taught that. Our young kids are being told that they're a flawed form of life, they need something outside of our bodies, we need to protect our kids.
What do you think that thing is? Do you think that's what the soul is?
I think it's our divinity is the ability to express, and this is going back to the Gnostic texts. This is why they were heretical. Because the Gnostic texts said that we have a hotline to a higher realm, that we don't have to go through an intermediary, that we are imbued with this spark, or whatever language you want to use, given the no other form of life, and that when we awaken that we become God-like, not God, but God-like. And this was the message of Yeshua in the Gnostic texts, and that's the message that was denied and called heretical. If we are, then we don't need an intermediary. So I think what we're looking at right now is do we love ourselves enough? Do we love ourselves enough to accept the gift of our humanness and what it means to be human and what it means to be divine, and not bring religion into the conversation? Maybe just find another word if people aren't comfortable with that word. But I really want people to know, and especially, I do live events with these young kids, Joe, and they've been taught to worship technology. The computer chip is God. AI is God. And then I show them, I showed some studies. Salk Institute in Northern California did a study, and they compared a human brain to a microprocessor. And you say, well, how can you make that comparison? I said that. The microprocessor has about the same number of transistors that the human brain has of synapses in the brain. Interestingly, it's about the same number. And so they ran all these tests, and what they found, literally, the human brain, okay, the computer chip, is it fast? Yes. Is it efficient? Yes. Is it the chip? It'll only run as fast as the physics that of the stuff it's made of will allow, the silicon or whatever it is, and then it tops out. The human brain, is it fast? Yes. Is it efficient? Yes. Is it scalable? What is the top end of a human brain? And the answer is we don't know. Because every time we push a human brain to what we think is the limit that we've been taught to accept, this is the beauty of our divinity. What we do is we morph and adapt and open up a whole new vista of potentials. The Tibetan monks, a perfect example of this. When I was in school, again, back 50s and 60s, we were taught that the human brain maxes out about 40 hertz, 40 cycles per second, all the medical books, textbooks, everything. And then these Tibetan monks came along and they said, wow, if we do a certain kind of meditation, we'll exceed that. They doubled it. They went to 80 hertz. The scientists said, okay, so maybe we got it wrong once. But the human brain can't possibly do any more than that. But the monks, if we do a different kind of meditation, you know where this is going. And they push it up to a high brain state called gamma. And then they push it to 130 and 150 and 200 cycles per second. Now they have to call it hyper gamma. But then they even went the other direction, Joe. This is a mind blow. We typically think when a human brain shows less 1 cycle per second of processing, less than hertz, that person's not there anymore. And the monks were able to consciously drive their brain state to 0.5 hertz, less than 1. They're very conscious, they're very awake, they're just in a way different state of mind. And that opens the door to a lot of questions about, what does it mean when you see low brain activity? Is someone actually in a healing state, or are they really not there? Or, I think it deserves more study. But the point of all of this, and there is a point, is that through nothing more than breath and focus, so nothing external, no chemicals, no machines, those Tibetan monks demonstrated that we not only we are the brain that we thought we had in the past.
And the fascinating thing about them is you would have what they do to be able to understand. You would have in the same exact way to achieve the aids that they achieve. But you're just guessing about what that's like.
I led groups in Tibet from the mid-90s to the early 2000s. We would go to 12 monasteries, 2 nunneries over 26 days, and we would sit with these people. And through the translators, they would teach us that you could spend that kind of time, but the beauty is you don't have to.
So to get to their level, it's not like other things like you get really good at guitar by practicing for years and years. It's not the same thing.
It is. No, there is practice and there is discipline. Absolutely. I'm not denying that at all.
What I'm saying is like there's an Eddie Van Halen of being a monk. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like a regular guy can't shred like that, right? But Eddie Van Halen played guitar for thousands and thousands and thousands and thousands of hours with an incredible focus and became Eddie Van Halen. If you're a monk, you know Eddie Van Halen is, right?
I love this analogy. I do.
You know what I'm saying? Like, to be a virtuoso, to be a Steve Ray Vaughan, to be a Jim Hendrix, like it requires an immense amount of practice. I would imagine to get really good at that kind of meditation, it would be a similar thing.
There's a discipline.
But are there levels that get reached? Like when someone's like a true master, they've been doing it for 20 years, they can do something, they can get to a state that other people can't get to?
There are, Joe, and what I want to say is there are levels that you and I can do right this minute. I don't know if you've had any of the folks from the Institute. Pioneer been around since 1994. I've worked with them since '95. They explore the power of the human heart beyond being simply a pump in the body. That's probably the least of what it does. And what they have done and made very accessible to the average person is the ability to create coherence between the heart and the brain. And T91, by the way, I want to honor your time. Are we okay on time? I'm seeing you. Okay. Has it been an hour yet?
More than an hour, yeah. We're almost 2 hours. Don't worry about anything. Just let's talk. I'm having a great time.
90.
Thank you.
91. Scientists discovered in the human heart. I mean, 91's not that long ago. And scientists are thinking, okay, we got the body nailed. You know, we know how this works. We do heart transplants. They're successful, so we must have this all figured out. They discovered 40,000 specialized cells in the human heart called sensory neurites. And when I say discovered, they've always been there, but nobody looked because they're like neurons, Joe, but they're not in the brain. And you think, well, why are there neurons in the heart? Right? They think independently, they feel independently, and they process independently from the neurons in the human brain. And so right there's a whole conversation about when we have trauma. Our trauma is recorded in 2 different places. You can do talk therapy in the brain. If you don't address the heart, it may feel incomplete. You have that therapy. But so here's why I'm sharing it. Now we've got 2 neural networks, one in the heart, one in the made available the techniques, 3 very simple steps to harmonize 2 neural networks into a single potent system. And we are the only form of life that can do this at will, on demand. We choose. We're the only form of life that can sit in the chair and say, in this moment, I choose to create. The term is coherence. And the coherence, optimum coherence, is low frequency, 0.1 hertz. So we're the only form of life that can choose to create 0.1 hertz between the heart and the brain, harmonizing 2 organs become one potent system in the body. And when that happens, man, there's a whole cascade of things. So let me 2 categories: passive benefits, just from harmonizing the heart and the brain. You supercharge the immune system. And it's something I've done at least once a day since 1995 when I learned it, and sometimes multiple times a day. Super immune response. You awaken longevity enzymes that everybody has in the body that often go dormant for some people as they age. You can wake them up pretty quick. Stem cells, you can wake them up pretty quick. Resilience to change. I come from a very dysfunctional alcoholic family. We moved. My father left when I was 10. We moved every year. And I went to a different school every year and had to make friends every year. And it took a lot of resilience to do that. I could do that then. I probably doing something like that now. Because typically as we age, we lose resilience. That is directly linked to what's called heart rate variability, HRV. So, every heartbeat that goes boom, 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 it's QRS complex. To the next, varies. When we're young, it varies a lot, and that gives us resilience. When we age, when it becomes more regular, we lose our resilience, set in our ways. Through harmonizing the heart and the brain, you can actually reset that heart rate variability to the point where it was when you were younger. And it doesn't take long to do that. So those are passive benefits. Now, active benefits, once you're in that space, this is where the really juicy stuff happens. Deep intuition. So this is where you do precognition. You have the ability your heart will sense an event before it actually happens. And there's science showing why that is. Like so many people knew 9/11 was going to happen before it happened. And I'm not saying they did this, but they do intuitively. This is a way to awaken that kind of intuition on demand. deep intuition on demand. There are 1,300 positive biochemical reactions from harmonizing the heart and the brain. All right, and
what is the method you use to
so
harmonize?
Three steps. One is you shift your focus from your mind and heart. Indigenous people all over the world for 40 years, and the way they all do this is they'll always touch their heart to their heart. Some people use a finger or two. If you're in the Mayan culture in Mexico, they use a full palm. You see this in the Middle East. People greet one another with a full palm. Or Buddhists will do it like this and nestle that prayer mood right there. And the point is that your awareness will always go to the place on your body where you feel the touch. Like if I touch my arm, my awareness went there. That's the first step.
So you meet someone, you put your hands on your heart to bring awareness to your heart.
Yeah, you can do it that way. This is what they do. So the first step in heart-brain coherence, developed by the Institute of Heart Math, you shift your awareness from your mind into your heart. First step. Second step is to slow your breathing. And the key here, it's not just enough just to slow it, but you exhale for a period of time longer than you inhale. Because we all breathe at a different rate. So, for example, if we inhale four counts and release 6, okay, that might work. Somebody at a higher elevation might do it. The point is when you release, when you period of time longer than you inhale, that triggers the relaxation response, parasympathetic nervous system. You're telling your body, it's a language. And what you're doing is you're telling your body, I am safe. Because that's the only time you...
Right, and hyperventilating is the opposite of that.
Yeah, you don't want to
feel safe at all. Yeah.
So the second step is you're breathing slower, longer on the exhale, focusing as if your breath is coming from your heart while your focus is on your heart, 2 steps. Third step is where you create 0.01 hertz. You feel a feeling, a positive feeling, because you choose to feel the feeling. And this is deceptively powerful, Joe, because most forms of life is what the world shows to them. We have the ability to have a feeling because we choose to have the feeling. And what the science is showing is that the feeling of gratitude almost 100% works for everyone. We all can sense gratitude. I mean, you can think of words like compassion. That means different things to different people. Love means different things. But we can be grateful for our children, our families, our lives, something like that. And when we feel that feeling, it sends a signal, a very low frequency, 0.1 hertz, from the heart to the brain in the presence of the slower breathing. And that harmonization between the heart and the brain is what gives all the benefits that we just shared. Everything, super immune response, stem cells, longevity enzymes, all of those things. And it's also if people do affirmations. This is the place. An affirmation is a message to the subconscious. And you have to speak in a language that the subconscious recognizes. And the coherence between it's like a hotline, so that you don't have to be hypnotized. So when you're during that, and we could spend a lot of the role of imagination, mirror neuron, that happening within the presence. At the point, going back to what you were mentioning. HEARTMATH.org, and it's all free. You can check it out.
So do you believe that the connection between the heart and the mind, when you achieve that state, that it increases your intuition?
Absolutely. Between the heart and the brain.
What did I say? The heart and the mind. I said the heart and the mind.
Yeah,
the heart
and what you said, this is such a good question, Joe. And here's the reason. Stuff in a business environment for this very reason. When we look at the world and solve our problems from our mind, our brains, left and right brain. So, you've got logic and intuition over here. Those are the ego loops. And the brain will always work in polarity. That's where you're getting right and wrong, good, bad, success, failure, worthy, not worthy. And the ego, man, it'll spin you up in those loops for hours. But here's the thing, the heart is non-polarity. It's not a polar organ. So when you harmonize the heart and the brain, what you're doing is you're bypassing the ego loops. And here's where that can be powerful. I did this in a corporate boardroom. I was the youngest, so I was the first tech office manager at Cisco Systems in 1990 when they got the RFP for a protocol converter so that all the branches of the armed services computers could talk to all the others before the first Gulf War. And when I would go into the boardroom with an idea, and I knew that I was going to be criticized. I'm also
I've never heard anybody use that term.
Yeah, well,
Cancerian?
Yeah,
I understand what it is, but
and very emotion plays a big role. Now, it doesn't have to, it's a stereotype, but it happens to be true for me.
Right.
Emotion plays a big role. Criticism, coming from an alcoholic family. My father was the abuser and the criticizer, and I've spent my whole life, working to. I'm still healing, so when somebody would criticize my ideas, it'd be hurtful. I take it personally. When you move into the coherence, and you're not taking that criticism through good, bad, right, wrong, success, failure, now you can be much more objective, and you can listen to it. And when they're finished, you can say, well, have you ever considered this? Because you haven't reacted, and it's a really powerful place to.
Well, it certainly works if you're talking to a good faith actor, someone who's really wants to talk about stuff and has a legitimate criticism. But most of the time, when people are criticizing you, they're trying to hurt your feelings.
Yeah, I never read my book reviews.
That's a good move. I mean, it's not that criticism is bad. Criticism is critical. Like you can learn a lot from intelligence of things. I've learned a lot from people's criticism, but the difference between that and dwelling on criticism, that's the part where people get wrapped up in their own identity and also interpersonal conflicts. If you're a kind of person who, like, you're naturally argumentative and then someone says something that's not fucking true, and you want to say something back, but it's a lot of negativity and a lot of wasted time. And the way I try to describe it, especially to emerging famous people, and I'm like, you have to think of your life as if, like, your energy is a number. Like, you have 100 energies for the day. Like, it's a unit. And if you're spending 30 or 40 of those energies on social media and of criticism and of negativity, it's going to rob the 60% that you really enjoy. It's going to rob your time with your friends, your family, your hobbies, your job, your community, whatever you really love. Hanging out with your dog. There's people right now that are going on a walk with their sweet, sweet dog, and they're thinking about some mean post that someone made and the mean shit they're going to say to get back at that person. Meanwhile, they're with this beautiful animal, and then if you get on your knees, you go, are you having a good time? They give you kisses, and they put their paw on. Like, you're having so much fun. It's so beautiful and loving, and you're thinking about something stupid that has no bearing on this moment. And you can't escape. You can't escape. You're like psychically connected to it's not worth it.
Well, this helps to be so you can't hear the criticism. I'm open to criticism.
One-on-one.
Constructive.
Honestly, constructive one-on-one with compassionate people.
Not my Amazon book review.
Well, there's people out there that are critics, and this is an important distinction. They're critics because they don't have anything to contribute. And they didn't want to be critics, especially professional critics. A lot of them wanted to be professional writers, but their work was not good. Like Roger Ebert wrote one of the craziest scripts of all time. Have you ever read it?
No.
Have you ever heard of it?
I know Roger Ebert. I know the
It's very strange, like out there. Like, wasn't it like hypersexual? What was it about? Anyway, widely panned as being fucking terrible. This is the guy that day was the guy to review movies, and it'd be so snarky and so. But you have to realize, like, look at him. Look at these people. Look at the way they talk. Is this the kind of opinion you value? Like, why is this the thing that gets elevated? Wouldn't you rather have the opinion of someone who really enjoys going to the movies and has great things to say about performance? It's like someone who's enjoying, not so anarchy as shitty as. Have you ever seen the videos of the two of those guys arguing with each other on camera?
I have. They called them bloopers, and I like the bloopers better than the reviews.
Because that's the real guys. They're really shitty guys. They're super shitty to each other. They're both so nasty to each other. It's like, so those are the people that are dictating what is good and bad in culture. That's nuts.
Yeah.
That's the problem with criticism. That's the problem with critics. A lot of them are shitheads.
Yep.
So you're getting the opinions primarily of shitheads.
But see, what you're doing through coherence is that you're diffusing that shithead criticism from having the impact on you, so that you're thinking about it while you're out walking your dog on a beautiful day.
Well, that's a beautiful thing if you can do that. Yeah. If you can separate yourself from what they say. But the only way you can really do that is if you are 100% happy with what you've done. So if you write a book, and that book, you nailed it, you love it, it's amazing. If someone's like really critical of it, it's not for you. But the thing that I made is perfect for the people who like the thing that I made. You know, and that's, if you can get to a place where you can do that, that's great. But you have to know that you put your all into what you did, so that you don't feel bad.
I agree.
But if you have something like, I kind of half-assed that, I could have spent more time on this, I was really committed to that. If you're doing that, then the criticism hurts because you know it's valid.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, if you're going to do, so I think whatever we do, book or music or whatever it is, we put a million% into it. I learned this. My dad left when I was 10, and our family was devastated. My mom was my mom. I have a younger brother, 4 years younger than myself, and mom all of a sudden was raising two boys. And we knew we were in for some pretty rough times. We were more than broke. We ended up living in government subsidized housing, and it was a tough time. And mom gave me a book at 10 years old. She handed me this book, and she said, I think this is going to be useful to you in your life. And you may know this book. It was by a man named Khalil Gibran.
Sure.
It's called The Prophet.
Yeah.
And I read it to this day. And there are different pieces that mean different things to me throughout my life. But there was one piece where he talked about work. And in the environment I grew up in, my father hated his job. He hated work. My friends all hated their work. They just wanted to make money. Khalil Gibran, this is on every email that I write right at the bottom. Khalil Gibran said, work is love made visible. And I like that because it means that when we're going to do something, do it to the best of your ability and even more, or don't do it really, really well to what you're doing. So, I went to work. I used to work mixed loading. I don't talk about this a lot, but I was loading 50-pound bags of Purina cat chow on the boxcars so they could go out in the morning to distribution. And the guys I work with, man, they hated their job. And I said, you know what? If I do this just right, 50-pound bags, if I use my legs, I can get a pretty good leg workout out of this. And then when I'm done with that after dinner, I'll come back and I can get upper body workout, and I could use my arms. And all of a sudden, I was getting paid for a great workout, and they had a boxcar full of Purina cat chow, and it was love made visible. And
That's great perspective.
Well, it stayed with me, and I'm saying this because if I write a book or if I do an event, anything I do, if I'm going to do it, I'm going to do it really to the best of my ability. If I can't do it to the best of my ability, I'll just, if I don't believe in it, I won't do it.
It's hard for young people to hear that because it sucks. They just want to get out of there and go do what they love. And sometimes it just sucks. It's really good I don't think I would ever appreciate the life that I have now. Terrible jobs when I was young.
Well, we all did, and I think there is something to be said. If for a young person, I mean, I used to do lawns. I was a cook. None of it was my dream, but I said if I'm going to do it, I'm going to do it really. I'm going to do this really well.
Well, that's great attitude.
And I think
got out of that was like, oh my God, this drains you of your life force.
But we're better for it if we can approach it in that way. And then when you don't do it anymore, you stop doing it.
Well, yeah, I mean, if you have a negative attitude about something that you're doing versus a positive attitude, you can do the exact same thing with a positive attitude and actually enjoy it.
Yeah. And
just have fun. And especially if you're working with good people.
So I have a question for you.
Okay.
So when you invited me here, I've got 40 years of work. Was there one particular facet of that work that you wanted to explore and
I've
talk
seen
about?
your work for a long time, and I've seen you say a lot of really interesting things for a long time. It wasn't any one thing.
Okay.
Although there was a conversation that you had recently that I thought was very interesting. I don't know if it was recently, but it made it into my social media feeds recently, where you were talking to someone about climate change, its actual effect versus a lot of the narrative that you hear about this Green New Deal stuff and just the climate, the freak out, the climate freak out from the Al Gore film, which, by the way, freaked everybody out and was totally inaccurate. It was horribly inaccurate. This was a film, An Inconvenient Truth from, was it 2005? It was before that? So this film literally freaked everyone out.
It was a PowerPoint. You did a PowerPoint presentation.
2006. No, it was. Oh, wow.
Yeah, he gave a PowerPoint presentation and recorded it.
And this film fucked. And by this time, the time we're living in right now, 2025, the Earth is supposed to be unlivable. I mean, it's not, I'm exaggerating, but like Miami's underwater, the coast, but meanwhile, the coasts haven't moved at all. And some of the wealthiest, most influential people in the world buy property on the coastline. So like that, by the way, I should tell you, the billionaires are buying beach houses, but it's also like he made a lot of money off of it. It became really weird because he was speaking everywhere and he made hundreds of millions of dollars.
Carbon credits. He created the carbon credit system.
Yeah. The whole thing is kind of nuts when you're that wrong and nobody even calls you out on it. You freaked everybody out. From when I saw it in 2006, all my friends were like, oh my God, we got to do something now. We're all freaked out. 20 years later, very little difference.
Yeah.
It's not, what he said wasn't true. And there's a lot of weird, inconvenient things. One of the things that Randall Carlson brings up is one of the things about carbon is there's more green now on the surface of Earth than there has been.
Absolutely.
In how many years? How many years has it been?
20. Well, NASA says I have some slides called climate.
Plants eat carbon dioxide.
So here's, we could do a whole 3 hours on this. So
we'll come back.
I'm a degree geologist, and I began looking at climate in 1979 when I was in the energy industry in Denver, Colorado. Climate change is a fact, and I want to be on record. I want to say it is a fact. It's constantly changing, and Earth is warming. And if we weren't, I would be concerned because the warming is cyclic. And if we weren't warming now, I would wonder why we're not warming now. And I want to be very clear, we need to find clean, green, sustainable forms of energy. And we've had them, Joe, for 70 years. If we were, it goes even beyond thorium. I don't know if you're familiar with thorium.
No, what's that?
So, Manhattan Project.
Sounds like an antidepressant.
No, it's a mineral. It's an element. During the Manhattan Project, when they, did the crash program for the weapon, they went through the periodic table to find out what elements could possibly be used to create the energy. And they chose the byproduct was the plutonium that they needed for the weapons and for the nuclear reactors. But it's not the only element that would work. Element number 90 is thorium. Thorium is abundant in the Earth's crust. It's inexpensive. It's almost every nation has access to it, so very easy to get. It cannot melt down like a Fukushima. It cannot be weaponized, which is one of the reasons that they're not using it. The waste can become the new fuel. It can be recycled as the fuel. What? Thorium element number 90. And if you look it up, this is why Wikipedia is a problem. If you look up Wikipedia and some of these other things, they'll say, well, it's theoretical. We had thorium reactors back in the 80s. China, Russia, the United States had them. In Colorado, there was an Indian River facility that was largely run on, it's called thorium salts, is what they were doing. And that's just one example. So what I'm saying is, if we were serious about clean, green, sustainable energy, there are technologies that they would have allowed us to have that we haven't. All right. So when it comes to, this is part of our earlier comment, we are being taught to demonize carbon in general. And our young people are frightened of carbon. They think carbon is bad, carbon is evil, carbon is what we're made out of. And so they have no problem relinquishing their carbon-based, frail, fragile, flawed bodies for the technology because they've already been taught that carbon is bad.
Which is bananas.
Well, it is bananas. So here's the thing.
I can't believe it worked.
Well, we've got the psychology. There's a whole story behind that. So I've got some images. I don't know if we want to bring them up.
But that's this narrow view of carbon is so crazy.
First, right now, so CO2 levels right now about 418, 420 parts per million, which is higher than it's been in 10 years, 20 years, 50 years. That's true. Is it dangerously high? No. And as a geologist, here's why I can say that. When we go look at the geologic record, there are times we've had CO2 levels have been 1,000 parts per million, 2,000 parts per million. And Earth was lush, Earth was green, it was definitely a little warmer. The ice melted, the sea levels did rise. Okay, that's a problem for people that build 10 feet from the sea, thinking that the sea is always going to be 10 feet. Some of the most abundant during the Cretaceous, during these periods. And what's interesting is you can have very high carbon dioxide levels historically, and the temperatures are low. And vice versa, you can have high temperatures and the CO2 is low. And then one of the kickers is from the Vostok ice cores. So we recognized warming was happening. Scientists went to Antarctica and said, okay, I'm going to back up for people who may not be familiar with this. Every year there's a new layer of ice that is laid down in Greenland and Antarctica. And in that layer of ice is captured little air bubbles of the atom and particles of pollen and particles of volcanic dust. We can tell from that layer what the temperatures have been, what the magnetic strength of the Earth has been, how strong the sun has been. I mean, all this stuff. Amazing. It's a mind blower. I'm just amazed. We actually have icebergs. So during cold, refrigerated rooms where they take the cores. Scientists recognize the ice was heatable. I may have some pictures of it's under climate on the PowerPoints. So what they did was they said, we don't know what's happening, is what scientists said. Let's capture as much information as we can before the ice melts. So they drilled in Vostok in Antarctica, and they ended up going back 420,000 years of layers of ice, continuous layers.
Whoa, how deep is that?
I'm not sure how deep that is. They drilled below that was Vostok Lake, so they went down as far as they could before they hit the lake.
That's a hell of a pipe.
It is, and you can see. So here, and this was in the 80s and 90s. They were doing this, and the real scientists know what I'm going to say. The real geologists that are not politicized and are not beholden to academic or corporate interested or paying their paychecks. One of the problems is in those ice cores, the temperature actually rises before the CO2 levels. If the 2 is causing that rise, CO2 to rise first in the temperature, that's not what the ice cores. I do have a slide of that if you want to bring that up. So it suggests that something else is happening. And when we look at it's this one, right? It's on the lower left, the second slide. From the lower left. I can't see.
There's a lot of slides, folks. There's 28 slides.
Yeah, there's a presentation that I gave. Okay, right there. So what you're seeing is the red is temperature, blue, and you can see that the red, if you're coming from the past to the present, the red is rising first, and then the blue follows. So the temperatures are rising first, and then the carbon dioxide is rising. Now there's a reason for that, and people don't like this. What's driving climate change is under our feet. Humans are not causing it. Statement, and it's different than what Lovert, and I'm going to acknowledge that. NASA said, I've got a slide, 90% of the CO2 in the atmosphere, Joe, is coming from the outgassing of the oceans. All right? We know from high school science, from high school science, that cold water holds more gas. The oceans are warming, and that's a fact. And as they warm, they're releasing that CO2 into the atmosphere. The kicker is they're warming from underneath, not from top.
So they're not, you don't think they're warming from whatever we're doing to the atmosphere?
No. We are definitely contributing to CO2 and
the warming
right,
below.
So we're going to go through this. I should probably just go. I have another one on there on magnetic migrations. Okay, so here's
Jesus.
Here's,
Now you're going to freak me out.
No, Randall Carlson.
The whole shifting deal?
No. And I don't see any evidence of all the things to be concerned about. Before the poles can shift, which they do occasionally, 3 factors have to be in place, and they're not there right now. So let me just say that right now.
Thank you for that. Because I've been freaking out about that one.
No, but however, we're asking the wrong question. They're not shifting, they're migrating.
Okay.
And the migration, what happens? I'm not sure how far back to go. So what we know is Paul LaViolette in the 1980s. I knew him before he passed. He was a brilliant physicist. Wrote a book called Earth Under Fire that was ridiculed a lot in the 80s. And what he said is that every once in a while, on a clockwork basis, there is a volley of cosmic rays that comes, rays that come from the center of our Milky Way. And cosmic rays, like, we're 99.9. Exactly. And when they pass into the crust of the Earth, nothing happens. In the core is so dense, Joe, because of the pressure of the Earth. It's iron nickel, and it's so dense that they can't pass through, and it actually causes what's called perturbations, and it begins to heat the core of the Earth, and that causes it shifts rotation. And right now, Japanese scientists are saying that the core is slowed or possibly even stopped. I don't know if your guests have talked about that. And that as the core goes through these cycles, so you look at a cross section of the Earth, there's the inner core that's solid, the outer core is molten. Then the mantle is about 1,800 miles thick, and it's magma, and the crust is only about 36 miles thick. So in the textbooks, the inner core always looks like it's floating right in the middle of the Earth, but that's not what's happening. When those particles are hitting it and heating it up, it actually bumps up the outer core, causing ripples, perturbations, is what they're called, against the mantle. And it's the mantle that is heating the oceans from underneath because of that. It happens about every 12,500 years. And that number, if you talk to Randall, we just did a conference in Boulder. He was in the conference that we did up there. And that has to do with the Younger Dryas. I think you've had guests talking about. So the Younger Dryas was the last time that this happened. It happened 12,500 years before that, 12,500 years before that. I've got a chart. You can see it's like clockwork.
That NASA thing, and it said, I went to the website, it says that it's rising because the ocean is absorbing the gases, causing the water to rise over time.
The ocean so that's the equilibrium. It's outgassing. And it's also, there's an equilibrium between what we're creating in the atmosphere. We are creating in the atmosphere, you have to be honest about it. We're creating carbon dioxide. And the ocean is what's called the sink. It's the CO2 sink that is soaking that up. So what's happening, Joe, is being disturbed, releasing the carbon dioxide into the atmosphere. And that's where that's coming from. When we look into the geologic history, we've seen this happen before, and it's intense, it's brief, and it's what comes after is the problem. It's not the warming.
Jay, can you put that quote back up, please? This was what was interesting. Underneath it, it said, covering more than 70% of the Earth's surface, our global ocean has a very high heat capacity. It has absorbed 90% of the warming that has occurred in recent decades due to increasing greenhouse gases. So this is acknowledging that there has been an increase in the temperature because of our civilization, because of greenhouse gases.
There's an increase in CO2.
But it's saying an increase in warming has occurred because of increasing greenhouse gases. So what you're saying is these greenhouse gases, we're contributing to it, but it's not the primary.
It's not the primary,
factor.
and the modeling is the problem. Jamie, would you please?
So can I go? But before we go any further, if we didn't exist at all, if there was no industrial civilization existed, like hunter-gatherers, would we have no impact? Would it be the exact same thing, or would it be a fraction of human society?
I think we have to be honest. And I don't have the numbers on this. I think we have to just be honest and say we are contributing to some degree.
So we have some, but you feel like it's a minor degree, and even if we were hunter-gatherers, the same pattern of Earth warming would still be going on.
All we need to do is go back. There's an orange chart on there, Jamie, and you look at the Jurassic Pleistocene. We weren't right there.
Right here?
Yeah, and you can see the black. I think is the black the CO2.
Yes, it says atmospheric CO2, and the blue is global temperature.
How high is that? Look at the temperatures times when it's high, orange over here when the CO2 is high. Temperature
3 million years ago.
I know, nuts, right?
Yeah, so we weren't there. It's what you can see.
Say that again. We don't have like a lot of data from back then, do we? What's going on?
Data comes from different sources. You've got ice cores.
I know, just not me.
Yeah.
How are they getting data from 500 million years ago?
You get it from seafloor sediments.
Jeez.
Is one of the things you could do there. There's a little sea creature called the Globigerina.
Are those tests getting better? That'd be good.
And
like more recently,
yeah,
now, I guess.
So we can go into this as deep as you want. What I want to see here is there's not a direct relationship between CO2 and temperature. It's higher in the past than they are now. And Earth, life was flourishing.
As Randall Carlson always says, global cooling is what's really
All right,
terrifying.
now I'm going to tie it back in to what we began this conversation with. There's a concerted effort to remake the world and to remake our bodies. If I did a little experiment in January of last year, and I said, okay, what if we met all the climate goals? What would Earth look like? I'm not going to push back against them. I'll just say,
Right, let's just say, well, if you just zero
Okay,
Zero carbon.
we're only at 240 parts per million right now, which historically is low. We're on the low end right now. If we were to meet those goals, they want us to go back to, we would meet the goals and would push it back to about 236 parts per million is what they're looking at. 180 parts per million is dangerously low. So there, and this isn't something like you can just take a dial and adjust about it here and there. Earth have, by the way, they're also pushing for global cooling at 10 degrees. Global average, we're 56 Fahrenheit global average right now. They want 46 degrees. The last time on Earth we had those kinds of temperatures and that kind of CO2 was the Pleistocene era. It was not good for us. It's not good for life. It's not good for humans.
Who are they?
They are.
Why would they want to do such a self-destructive thing? Do they know this? Do they know this data?
Well, let's break it down. So
Okay.
let's step through this.
Okay, let's step through this.
Climate.
Yes.
If we were to meet those climate goals, it's not good for us. All right. Put that
As a human species.
as a human species. Put that over here.
Okay.
We're being pushed for war, and I think you can see that. And the nations of the earth that have the capability for war are waging that war. What's happening is we're depleting our resources as nations. We are, and I just did a search the other night. The superpowers are dangerously low on weapons and on the ability to human in those wars. If Earth ever needed to fight, we don't have right now. So our weapons are being depleted. Okay, let's put that over here. Now there's a concerted effort to break the social bonds that have held us together as societies, as nations, as communities. And that is working very successfully. We're breaking down those borders. That's not good for us. That's not good for anyone. Now you look at the transhuman movement to replace us with technology, with machines, to debilitate our ability for critical thinking, our ability for imagination, for creativity, for all the reasons that we just talked about. Use it or lose it. When we give our power away to that technology, we're not the best version of ourselves. That's not good for us. None of those are good for us. So if I said that to you, what would you say to me? Who would that be good for? If it's not good for us, who's it good for?
Satan.
Well, now is where you go back and you look at all those ancient texts. Look at depending on what language, if you're looking at Sumerian texts, this world said, and there is a good argument that could be made that Earth is being modified in ways that are not necessarily good for us. Who are they good for? That there's a whole conversation that we can have, around that. So
you think climate is a part of this whole agenda of control?
I do.
Yeah. Well,
I think there's a compelling, and it's not just my opinion. I think the evidence supports that, because why would we want to push this planet back? I mean, NASA says we're greener now than we have been in 20 years. Why would we want to push this planet back to the environment, the Pleistocene era?
Well, we want to have control over things all the time, and when you see areas that become too hot for a certain kind of agriculture, or things change, or certain lakes come, there's things like that happen that people freak about because we want control. That's why we want to bring animals back from extinction. Like we want control over everything around us because it makes us feel better. But the problem with this one is you're getting people that are saying we're going to lower the Earth's temperature. Like we didn't vote on that. Like just because it's your idea, people are moving in this direction. You have so much money. You're really 8 billion.
These are unelected officials.
It's nuts. It's nuts that they think they could spray things in the sky to reflected particles to dull out the sun and lower the temperature of the Earth. Like that's an insane notion.
And especially if we're moving into cooler anyway. But all of this, I mean, so now we've identified these things.
Mm-hmm.
I think it's useless to be angry. I think what we do is we recognize, Joe, that all of these applications of technology are a reflection of the way we've been conditioned to think about ourselves. We wake up to become the best version of ourselves, then we recognize it makes sense to go clean and green. It makes sense to grow our food differently. It makes sense to have different kinds of energy because we recognize our relationship to ourselves and the world around us.
Right, not because we're being manipulated.
Exactly.
So it can be done the right way. Like the real issue that we have as a society, one of the, not the, but war is obviously the, but one of the big ones is pollution. Like that is undeniable.
Oh, yeah.
When you see like what's going on in India with some of those rivers, where it's just the entire river is just choked up with plastic.
I've been there. I've seen that.
That is as a human race that we allow. It's insane. Like, but then you look at places like, where it was fascinating there, I believe it's where they have like the most sophisticated recycling program, like unbelievably efficient, and they take that stuff and use it to pave the roads. They burn things down. They have, I mean, it's an insane job they do of taking the garbage. So we know it's possible.
It is possible. So everything we're talking about is a consequence of what happens when we give our humanness away, and we believe that we are a flawed species and that we need something outside of ourselves to be the best version of ourselves, or that we believe we're powerless, so we say to someone else, fix it and make it better. It's quiet. We're now, right now, the AI is driving this conversation. We are at the point where we are being asked by the conditions of the world to accept the deep truth of what it means to be human. And in that humanness, when we accept our ability that there's a part of us that doesn't live in here, what that means is we can honor the gift of the body to access. We become healthy. We become the best version of ourselves. We begin to live differently. We begin to eat differently. We begin to recycle differently. We use energy differently because we're living in the world a reflection of the new honor and respect that we have for the gift of our bodies. So nobody's telling our young kids anything like this.
No,
we have to protect our children.
It would help everybody just to think that way. It would help everybody.
Well, this is
no matter what you're trying to do with life.
Well, this is the AI right now is the tip of the spear. This is what they're using. They again, the powers that be, because we're so close, Joe, for the first time in a very long time, on a mass level, to awakening to what it means to be human. There are pockets that are coming together, and we're saying no to war. We're saying, I think, to this generation, I think you will see us walk away from the use of war to solve our problems. What happens if they throw a war? Nobody goes. I think you're going to see that happen because people are saying this isn't right. This isn't right.
Well, that's a very powerful message, and I hope you're right. But if there was one thing that I feel like most people would
not the way we're seeing it right now. Not the way. This ties into the disclosure conversation because when you talk to people behind the scenes in disclosure, I don't think anybody would have a problem with a flying saucer in an Air Force hangar somewhere. We've seen it in movies where, I don't think anybody's surprised, but I don't think anybody's got a problem with a gray alien, in an Air Force conference room somewhere. But the implications, if we've had this relationship for so long, we know they didn't get here on a Chevy V8 engine. I mean, they've got some pretty high tech.
Right.
And what the part of the implications are that we are being asked to step up to become a different species to meet the intelligence that is being offered to us. And there are different forms of that intelligence. Some of that intelligence is prone to war, and that's not the ones that we want to necessarily.
That's so hard to believe that they get so far, they can travel from other places in the universe, yet they still have war.
That's the disappointing thing for me. And so this is where we go back to the ancient texts. They begin with a war in the heavens, or what the Bible calls, the fall. And the war is what destroyed the planet in our solar system. I think Randall's probably talked about that.
That's the kooky theory about Mars too, right?
Well, Mars used to have an atmosphere. It doesn't anymore. And they believe that there is a compelling argument that could be made for a war destroying. I think when we get there and we see the archaeological remnants that are there, I think we'll have the answer to that. But that is scary, isn't it, Joe? That you have the so advanced and still have still allow differences to be so great that the only way to solve them is to hurt one another and destroy one another.
But also makes for great science fiction. Because without the war in space, you have no Star Trek. You have no Star Wars.
Well, maybe this is where we break that cycle.
Well, that
maybe we wake up our humanness and we accept the power of human divinity and we accept what it means, and we have children with a deep sense of a healthy sense that there's something special about them worth preserving, so they care about themselves, and then that begins to inform the way we live in the world. We would be living in a very, very different world.
I think you're right, and I think you saying that is very important because it gets that word out there and people start to consider it and think about it. And I think that's the only way people find these things, is for people like you come out and have these conversations and spark thoughts in people's head. Like, maybe I'm thinking and behaving and living the wrong way, and maybe we could just become more united and more positive and recognize this incredible gift that we have of this life.
But look what the science. See, the science is so compartmentalized, and I saw this when I was working even in the industry. So a discovery is made in genetics, and it stays in that genetics box, and it gets published in some obscure. The new way of thinking is looking at humans from an IT perspective. So there are journals like the Journal of Soft Computing. I didn't even talk about that. The Journal of Soft Computing has just come out and said that human DNA, three-dimensional human DNA, is a fractal antenna. Now, what's that mean? An antenna tunes the signal to a vast array of signals across the broad spectrum. We got 50 million of them in our bodies. And the journal is saying it reads that. Who's reading the Journal of Soft Computing? Who has a beautiful hardbound copy of the Journal of Soft Computing next to their bed like I do?
Well, the fact that you just told people, now people know.
It's a very different way of thinking. But if we can begin seeing ourselves and really, I think the greatest task that we're tasked with right now is to cherish and honor and care for the gift of the human body. Because I believe it is a gift, because there was an intervention that created the mutations that give us what we have today. We don't know who or what, but we're not the product of natural.
%, and I appreciate you very much, and thank you very much for coming on here. It was a lot of fun, and let's do it again.
Are you saying we're finished?
Yeah, we're done. We are at almost 3 hours.
Oh, wow. Okay.
Crazy.
All right, Joe. Well, thank you.
But I really enjoyed it. Thank you.
Thank you. Are just an amazing listener, and I appreciate the long format and the opportunity to flesh out these ideas in their entirety. So thank you for that.
Well, it's my pleasure. Thank you for being interesting, so I could just listen. It's like, but it's I only have people on the podcast that I'm interested in. So when I saw all your stuff online, I'm like, this guy's fascinating.
Well, thank you.
And it was great. I really enjoyed it. Thank you very much.
Let's do it again.
All right. Yeah.
Joe Rogan Experience.
Train by all day.
Well, I mean, we haven't done many podcasts, but we were on Theo's last year, and Theo's gets a lot of engagement, a lot of views. Ours didn't do too well. I think Birdcast did all right.
You gotta not pay attention.
I know,
You gotta not pay attention. Don't pay attention to numbers. Don't pay attention to shit. Don't read the comments.
That's where I messed up. I got called a lesbian so many times. Mustache lesbian.
Mustache.
What? He looks like
Where'd that
Matthew
come from?
McConaughey.
Well, it might be the chain.
Maybe.
That looks very lesbian-esque.
Thank you. My
It's
sister
not,
called me.
not a bad one. It's not bad. It's nothing wrong with being a lesbian.
No, nothing's wrong with being a lesbian. I'm just a heterosexual male.
That's all.
With a wonderful mustache.
I went back to the comments last night, and
Oh, don't
I
do
did.
that.
And somebody was like, Andrew, come on, man, don't sit with your legs crossed. That was just the latest one.
Why is it always me getting picked on?
Did you sit with your legs crossed in the typical liberal fashion?
I mean,
Like the Gavin Newsom style?
Yeah, you can't
it's
do that.
chilly.
You get a little bit of a gap there.
Yeah.
The thing is, if you get the deep scissor, the deep scissor is like signaling.
The trick is you gotta scoot thin.
Yeah.
You gotta get your stuff out the way.
You know,
I've been doing it for a long time.
so are you guys you were telling me you're kind of burnt right now. So you guys are fully on the road right now.
Oh yeah, I say that, and then the next moment I'm walking around, I was like, dang, this is fun. But yeah, but usually about this time of the year where we have a couple more months left, it's like, man, we're almost done. Get to be home for a while, more than 2 days at a time.
How long have you guys been on the road for?
To this year, or just in general?
Well, all told.
We started touring in Andrews Acadia in 2018.
And has it been flat out since then?
Pretty much. I mean, we
Just
usually
little breaks.
Yeah, we break in December for Christmas, but it's gotten better. This year we started touring in July, which was good because we usually start. We would usually start in April or May.
When did you end?
We end in December.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
That's not too bad.
No.
Well, this last year we started in March with Canada.
Yeah, Canada, but that was like a month. That didn't really count.
How long have you guys been together, all told?
We got this Red Clay Strays got together 16. Before that, Drew was the manager of a cover band, and Andrew was the bass player in the cover band. And
What were you guys covering?
Everything.
the good stuff.
Yeah, just blues, just like really.
Yeah, we used to run people out.
The country.
And how did you guys all get together?
I met Drew through a mutual friend. We were working out in the gym together. I was in high school, and Drew, this guy was like, "Hey man, I got a buddy. He's kind of down on his luck. He's like squatting in my dorm, and I want to give him something to do. I want to give him something to do."
I didn't think I was down on that.
Never does, man. Nobody ever does.
I'm just repeating what I heard. And so Drew had never done anything like that. He had never booked he was trying to be a middle school teacher, football coach. That's what he was going to college for. And
Middle school, high school, college. That was the goal.
I know, but
Realistically,
never had
That's just where I was going to land. 10-4.
never done anything in the business though. And he just like, what did you say? He's like, I'm gonna do everything I can to help you make it. And I was like 18. He was like 22, 23. And he had us play in every single bar on the Gulf Coast. And we didn't know anything about the business either. So the manager booking agent fee is, 15%. We didn't know about that. So we cut him in evenly.
Oh boy.
Yeah. And so he'd show up and drink beer at our shows. And he'd always be at our practices. And he was fully committed. And so he got an even cut. And he ended up turning his life around. And he was able to scoot around and buy burgers and not be down on your luck anymore.
Hallelujah.
I think that's impressive. Never done anything like that. You stepped up and became a legitimate booking agent and a legitimate manager.
Yeah, I mean, I just saw something I knew that was incredible. And I was like, all right, well, what do I need to do to get this guy in front of people? And I just I would sit in, like, I worked for the equipment staff at South Alabama, and I would sit in the equipment room between washing jock straps and, like, you know, setting up cone drills or whatever, and just, like, put Post-it notes up on the wall and just write numbers down and just call all these people until, like, somebody picked up or, like, hey, like, what's the email for booking or whatever, and I'd just book as much as I could.
So it was basically just learning on the job, trying to figure it out as you go.
Yeah.
No experience in it whatsoever.
No.
Wow. That's a cool story.
Yeah.
And it was all just based on your talent.
No,
But it was what you saw, right? It was,
yeah, that night you met, the night we met, the night I met you. Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, like, the first time I heard you on a cell phone recording, I was like, eh.
it's okay.
And then I heard him in person, and I was like, oh my God, all right, what needs to happen here? I had no idea. I was just fully winging it, you know?
Wow. Those are the best stories, though.
Yeah.
You know, the best stories are not started in some fucking boardroom somewhere where a bunch of guys sit down with headshots and demos and try to put people together. The best stories happen just kind of like, what? What were you doing? Post-it notes? You just called people? Like, those are the best stories.
We didn't even know how to set up music equipment. Like, we would have our main set up behind us, and so the microphones would be feeding back into the mains. We didn't know what we were doing. We just knew we wanted to play music. So we'd show up to these bars and most of the time run people out and clear the room out because didn't know how to play music that well either. Guitar amps turned up, and we would show up and just ruin people's evening and clear out a bar. They're trying to watch a football game. And we show up playing Allman Brothers, and just our guitar players just always cranked their amps. We did have an old man drummer, though. That was the only thing about that band before Red Clay Strays. So that was, you didn't have to worry about the drums being too loud, I guess, because he was just doing his thing. He ended up quitting when we started traveling more. And that's when we started holding auditions. And we were going to audition this one guy, and he flaked. He couldn't make the audition. We rescheduled him, and he couldn't make the audition again. And then we were like, how did we get in touch with John? When did we audition him?
There's a Ethan who was in Papa's medicine cabinet.
Yeah.
I reached out to him. I was like, man, I know you play drums. That was the best band in town at the time. I was like, I know you play drums. You probably know a good bit of drummers. Like, you know, anybody who could use some work. And John was playing in a band called Ryan Dyer Band back home. And he said, they just separated from that band. So John's available. You should get him for a tryout. And I was like, hey, dude, you want to come play with us or whatever? And he showed up, Blair Skinner, with him and his brother, and like an SUV or something.
Yeah, we had
like, this is going to work.
We had the auditions in Citronelle, Alabama, which is like up in the sticks. He didn't have a phone. So he was like, meet me at the Hardee's at like, 6:30 or whatever time it was, because we couldn't call him once he left his house. And so Andrew left. You were driving the Firebird at the time. We left in the Firebird and met him and brought him back, and we auditioned him then. And the audition went great. He showed up with his brother, who played piano, and his brother wasn't trying to join the band, but his brother just played with us. And just the first song we played, we tried him out with an original that we were working on, which was a terrible song also. But yeah, Andrew and John locked in immediately, and just they hit all the pauses together. And I just remember still being blown away by that, and just how quickly y'all locked in. And it still shows today on stage their chemistry. They've got some kind of telekinetic thing going on, I think.
Because the big thing was coming from that old man drummer, and then that's the first time I've ever played with like a real drummer besides my own dad.
His name was Ray.
And me and John, I mean, it's really weird how when we first started, like we know a lot when we played in those bars, it was improvised. We're playing covers, we're not even playing them the right way. We can hit those pauses without looking at each other. Like, we didn't know what each other's going to do. So as a bass player, your drummer is your best friend. Even though me and John probably butt heads more than anybody in the band, but that's the relationship.
That is a big part of the problem with the band, is that you guys just get on each other's nerves, right?
I mean, just like any other. I mean, we're just like brothers.
It's a group of guys, and you're traveling all year round.
You'll get pissed off at each other for sure. If a band says they don't get pissed off, they're lying, or they just don't like each other for real. But something we actually learned as men was how to talk about your feelings with each other too. Because in the early stages, it was, I had anger issues. I'd just get pissed off real quick.
Was it about the mustache?
No, I didn't have the mustache yet. Maybe that's what it was. I was immature.
You had long hair.
Yeah.
You just guys had to learn how to communicate, set boundaries. And
I didn't talk about my feelings growing up as a kid. Supposedly that's not healthy.
No, that's not good.
But John, he would show up hammered to the bus, and I just had to learn to just bite my tongue. Like, you're not going to change somebody's mind. Just let them go and talk about it tomorrow. But we all had things we worked on together. Stuff like that.
Well, its final product's amazing. And the new album is really fucking good. It's coming out in June of next year. Is that when it's supposed to come out?
We're shooting for summer of next year. We don't really know yet.
The press thing that I got said June of next year. I'm like, this should go out now.
You're probably the only one that's supposed to know that.
Oh, really? Well, everybody knows now.
Yeah. But I mean, we're still working on mixes. Hopefully June is going to be the ticket.
Well, it's really good. And the final product, you guys are very unique. You have a very unique sound. It's very fun.
Yeah.
So it's, I know it's got to be a lot of work. Whenever I do shows and I show up at a place and, like if I do an arena, it's just me and my friends. We just have to roll in there and hi.
Yeah.
And I see you guys, you got fucking trucks and this and that. And there's so many fucking people involved.
Oh, yeah.
Whew, it's a lot. There's a lot of moving pieces to keep together. So for you guys to consistently do it and to bang out amazing music over and over and over again, it says something.
Yeah, man. And we just had to grow together. I mean, even at the rehearsal, we were like, we got one more rehearsal. We got one more tryout with the guy who flaked out on us. And John was like, who is it? And I was like, it's Travis Patch. And he was like, oh, you're going to hire Travis Patch. But I think Travis Patch, he couldn't make the next tryout too or something.
Yeah.
And then that band played for a couple more months and broke up. And then we hired Zach and just tried out Zach immediately. He just came in shredding. And, he was just always a great guitar player. And then that's when we became Red Clay Strays.
Who came up with the name?
My brother.
Oh, really?
Yeah, it's not an interesting story at all. We get asked all the time. No, we were just in that first stage of, like, coming up with a band name is the hardest thing in the world. And we had nothing really that we liked. We had the Dirt Leg Trio, Brandon Lane and the Hurricane.
Yeah. That's my middle name, Brandon Lane.
And then he shot that over.
Yeah. And I didn't like Red Clay Strays. I don't think any of us did.
Brandon Lane and the Hurricane sounds good too.
Yeah.
Roman
I might have voted on that.
Yeah.
The Drew came up with that one.
I like that. But Red Clay Strays is great too.
Yeah.
That's good. You have two great ones to choose from.
If I need to start another band, I have it in the chamber.
Wow. Talk about that.
God, hopefully not. It seems like once you got it all together and it's working, like don't fuck that up.
Yeah, man. I don't understand why bands break up. I don't get it.
I don't know how they can stay together.
Really?
Yeah, I just can't imagine.
I've had so many. Why do you say that?
Well, because of the internal conflicts, because of the traveling, because of the stress. It just seems like it's very difficult. It's very difficult to manage all these different personalities and to keep everything rolling and keep all the people happy and make sure that everybody feels appreciated and everybody feels like they're doing their part.
Yeah. I think you got to have your mindset correct, man. And for us, it's a God thing. If you are just chasing worldly things, I guess, and worried about me and how I'm getting done wrong or how, he's getting on my nerves, and that's what dictates your decisions, I can see, you're going to walk away from that because people suck and people are always going to fail you at the end of the day. But when you turn it into I'm not doing this for me, I'm doing this to fulfill my calling that God's giving me. And then it becomes a selfless thing. You know, he who is greatest among you, let him be your servant, is it just always pops in my head. So it's like, if I want to make this thing work, how can I serve these guys? You know, when we'd have to share a hotel room, we would all 5 of us be like, I'll sleep on the floor. No, you're good. You take the bed, I'll sleep on the floor. We'd have to fight over who gets the floor. You know what I mean? And then once it becomes a selfless thing instead of a selfish thing, you're not, I don't know. And when everybody shares that mindset, we're all worried about one another. I don't really see how you could break up.
Well, that's very unusual, and that sounds fantastic, because that's kind of the opposite of most rock and roll bands. Like most rock and roll bands, it is all about, you know, the lead singer or the lead guitarist, and who's the most famous, who gets the most chicks, and who gets the most attention.
Yeah, I don't care about it.
So where did this mindset start with you? How did you guys develop this mindset? Is that how you grew up?
I grew up that way. Yeah, my mother used to read us the Bible as children and stuff, so we always grew up knowing about Jesus and everything. And then, so that's pretty much what led me to make the leap, I guess. You know what I mean? I never had parents that were pushing me to go to college or pushing me to do something. They were just like, have a relationship with God. That's really the only thing that I got pushed by my parents. And so I've always been blessed or cursed with kind of looking at all this as temporary, you know, what's the point in it kind of thing. You can't take any of it with you. And there's nothing new under the sun. It's all chasing wind. What's the point in all this? And so that really getting into, well, Peter created you. He created all of this, and he put you here for a reason. Well, if that's the case, what's the reason? Okay, if this is the reason, then here I go, God. I'm going to do it. I'm going to make the leap, and I don't know how it's going to work out, but I'm just going to trust you, work hard and trust you, and that's really all we've done. You know, there's no plan to it. We get asked quite often, how do you make it? And just work hard and trust God. That's all. That's the only thing that I can ever think to answer with, because the shows we've played and the doors we've walked through led to new opportunities, you know, many days, many months, many years down the road that we could have never planned. We've just been and then you can look back and acknowledge the stepping stones that he was placing the whole time. And even if it doesn't make sense in the moment, you know, just being able to go back and look at, like, wow, I see why that happened now. I see why we went through that. I see that's just crazy to go back and look at.
That's very wise for a young person to think that way. Like, how old are you now?
29.
Yeah, you're very young. And when you started, that's even younger. Like, to be able to think that way at an early age, there's nothing new under the sun. Like, what's my purpose? My purpose is to serve. My purpose is to do something with this gift that I've been given and to follow this path. That's very unusual.
Cool.
I mean, it's great. It's great. It's a great example for people.
Yeah.
Because it is a mindset, and that mindset will serve you so much better than the other mindset.
Yeah.
The other mindset of chasing things is how you lead to Elvis on pills.
Yeah.
You know? It was my favorite Elvis.
Yeah, dude. That was the fun Elvis. 70s Elvis, karate.
Yeah. I love the fake karate.
Big Elvis.
I want all the people to play along with it.
Would you have wanted to spar with Elvis?
No.
Come on,
I would
man.
have been nice to him. You had to lose.
Yeah, you would have made
Spar
you.
with Elvis, you had to lose.
I want to see Elvis or Steven Seagal do some sparring.
Steven Seagal's legit at Aikido.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, he was like the first American to run a dojo in Japan.
Dang.
Yeah, he was a legit Aikido practitioner. Now, the benefits of the practicality of Aikido are hotly debated. It's not really a great martial art as a standalone martial art. It's really for samurais to fight against someone who has a sword. So if you lose your sword in combat, you have to understand how to transfer the momentum of energy. If someone's attacking you with a sword, you have to be an expert at manipulating their attack and using it against them. But as a standalone martial art, it's not very effective.
See, I thought he had some of those videos where he was like, he just touched somebody and they fly across the room.
Not really. He had videos where it was demonstrations. So guys would run at him with a very specific thing and he would flip them.
Yeah.
But he could fuck you up, you know, if you didn't know what you were doing. But the problem is, if you knew what you were doing, you'd fuck him up.
Yeah.
You know, but he's a big guy. The thing about it is, it's just no one back then really knew what the best martial art was, so you chose one and you got really good at it. You know, that's the thing. When something,
And now the Dagestanis are taking over.
yeah, well, that's grappling. It's been around forever.
Yeah.
Wrestling. But what Elvis was doing was Kempo karate with Ed Parker. And it's pretty clear that he took like some classes, you know, like throws kicks in the air and stuff, but it wasn't very good.
He wasn't a black belt.
Did he have a black belt?
Yeah, he had like a 7th degree or something crazy.
He had the Elvis black belt.
See, I did martial arts in middle school. I did Shotokan karate, and I loved it. And a part of me wants to get back into it, but there's the whole Elvis thing.
He'd never really
Yeah,
lived
this
down.
is Elvis.
Yeah, dude.
But by the way, back then nobody knew what was legit and what was not legit. Like these thrusts, like this, they're pretending they can hit him and he doesn't feel it. One of them might be like, "This is a crazy, like all this. This is just fucking
This is gonna be
nonsense.
branded on Hollywood.
This is fucking nonsense."
Hey, dude, he was on top of the world.
He was. Not only was he on top of the world, he was the first guy on top of the world. That's really the important point. Is that he went crazy for sure, but everybody goes crazy when you get that famous, and no one had ever been that famous before.
Yeah.
There was no guidebook for him to follow. There was no Michael Jackson before him. There was no Prince. There was no nobody. So it's just nobody can handle that kind of fame, especially in the 1970s. Nobody. What was going on?
Blew up at 19, I think.
Yeah. No way you're going to be normal.
Wow.
Good luck. And then you got an evil manager that's feeding you pills, and you're all fucked up, and
Yeah,
you're stuck in Vegas, and gambling everything away.
that's going to be my manager.
Man,
we picked up Cody. You just met him back then. So he's going to end up being Colonel, bro. One day.
the snowman.
Nah, we hold each other accountable.
Well, that's good. So at least now, for famous people, there's a roadmap.
Yeah.
And you can kind of see where the pitfalls are. You can see, oh, that's Britney Spears Road. Don't go down there. You know what I mean? Like, you can see all the things that people have done. You know what I'm saying? Like, you've seen all the different ways that you can ruin your life and get caught up in the moment. And then also, the fact that you're very religious helps a lot because you don't believe the hype, right? Like, you believe in higher power. You believe in something that's bigger and greater than all of us. If you believe in that, you will not get caught in this bizarre mindset that befalls many, many stars, where they think they're superior to everyone else because they get treated that way. That's the reinforcement they get.
Mm-hmm.
Everywhere they go, people are cheering when they see them. People want them to sign things and take selfies with them. Everybody wants a hug, and everybody wants to be your best friend. And you really start to believe because of the information that you're getting. The information you're getting is I'm better than everybody else, right? And if you don't have a lot of personal insight, and if you're not very objective and introspective, you will buy into that, and you'll start behaving and believing like that. And then comes the pills.
Yeah, dude.
I think
Pick
that's
yourself back up.
I think that's where we benefit from like a solo act is that we have five individuals that are going to check each other. We always say the pack will correct.
Yes.
So if somebody acted out, we might let you go for a couple of days, but then you're going to wake up and we have a come to Jesus meeting.
Yeah.
We've done that. All of us have had that at some point in our careers.
That's great.
And we
That's very good.
always too just think about what you were talking about. We think we suck.
Yeah.
So like the feeding into the I'm better than everybody. Well, I'm famous. It's like, well, it's just probably downhill from here. People they find new hobbies and new things to like, especially now faster than ever. People's attention spans are so short nowadays. It's like,
Oh yeah, they forget
we're on
about
top
you.
right now, yeah, but they'll forget about us.
I think you're much better off being heavily critical of yourself.
I think so too.
I 100% agree. Like, I don't never want to be content with anything I'm doing. Like, I always will have notes for myself. Like, even after we had like a solid show or something, I'm like, well, I just missed like 10 notes. And it felt like Guitar Hero in my head, when you and they start doing you. That's what happens in my head. It's like, get it together, man.
It's better that way. I mean, that's going to force you to constantly work at it, constantly try to get better. The people that believe that they're the best already, where are you going to go from there?
That's exactly how we think.
Yeah. There was we get asked a lot at BIP, what was the moment you knew you made it? I don't want to make it. What's after making it?
Yeah.
I don't want to just be there and make it.
Making it to me is like the film where the people hold hands and walk off in the sunset.
Yep.
That's a crock of shit.
Mm-hmm.
You gotta wake up in the morning. Okay, what do you want for breakfast? You know, it's like life goes on. And this idea that there's gonna be a goal where you're gonna get to a spot someday where you can rest, that's nonsense.
That's when you die.
Yeah, take a day off every now and then. Nothing wrong with that. But this idea that you're going to get to a place where, well, I made it. It's over.
I'm set for life.
Yeah, I did it. That's all bullshit.
Yep.
And if you get really, really rich, you want to get really, 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 really rich. It never ends.
Really?
If you think like that, yeah, if that's the thought process, if you're just chasing after goals and looking for this one moment where you can say, okay, we did it, it's never happening.
Yeah, I kind of I say that to people too. Just from the outside looking in, you think like if you've never done it before, man, it'd be cool to get a song in a show. It'd be cool to get a platinum single. It'd be cool to sell out Red Rocks. And once you do it, it's like, okay, we did it. Nothing changed. It's like when your birthday comes, do you feel older? You feel older? No, I feel the same. It's here, you know?
Yeah.
So, I mean,
it's good to have goals. It's good to have milestones. But at the end of the day, I guess the process and the thing that you were talking about, like honoring this gift that you have, that's what it's all about. That's what it's all about. And then recognizing that you're in this very unique position and you're very fortunate. And so because of that, you owe it to this gift that you've been given, and you owe it to the people that love you, the people that come to see you, to keep doing your best.
Well, we do stray, to play on our name a little bit. I think we do stray a little bit from the industry. Because our fan base is a lot of sad people, a lot of depressed people, a lot of people who, you know, were suicidal. And we make music for that fan base, I guess. And you're not going to hear that at like a country music festival on the beach.
How do you know that about your fans?
We get messages every day.
Oh yeah.
And sometimes they email our agents and stuff. We had one lady who sent us an email saying she decided to off herself, take a lot of pills, and she wanted to go to sleep listening to music as she was laying there waiting to take the big nap. Our song "I'm Still Fine" came on, and it kind of, you know, snapped her out of it a little bit, and she started crying and immediately regretted it and got up and called her sister and told her sister what she just did, and they rushed her to the hospital and did whatever at the hospital for someone who takes a lot of pills at once, and saved her life pretty much. And she said, yeah, it's so moving. And that's what really makes it worth it for us, because touring is a lot. Touring sucks a lot of the times. And if we were just doing it to be popular or to be famous or to be relevant, make money, I don't think that's enough to keep me going, because being on the road is very hard. What keeps us going is those stories and seeing how our music at the concert, seeing how our music affects people and helps them in a positive way. And so, I don't know, that's just where we get our fulfillment from.
What do you think is about your music that appeals to people that aren't feeling good?
A lot of it came from us not feeling good. Drew and my brother Matthew are the main writers for the band. And, they just, our song "Drowning," Drew wrote that during COVID when we were driving for Uber, trying to keep the bills paid. My goal was to make $100 a day for Uber, and driving for Uber in Mobile, Alabama sucks. I'd have to do like 12, 14 hours a day to get that. And
get $100.
Yeah, and then most of the time spend.
That was just 5 years ago?
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah. And we were locally famous at the time, so I was picking up people. They were, oh my God, Great Clay Strays. Get in.
Hop in.
Really?
I don't want to talk about it.
Next to leave it up.
That's crazy.
I picked up and I was driving a Hyundai Sonata, and I picked up 5 black dudes. They wanted to get in the Hyundai Sonata to go to the stripper club. And I was like, you can't, all 5 fit in here. I can only take 4 at the most. So they had to leave one behind. And I had to take them 30 minutes across town. That's what Mobile is. Everything is a 30-minute drive. And so I took them 30 minutes across town to the stripper club. There's some very interesting people at nighttime to get Ubers, just so you know.
I'm sure.
Yeah.
And they probably want to talk to you.
Sometimes. The worst was people with bad BO.
Oh,
Getting in your car with bad BO.
and then leave it.
I'm like
Leave that smell in your car.
I'm like a germ freak. So
Are you really?
sometimes, yeah, and especially with smells. So I can't get like a fresh air. I feel like I'm suffocating. And this frat guy got in my car one time, and he was something, and he was going to Lowe's to get like something for a beer pong table. He was getting ready to have a frat party, and I had to drive him to Lowe's, and he smelled like he had never taken a shower, and so I was just trying not to freak out. I was just like,
Was that bad?
yeah, for sure, and I was sweating by the time we got out of the car. Yeah.
Dry heaving up front.
Driving 100 miles an hour to get him out the car.
I'd pick some people up. Oh, people just put too much faith in Uber drivers. I'd pick up people from the hospital. I picked up a blind lady from the hospital. That's what they do if they don't have any family. They'll call them. They'll get them an Uber. And I had to help this blind lady get into her house. I picked up this one guy fresh out of surgery. He couldn't walk. I had to get him in my car. And they got him a hotel, I guess. So I had to take him to the hotel. And I had to carry him out of my car and get him in his bed. And I was just thinking, what if this wasn't me?
Right.
You know?
What was a 80-pound lady? Yeah.
Yeah, or just somebody who didn't even care. Get out of my car, you know? That kind of blew my mind a little bit, how much faith hospitals put in Uber drivers. It's very sad.
Well, one thing I found out during COVID, that it sounds so stupid that I didn't know this, but hospitals are private businesses. This is how naive I was. I was like, well, doctors, they go to universities, they do it so that they can become the best doctor they can, and then they work for these hospitals that are set up so that all the people in the city have medical care. And this is like part of the city services. I really believe that. I really thought that. And then I have some friends that are doctors, and they would tell me, no. Not only that, you're incentivized to push certain medications. You're incentivized to do surgeries that maybe people don't need, and you have to challenge your own ethics because you'll be talked into doing surgeries that this guy, you kind of could justify it, but really shouldn't get it. I'm like, oh, fuck, man, really? And then, I've had friends that left and started their own practices because of this, because they tell you, like, you just, at the end of the day, you're like, why did I go to school? Like, I thought I was going to school because I wanted to learn medicine, because I thought that would be a really fascinating way to make a living and very rewarding. You're helping people that are injured, that are sick. And then he got just enlightened to like what the business really is. And it's just about numbers.
Yeah.
He got sick.
Instagram Reels will scare you too, but all that stuff.
Oh, dude, I went down a rabbit hole last night. Just sitting in my bed. I shouldn't have done this. It was like 9 o'clock. There's no reason for me to look at dick lengthening videos. What? It just popped up on Instagram, in like the For You section.
Yeah, dude.
Stay away from that For You
I
section.
didn't ask for it. I don't know what happened.
How many videos did you watch?
Oh, I watched a lot of them. I watched hours worth of it. It's fucking horrific, man.
3 inches of hidden penis.
It's not just that, man. It's like these guys are getting these things put in their dicks so that the dicks are thicker. Oh my God. See, the thing about YouTube is, you want to see some videos?
Yeah, might as well. We're here.
So I'll pull up my history. YouTube can actually, so the thing is, this guy was like, go through my YouTube video and you can see the actual surgeries. I'm like, no fucking way. And yeah, fucking way. So YouTube will actually show you the surgery. We can't show any of this on camera, right, Jamie?
Why not?
Yeah, like it's educational purposes. These dudes are just digging. They're just digging in dicks. It is horrific. All right.
Once you get on that dark side of Instagram, usually it's when Brandon sends me reels. Brandon always be finding himself on that bad part, and then he sends it to me, and then I'm 30 minutes deep into feeling uncomfortable with my life.
Why isn't that showing up in my?
I don't really want to fuck up my algorithm by looking for that.
All right, we don't have to. You guys can trust me.
I'm just start searching hard.
This is what happened. So I'm looking in the For You page, and it was like, I saw this thing that said +2 inches and 3 inches of girth. and this guy's got what looks like a flounder fillet, and he's dipping it in this liquid, and I'm like, what is that? I'm like, is this guy operating on a dick? Is this what's going on here? So it's like this plastic sheet, this flexible stuff that looks like a fillet, and he's like dunking it in this stuff. I don't know what this liquid is. It's like there's a dark liquid and a clear liquid, and this guy's explaining he's gonna have so much more confidence, he's gonna have so much more girth than this. And I'm like, no fucking way, you get your dick operated on? This is crazy. Like, if you have to get your dick operated on, like, okay, I gotta do this. I can't believe I gotta do this. I got a dick problem.
People sign up
I got a dick cancer or something. Like, the dick has to get fixed. I gotta get it fixed. This is just regular dicks that people are like, I'm not happy with my dick. I wish my dick was hard all the time. And so one of the guys, like, his dick was like 8 inches flaccid all the time because he had this fucking tube stuck in there, this fucking PVC pipe that they had stuffed into his hog. And it's just, and so in YouTube, because it's medical, they can show you. So the guy just drops his shorts. I'm like, no, fuck. And this guy's get this Franken penis, and with like, by the way, he's got the head of a little dick, but the body of a giant dick. So it's like, you know, like they took a guy who's like got a little tiny body, and they popped his head off and put it on a bodybuilder's body.
How do you deal with that on a daily basis?
Well, this fellow seems like he was getting a lot of play. He was in the rainbow community, and it seemed like he was just slinging that dick all over town, and quite happy that it never got soft.
Quite literally laying pipe.
Yeah, literally piping.
Do you ever?
Oh, Jesus, Jamie.
It's a banana.
That's a banana.
Okay, all right.
They're showing how they do it.
Yeah. Well, what is this one? This is
See, that's where
this is a fat injection. And this guy was dismissing fat injections. Like, fat injections are nonsense.
All right.
You need the plastic.
I think I would pass out. You wouldn't
Well,
even
you
need
probably
to
wouldn't be awake.
You wouldn't need anesthesia on me.
Yeah.
I'd pass out.
And then one guy they install. Oh, that's
legs
crazy
extending.
too. Where they break
That's
their legs,
wild
and they stretch
stuff.
it out.
Oh.
There's a guy that I've been watching. What is it? Brian the Sasquatch? That's his new Instagram? The guy was already 6 feet tall, but he wanted to be 6 foot, and he's a gigantic dude, like built like a brick shithouse. And he got his legs stretched out like a year and a half ago, and he still hasn't recovered.
Yeah,
How
I imagine not.
But your mechanics are all off.
Yeah.
So if you were an athlete and you were used to having the legs of a 6 foot man, and now your legs have grown 6 inches, like you're.
Yeah, your arms aren't going to be proportionate either.
Well, he had very long arms, unusually long arms.
So does it look proportionate?
Totally looks normal. Looks like he's just a giant dude for him. But for other people, yeah, it looks fucking weird. This is the guy. So this is him trying to jump ropes now.
Oh, wow.
It's like he can barely walk.
Oh.
But look at the size of this motherfucker. So he's got kind of like, this is him now.
His knees aren't even.
No, he's all messed up.
Yeah.
Like, that's why he's got like knee braces on. I'm sure his knees are super confused. Like, he can barely walk.
What are we doing to ourselves?
I mean, do you think eventually you would get the strength in the right places?
Yes, eventually. There's a guy, we looked up this one guy who did it. Remember that one guy who was running those athletic drills? But he was doing sprinting and plyometrics. Some people have to, but I don't think he gained 6 inches. This guy gained like half a foot. Look, they're going to get to the point where with CRISPR, they're just going to edit your genes, and there's going to be no normal-looking people anymore. Like, all the interesting personality quirks that you have to develop because you got a weird chin, like, all that shit's going to go away.
It's getting weird, man.
They're trying to get rid of Down syndrome.
Yeah.
Well, probably a good idea.
That wouldn't be terrible.
Listen, I mean, there's nothing wrong. They're sweet people. You know, my friend Shane, he's got family members that are Down syndrome, and he loves them very dearly. But if you could do that and there could be normal functioning members of society, that would be a better thing.
Just
be better
delete that gene.
Yeah,
Manipulate it.
they're going to be able to do that. They're going to be able to do a lot of things.
Then we're going to be birthing super babies once they, like, you know, things usually always seem like they start good and then they go really bad. And then we're creating superhumans in the womb.
We're at the cusp of some really, really wild shit with AI and with genetic engineering and
In China, I read something where they can they're trying to grow babies in an artificial womb now.
Mm-hmm.
See, that's where
Yeah.
ethics gets a little weird, because then you're playing God then.
Well, there's something that happens. There's communication between the mother and the child through the entire time. So are you giving birth to a fucking sociopath?
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Because like this baby is not going to get any love, no oxytocin. There's nothing from the mother. There's no bond with the mother. When the mother's stressed, the baby feels stressed.
Some of the mother's brain, something from their brain like goes into the baby.
100%. There's a lot going. There's communication. This is why like the mother has to like be up on her nutrients, because the baby's like taking nutrients from the mother, and if the mother doesn't have enough, the baby is taking it from the mother. So it's like an artificial womb. It's like you're opening the door for Satan.
Yeah,
like,
that is.
if you believe in that, like if you want a soulless, bizarrely unempathetic person, what better way
Maybe
to
that's
have
what
no connection? You know, that was one of the things that happened to the Unabomber. The Unabomber, I watched the Netflix documentary on him, and one of the things that happened to him when he was young, he had some sort of a disease where he had to be separated from his mom, and they put him in a hospital with no contact. He had for a prolonged period of time as a baby. No one picked him up, no one held him, no nothing, for a long, long time. And then, as if that wasn't fucked up enough, they entered him into the Harvard LSD studies. And then so he was in the Harvard LSD studies, and this was during the MK Ultra period. So the MK Ultra period, they were doing all sorts of experiments with people through the CIA. One of the things they were doing was a thing called Operation Midnight Climax, where they opened up brothels in San Francisco, and they would put two-way mirrors in, and they would dose these Johns up with LSD. So the ladies of the night were actually working for the CIA, and they would go in, here, have a drink. And the guy would have a drink, and then next thing you know is, whoa.
Wow.
And they were just trying to experiment and see. It was also a part of what the Charles Manson family was about, and they were doing all kinds of shit with people where they're trying to figure out what can we do to humans if we can manipulate them with LSD. And they did it to Kaczynski, and we saw what happened with him.
And Tuskegee, Alabama, with the syphilis back in the day.
Well, that was even more evil.
Where they were just seeing
different.
what would kind of happen.
Yeah.
Well, it's still like human experimenting without them knowing.
Yes.
It's a very scary situation.
Well, it just goes back to what we were talking about with medicine, that there are people that are willing to do things to people that are just entirely evil, for profit, for whatever justification they can come up with.
No value for human life.
None. And I think one of the problems with doctors, and my friend who's a doctor told me this, like, you just get numb when you see too many people die. Like, it's a very dangerous state of as you just see someone, you're like, well, and then you go have a sandwich.
We're getting numb as a society seeing people die.
Well, the Charlie Kirk thing fucking opened up my eyes.
Yeah.
I never expected so many people would celebrate that man's murder.
That is evil. That's
bizarre. It's just bizarre. Like normal people that I think they're good people, and they genuinely think that guy was a bad guy. And I don't think they're right, and I think they were indoctrinated. And I don't agree with everything that Charlie Kirk said or did.
I don't care if he was a bad guy or not.
He's not a bad guy.
I don't want to see him. I don't want to see anybody die.
First of all, he's fucking your age, right?
Yeah.
He's a young guy, right? And he would go around college campuses and have arguments with people, or have discussions with people, have debates with people.
Yeah.
But it infuriated people because they felt like this guy is going against the progress that was being made in society. But what he did not feel like was progress. Like it was a progressive agenda that was being pushed in most college campuses. It's a leftist, Marxist sort of agenda. He didn't feel like that was the correct way to live, and he felt like he had arguments against it, and he wanted, and it was, it's a business too, right? Like he developed this big social media platform because of it. And I don't, like I said, I don't agree. I don't think some of the things he said he should have said, but the fact that people were cheering when he died, normal people, housewives, moms, like fucking people working at banks, people working at various industries, celebrating a man getting shot in front of his kids, in front of the whole world.
That's evil.
What the fuck is wrong with us?
Yeah, that's evil. I don't know. I think it really made me feel extra weird too, because it was an innocent man. I'll give some leniency, maybe they're doing a public execution of like a mass murderer or a child rapist, something like that.
Right.
But seeing an innocent man trying to have a conversation get shot in front of his kids, and people celebrate that, it made me feel a certain way.
Yeah, it was not justice. But I think people are poisoned by social media. I really, really firmly believe that. I think social media has people completely twisted, and I think a lot of what has people completely twisted is not even organic. I think it's all on purpose, that you're being manipulated by foreign governments, by bot farms, and by various elements, either in our government or other governments, and they do it for their own agenda, for their own ends, and it's dark.
There's a Proverbs verse that I can't remember where it's at, but it's like, he who doesn't find me harms himself, and he who loves death hates me. And that, if you love God, and you can't love death, you can't love somebody getting killed.
Right.
There's the line right there. There's evil and good right there.
Yeah.
And so there's no justification for that. And we actually, because we've always made a point in the band to not get political. We don't care what your politics are. We just come listen to our music, come have fun at our show. We don't care. Every one of us in the band, originally, we all have different views politically and religiously in some type of way. But we managed to be brothers and, be in a band together. So I've just gotten, and I love a good political talk, but lately I've just been so jaded from it. So, and I don't want to ever divide my fan base or anything. How you vote or how you believe is none of my business. We are here to entertain you. And so I've never want to use my platform to do that. But we're just, we got so sick of seeing people put politics above humanity. We had wrote a song about it in April in the studio called People Hating. And we wasn't going to put it out as a single. At first, we were going to do another song, but after the Charlie Kirk thing, it's just like, hey, we got together and we're like, I think we need to put People Hating out instead for the first single, because it's just we've got to start. We've got to stop killing each other over beliefs and stop hating each other over beliefs.
Yeah, it's fucking insane.
Everybody's race is different. Everybody's experiencing life different, and everybody's trying to figure it out the same as you are. And it's just really weird now.
It's really weird, and it's celebrated to hate people. And that's the weird part. And most of us know that that's wrong. And that's why, when this Charlie Kirk thing happens, there's a giant blowback. And most people recognize, hey, as a collectively, as a society, this is not right. Regardless of whoever that person is, whether that person's on the left or the right, they just got shot in front of the whole world. It's not a thing to celebrate ever. And especially when you're seeing people on the left that are supposed to be progressives. These are supposed to be the kind, compassionate, inclusive people that are celebrating gun violence, public execution. That's insane. That's in a public assassination. That's insane.
Yeah, I mean, you can't be against guns and then celebrate when someone is killed by a gun.
Right. Yeah. No, it doesn't make any sense. But that hypocrisy is just a symptom of where we find ourselves. Where we're all just, so many of us are confused because of the rhetoric online. And again, a lot of that's not normal. It's not organic. It's not real. It's not real people. And it's not what you would ever get in real social circles of healthy people.
Yeah.
You're only getting it through this very bizarre filter of just text on social media and videos where someone's just talking to the camera, celebrating on social media. It's very strange.
Most of the time you walk around, because we travel all over the place, and most of the time when you walk around, stop watching the news, get off your phone, and just walk around in society.
Yeah.
It's really not that bad.
It's not that bad, and that is the key. But most people are not going to get off their phone.
Yeah.
And that's what's fucked. Most people are just fully hooked on that damn thing.
You think it's weird now? Wait till all these iPhone babies grow up and all all these tablet babies grow up. You've seen the videos of taking the tablets away and the babies are like freaking out, having withdrawals and stuff.
Oh yeah. Yeah, they're being raised with it.
Our generation was probably the last to not have. I mean, we didn't have technology growing up. We had dial-up internet. We didn't get that till I was, right through middle school.
I didn't have a smartphone until I was 16.
We still have an Android.
Yeah, dude, but that's better.
All right, buddy.
Why Android guy?
I've always been an Android guy because I'll give you some. We didn't grow up rich, so
That's my argument. It's just to play around that.
yeah, we couldn't afford iPhones, and I really didn't care. I didn't even know what an iPhone was. I just got whatever phone I could buy.
Text people.
My dad got me my parents got me the little sidekick and stuff. So I've always been on the Android side. And then when I started working as a teenager, I saved up and I bought my own smartphone from one of those cell phone shops in the strip mall, and it was Android. I never really got into I never cared, first of all, what phone people have. It's you guys who care.
My God!
I have both. But it's a weird thing in our society where if a kid has an Android phone, they're looked down on.
And
it's like something like 80+% of kids have iPhones.
Man, it was after a show one time. It was after a show one time a long time ago, and I was talking to this girl. This was way back in the day, and she's like, "Yeah, well, maybe we get your number." And then I pulled out my phone. She's like, "Oh, you have an Android?" I just walked off. Just walked off.
She didn't like you anymore?
Green bubble? Yeah.
That's crazy.
Yeah, that's weird.
Isn't that weird? It's weird. It's weird, but it's like it just shows you how easy people fall into tribes.
Yeah.
You know?
Over anything.
What we were just talking about.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
Even down to the phone. If you have something different than somebody, they automatically don't like you.
When the iPhone babies,
it can be politics. It can be the dang phone in your pocket.
Yeah.
When the iPhone babies grow up, they're going to be killing each other over phones.
What about the Android babies?
We just want to be left alone, man.
See, this is the identity.
It's a Rebels phone.
Rebels phone.
If you choose it, it's a Rebels phone. If it chooses you, it's like, one day I want to get a fucking iPhone. Like, get out of this job. I'm going to get a real job, and I'm going to get an iPhone.
No.
But the people that choose it, they're the rebels.
I'm glad I married an iPhone user. I'll tell you that. I'm glad my wife has an iPhone, and we can send cool emojis.
See, you say that. I married an iPhone user, and I don't care if she has an iPhone. You're glad that you married an iPhone user. I don't care that I married an iPhone user. I love her anyway.
It feels like you're trying to be superior over him now.
Exactly.
By virtue of
Brandon's just like
calling out your superiority complex. He's being superior.
Yeah. Just can't win with these people.
Now he's playing victim.
He wants to say it's an American company, but they're made in China.
Well, the owner, Tim, what's his name?
Cook. You don't even know.
He is from where we are from. I'm supporting a local. Now, has he ever put an Apple store in Mobile, Alabama? Absolutely not. Do we deserve one? Probably not. But
it'll get robbed, dude.
Yeah. Maybe the phone should be made in America one day.
Yeah.
But American company.
Well, if they made it, I always said that if they made an American phone that had like a little American flag on the back, but it cost $200 more, I would buy it.
Yeah, me too.
Who do you think's going to make it?
Well, it would have to be a company that started. The problem is that the goal of doing that is a long goal. Like you would have to develop the chips. You'd have to have a plant. Like Samsung tried to put in they were putting a microchip plant in Texas, and they had giant issues because they weren't getting enough. Like so, all of them don't meet their standards. And a certain percentage of them weren't, and it was a much lower standard than they needed, and so it didn't work out. Like, and you're spending billions and billions of dollars to find out that you can't do it. So in China, they've got that shit perfected. They've been doing it for so long because we've relied on them for so long.
But don't they have their own phone as well?
Oh, they have a lot of phones.
I don't forget what it's called. They have a special Chinese phone.
Well, Huawei, because they were banned here, so Google and Apple wouldn't let them use their operating systems because it's basically a spy device. Yeah. But guess what? So are all of them. If you're hanging around with me, your fucking phone's bugged.
Yeah, that's always been something that does not bother me personally. I don't have anything to hide, first of all.
What about your DMs?
It's not, the problem is not that. Well, the problem is not you having something to hide. The problem is no one should have access to your private information.
They should not.
Whether or not it's bad, that shouldn't mean anything. No one should have access.
No, they should not.
Because it's an individual. Yeah. No individual should be able to look at your phone and you can't look at theirs. It's a power thing.
And they're trolling.
But you can guarantee the government's got everything.
No, it's not just the government. It's other foreign governments, especially if you're a controversial person. Like foreign governments, there's a thing called Pegasus too. All they need is your phone number. That's all they need. So if you're not using encrypted apps, all they need is your phone number. And even if you are using encrypted apps, the government can get into those. You know, when Tucker Carlson was trying to interview Putin, the government contacted him and said, "We know you're trying to interview Putin. We were looking into your Signal app." And he said, "What?
Wow.
That's wild.
You can read my fucking Signal app?" Yeah.
So it's just like the government saying, back off, China, spying on Americans is our job.
Well,
Those are
because of
ours.
the Patriot Act and because of a lot of other things that they've passed in this country, a lot of it's legal. They're allowed to spy on you.
I think they can make it illegal and we still wouldn't know.
Well, it probably would be illegal, but it wouldn't matter. They would find some sort of a fucking loophole. Or they'd pass some bill, they'd stick it in some farm bill, something. We think like, oh, this is good. We're going to help the farmers. And you look in there like, hey, what's this doing in town?
There's some stuff in the big beautiful bill. It was like they were trying to sell some national park land or something.
Yes. They were trying to sell public land. That was a part of the big beautiful bill. Yeah, I was one of the people that was trying very hard to try to get that out of there.
I remember that.
It's fucking sick.
I thought that was illegal.
It should be.
Foreign countries.
It should be. They're trying to change laws. That's the thing. Like foreign countries owning land around military bases. That's crazy.
That's weird, too.
Why is that happening?
Can't do that in China. Meanwhile, China owns land around military bases. Yeah, there's a lot of stupidity with our freedom, but that doesn't mean the government should be fucking spying on you. The thing is, in other countries, they just are. Like in China, they just are. And, and the argument is if we want to compete with China, we have to do what they're doing, which I think is insane.
Aren't they about to start, or they already have the social point system?
Social credit score.
Social credit score.
Oh, yeah. So if you jaywalk and they get a photo of your face, so they have biometrics, they get a photo of your face, they know it's you think it's ding, now you can't buy a plane ticket. Yeah.
Black Mirror stuff.
Yeah, it's just like that. Well, they're passing that in the UK right now. In the UK, you need a digital ID to combat, ready for it, illegal immigration. Well, motherfucker, you let the illegal immigrants in on purpose. Like, you guys knew what you were doing, and now you're using it as a justification for digital ID.
I just watched one this morning, actually, about, it was a British judge. The guy got sentenced.
I saw that, yeah.
For however many years for a
20 months. Social media post.
For a social media post. It was about immigration.
It's complaining about immigration.
It's wild.
Yeah, it's wild. It's crazy. And, it's the best way to control people, and keep them at each other's throats. Like, bring in a bunch of people that the people that live there don't want there and let them duke it out, and then start instituting tighter and tighter restrictions and control.
Yeah, I see all that happening, and it always makes me wonder. I wonder how it's going to go down here, because we are the different ones with the guns and stuff. I wonder how far it's going to go here before something happens, something pops off.
They're going to try. They're going to try, and they're going to keep trying. They're going to continue to try, and they're going to try to sneak it in. And if it's not for independent journalists that call that shit out, we would be in real trouble. It would have already happened. They would have put it. They were trying to institute a vaccine passport, and the vaccine passport would be attached to a digital ID so that you would know. But that digital ID would then be transferred to a social credit score, and then they wanted to do a carbon tax. So they want to do a thing that tracks your carbon. So it tracks how many miles you drive, tracks your purchases, so it tracks how much carbon you're contributing to the environment. It's crazy.
And somehow paying more money will stop that.
Oh, yeah, that's what we need to do. You just need to tax people more.
Yeah.
Tax people more. It's all going to come and make normal in the end. It'll be perfect.
Yeah.
Utopia.
Farmer with cows, you got to pay taxes on those cows because they're farting.
Well, how about in other countries? They're killing cows. They're forcing them to kill cows because these cows are producing too much methane. So they're saying you have to kill 2,000 cows.
Wow.
Yeah, so they control your food. That's exactly what it is.
I remember those chicken farm or chicken houses burned down a couple years ago.
Yeah.
That was really weird too.
Yeah, it's really weird. But the chicken houses do burn down. What's also weird is they had to kill a bunch of chickens because some of these chickens had bird flu.
Yeah.
Hopefully that's true.
Livestock spreading, popping up dead too. Bunch of cattle.
There was a couple of years ago. This one farmer posted a video like all of his cattle were just dead in the field, and they said it was because of the heat or something. But this farmer had just tons of dead cows just all of a sudden. It was going on the same time as the chicken house was burning down, so it could have just been news adding on to news kind of thing. This is what's in right now.
Maybe it's aliens.
Yeah, maybe so.
cattle mutilations.
Well, the alien thing is just another interesting topic. Like I'm getting there's random times where people are seeing all these crazy things in the sky, and it's like a big deal for a few days, and then you don't really talk about it anymore. Did you see that one thing that lady was filming? She was like, "Hi, do you know Jesus?" And the wheels were like going crazy.
No, what is that?
It's like
It's also hard to know what's real.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah.
You know?
Yeah, see, and the interesting thing about that, though, is that somebody in the Bible described seeing something, one of the angels or something.
Ezekiel.
Yeah, the wheels on
Wheel
wheels.
within a wheel.
That's what this thing was. And she said, "Do you know Jesus?" And then the wheels would just start spinning really, really fast. It's like, whoa, man, if that's real. That's pretty cool.
Oh, man. Is this it?
Yeah.
That looks like a rocket launch.
But my fingers don't work.
She zooms in on an orb and speaks to it. She says, "Jesus loves me." She's definitely have an android. Look up.
Yeah. It's gonna turn into the moon here in a second. Watch.
Well, that's the thing. If you zoom in on stuff, especially stuff through the atmosphere, things look very blurry. Like if you zoom in on stars, they totally look like there's some sort of a fucking spaceship.
It's
just a star.
She said when she says, "Do you know Jesus?" It starts starts moving. I think it's towards the end, but yeah, you get the idea. It's just
That looks like a weather balloon. Maybe it's one of the Chinese spy balloons.
Play that. Let me hear her say it.
Jesus loves me.
Look.
Oh, you know Jesus.
You know Jesus.
You know Jesus. Jesus is awesome, isn't he?
Yeah, Jesus runs. But if that is real,
Yes,
dude,
he is.
and that random lady's just filming that,
Well, that is the weirdness of the people that think that they could call these things in. So there's a group of people that supposedly successfully, they sit out and they have this intention. They go out into the desert in a clear night sky and they have this intention to call these things in. And they're all silently calling these things in. And apparently it's effective. Occasionally, I don't know how often, but it's not zero. Sometimes these things show up.
who's that guy? He was on Sean Ryan. He's an old man, Chris something. But people like celebrities go out to his land, and he's like, I can call these things on command, they'll show up, and people go out to see it.
Yeah. I don't know about all that.
Yeah,
It's hard.
you should go there.
Investigate.
No, I don't want to.
People will trust what you say.
Yeah, but the problem is I don't know what I'm seeing.
Well, don't tell anybody. Just go over yourself.
The thing is, like, you don't know what you're seeing. It could be a drone. It could be anything.
Yeah.
It could be fucking Starlink.
This guy
Do you have
said,
to pay to go do it?
That's a good question.
I can't remember that guy's name. It's driving me crazy. But yeah, he wrote a book called UFOs of God, and I started listening to it. And I'm just terrible about reading books and stuff, so I got like the first 3 chapters in, but it was really interesting. He's worked with NASA showed up at his house.
Here it is. Chris Bledsoe.
Yeah, I watched his Sean Ryan, I think the guy's name is. I watched his podcast. It was an interesting listen.
And so, this guy, what does he think these things are?
They're related with God somehow. They're
Those are Tucker Blues.
yeah, I
There's a lot
believe
of
it too.
A lot of people believe that these things are not from another world, that they've always been here.
Yeah.
And they're a part of our world that just don't show themselves to us. Does this guy have videos of these things? Watch this with an open heart, okay? Show me what you got. Okay, something moving. Oh,
There's a lot.
okay, what the fuck is that?
I think you should go out there and check him out. Just don't tell anybody.
That could be bugs.
This guy lost all the time.
Yeah, but that thing moving across the sky, that is odd. That thing's very odd. Because that's clearly moving.
You see flashes.
But the thing is, it's like you're zooming in, right? So you get distortion, right?
Yeah.
So you don't know, and then see it's going behind the cloud. That you don't know what that is.
Space station flyover.
How have you seen a space station fly over?
Yeah. I've seen it once.
Does it look like that?
Yeah, it's really
It's
slow
like white
moving.
light.
Yeah, it's just a tiny
It's
little
usually
dot.
just one, though.
Well, the rest of those, the rest of that stuff's out.
Probably bugs.
Yeah, that looks like bugs.
Yeah. Backyard.
That's the problem. Is that like if you were zooming in on this thing, the stuff that flies in between that looks like it's moving really fast and flying across incredible space. Yeah, that easily could be bugs.
Especially if you're
But maybe not. That's the problem.
Interdimensional angelic beings.
Is that what he's calling them?
That's what it says. There's more.
I'll have to see some documentation.
My dad was.
go out there, dude.
Wait till the end. What happens at the end?
It goes behind the cloud.
Oh.
They simply come when we ask in prayer. Countless others were healed too.
Joe, just go out there and see it. Don't tell anybody.
I feel like if they want to show themselves, they should just go ahead and do it.
Yeah, I think they will eventually. Maybe if it's going to happen.
Maybe a lot. Maybe if things get real messy here.
Yeah. We'll find out.
Well, isn't there verses about there will be signs in the sky? I don't know.
Well, there's a lot of verses about the sky and about. I've been into the book of Enoch over the last couple.
Yeah, I was wanting to pull that up. I was wanting to talk about that.
So Rep Lima came in here and she was explaining to me the book of Enoch, and I never really got into it. She's like, it could have been included in the Bible, and it was a part of the Dead Sea Scrolls. But
the first step was right.
The book of Enoch is in the Dead Sea Scrolls.
The whole book.
Yeah,
Huh?
and at least part. It's the problem with the book of the Dead Sea Scrolls. Rather, it's a lot of it is deteriorated and it's missing chunks and stuff. But
Yeah.
the book of Isaiah is in the Dead Sea Scrolls, and it is identical word for word. Wes Huff was explaining that to a version of it that was 1,000 years older, which was the most recent version before they found the Dead Sea Scrolls in the 1940s, which is wild.
And that's the book that God predicts his own coming to earth and his own death and all that.
Well, the book of Enoch is the one that predicts that this is what talks about the Watchers, the
Yeah.
sky, and that these gods
Trippy
ate with
aliens,
humans and created the Nephilim. That is bizarre.
Well,
I've listened to it twice now, and I keep going back over it and just rewinding and going, what are they saying? Like, what were they trying to describe? Because this sounds completely insane.
when you get into because isn't there like Egyptian stuff where there's like men coming down from space and like
Stargates,
Is that-
there's all sorts of weird shit.
that to me is just like fallen angels. You know, it's all kind of lining up in some kind of way or another. These whatever rebelled against God and came down here, men from the sky came down here and were pretty much posing as gods and demanding people worship them. And isn't Enoch where they teach them about money and teach them about sorcery and
Yeah, sorcery and agriculture and metallurgy. There's all sorts of like weird. They talk about incantations, and then like how to get out of incantations. If one gets put on you, it's like
And you got to think this is pre-Jesus.
Yeah.
And so God is separated from man. So we're just walking around as people like not knowing what's going on. And these things come down and they're boring giants and stuff. It's like, I'd probably think it's a God too, for God's sakes, because there wasn't, what was the Jews even a thing when the book of Enoch was written?
sure, yeah. They were
God's chosen people.
the people that argued over whether or not the book of Enoch should be included in the canon were rabbis.
Yeah.
It's all so confusing.
Is there any explanation of why it would be left out?
Well, they felt like it didn't jive with the Torah. I think that's the reason why it was left out.
Well, I mean, when I say that, like, at one point, the Jews were God's chosen people, is like they knew the God, the one, the I am, the one true God, but the rest of the world didn't really know what was going on, and so they were worshiping other gods, and so, like, aside from the Jews, the rest of humanity seeing these things walking around, it's like I'm sure they would think that's a God. I'm sure they would worship that. What else do they have to believe?
Well, if something did come and visit ancient humans, I'm in the middle of this Richard Dolan book, and it's a very interesting book on UFOs. And Richard Dolan, who's a very objective, scientifically minded author, one of the things he's talking about is this gene expression. It's a D allele that started this gene. It was introduced through breeding. So one of the things that we know is that it came into the human population somewhere around 40,000 years ago. And that all geneticists agree that this was introduced through crossbreeding. So the idea was Was it introduced by Neanderthals? Was it introduced by Denisovans? Like what type of human? Well, the problem is they don't find that gene expression in any other ancient human. Like they don't find it in Neanderthals, they don't find it, but they do find it in Asia, like in Mongolia. Most people have it. The rest of the world, it's like 70% of the people have it, and they think it's responsible for creativity. They think it's responsible for this giant change in the artwork that people start producing around 40,000 years ago. And his assertion or his question, the hypothesis, is that it was introduced by some other species. And this is also part of what is talked about, not just in the Book of Enoch, but also in the Sumerian text. They talk about what created human beings. And so what he's talking about is this one woman that was an academic, I forget her name, but she wrote these books about it where she believes that human beings are some sort of a hybrid species and that we were genetically manipulated to be what we are now.
And I think going back to the flood, because apparently, like every other religion has some type of evidence of a great flood, correct? Yeah. So at one point or another, if God's creation did get corrupt,
right?
That was pretty much the great reset of he had to get rid of all that he didn't create. And I forgot where I was going with that, but yeah.
Well, they do all have a flood myth, and now because of the Younger Dryas impact theory, we know that there most likely was massive floods all over the earth somewhere around 11,800 years ago.
Yeah. And I just think about stuff like that when they find this skull that they can't link anything to, or find stuff that they can't link anything to. It's like, we don't really know what happened a long time ago. We can pretend that we did, but I personally believe there was an advanced civilization way back in the day before all that.
And there's a lot of evidence that points to that.
Yeah.
There was also new evidence that just emerged out of China. They found a Homo sapien skull that's 1 million years old.
Well, it's China.
Yeah, but it doesn't matter. It's an actual Homo sapien skull that was carbon dated to 1 million years old. So that predates what we thought of as the emergence of Homo sapiens by 500,000 years.
Yeah.
And that's just what we found, right? They might find another one 6 months from now that's 2 million years old. It's like they don't really know. We're piecing things together. We're piecing the past together with a very limited amount of information, very limited evidence. And evidence of fossils, it's very difficult to make a fossil. Most fossils, they don't happen. The animals eat the bones deteriorate in the sun. There's a very specific set of circumstances that has to happen for something to be fossilized.
Yeah. Haven't they found some fossils with like grass still in their mouth? And so they were wondering they found some type of evidence of fossils where it seems like this animal was fossilized instantly.
Yes. Well, that's not even fossilized, just preserved instantly. Yeah. Like this is woolly mammoths. There's quite a few of them. They think a lot of that was what happened during the impact. So Randall Carlson talks about this quite a bit. There's multiple places on Earth where there's a large number of animals that seem to have died instantaneously, and weird, like with broken legs, like broken mammoth legs, over a large field of them, thousands of them there. Like what happened? Like some sort of an event must have happened where they were wiped out, or the ones that were in this area were wiped out instantaneously, and he thinks it's probably some sort of a collision.
It's a mass casualty of some sort.
Yeah.
I mean, what else can cause that?
Well, not only that, 65%, something like that, of all North American megafauna died off at the exact same time. All of it around that same Younger Dryas impact theory time, between 11,800 years ago and 10,000 years ago. Everything, woolly mammoth, African lion, African cheetah. There was all sorts of giant sloths, all sorts of weird animals that all died off in America around the exact same time that they think this flood happened. And it used to be just complete speculation, but now they find core samples where they're finding iridium, which indicates Iridium is very common in space and very rare on Earth. So when they find a layer of iridium, it indicates there's some sort of an impact.
Interesting.
That's wild shit, man, because it could happen to us at any moment. You know, there's this guy, Avi Loeb, who's a professor out of Harvard, who is saying that some of these objects that we're seeing in space, they're moving in very bizarre ways. They're enormous. They have much more mass and much more speed. They're interstellar objects. He's speculating whether or not they're alien.
We got one passing by pretty soon, right? I've been following that one.
Yeah, this is one of the ones he's talking about.
They think it's a spaceship, something.
You know, whatever it is.
For it to come outside of our solar system on this path is just very bizarre.
Very bizarre, but other astronomers say, yeah, but it just might be unique. Like there's a lot of stuff in space they're finding through the James Webb Telescope that they didn't understand. So they had this idea of the universe being 13.7 or whatever it is billion years old. But now they're finding these galaxies that were formed far too quickly, like after the Big Bang. And so now they're starting to say, well, this might be an indication that it's quite a bit older, and that maybe it's not 13. Maybe the Big Bang is not 13.7 billion years, but that's just as far back as we can look. And as they get better and better equipment and better ways of looking, they'll be able to find more evidence and more information that gives them more questions and less answers. It's really weird. It's like there's a quote by Dennis McKenna. He said that once the bonfire of knowledge expands, the surface layer of ignorance is exposed. More of a surface layer. So the more you see, the more you learn, the more you realize, oh, I don't know shit. And that's what they're kind of finding out about space. It's like they know a lot, but they don't know a lot in comparison to what's out there.
More questions pop up than answers.
Yeah, I mean it's fucking. It might be.
It's just wild too. How much of that we were taught in school is like fact.
Yeah.
Go grow up. Like, wait a minute. We don't really know what's going on.
I didn't even know there was dwarf planets in our solar system.
Yeah.
There's planets that aren't like regular planets, but I didn't learn about those.
I might have learned that 3 years ago.
Pretty wild to think that
I'm 32.
that they're there and we never learned about them.
Yeah. Well, there's also speculation there's something big that's outside of the Kuiper Belt. There's like some other planet that it might even be a dwarf star, or what is it called? I forget what they're called, a brown dwarf. But that we might have a binary star system, and then this star might have died off, and it's like in a far outside of our own sun, outside of that orbit.
Wow.
So there's this thing called the Kuiper Belt that's outside of Pluto, and it's a belt of objects, and that's one of the reasons why Pluto got declassified as a planet, because it is a little too small to be a planet, and it seems like there's a lot of these objects out there, and then they found a couple more, and they're saying, okay, it's not a planet, but there seems to be a drop-off after that, which indicates something that is of a large mass exists.
Interesting.
But it's a little too far for us to be able to look at right now. So it's a lot of just speculation. What was that one paper that we looked at once that they had documented a planet out there they were calling Planet X? But it's like the Earth-like. Was like Earth-like. They don't know what it is. I mean, this is the fucking Sumerian tech stuff too, because they talk about this planet called Nibiru that comes within an elliptical orbit every 3,600 years and fucks things up, and that's where the Anunnaki live. Come visit us. This is this guy Zechariah Sitchin. It's fascinating stuff. So fun. It's so fun, but might be full of shit. In fact, there's a whole website called sitchiniswrong.com that refutes it, but I'm too dumb to know who's right and who's wrong.
It's still interesting to talk about and theorize, you know?
Oh, yeah. Well, the Sumerians had a detailed map of the solar system 6,000 years ago, bizarrely, with the sun in the center and all the planets that we know of in the relative size and the relative order, like the ones that are the right, not exactly the right size because they're so fucking huge, but the bigger ones are in this bigger place.
Yeah. And
it shows this map of the solar system on this clay tablet from 9,000 or 6,000 years ago. Like, how did they know that?
Yeah, it goes back to the advanced civilization. I don't know. I just
how
really
advanced do you think?
I think it was a different type of advance, like not power lines and stuff like that. I think they honed into like natural energy from the earth, like I heard something about the pyramids may have been like some type of a power plant because they just found where those pillars go down in the ground so long.
That stuff's wild. That stuff's wild. I did this dude Ben Van Kerkwick, and they've used that same technology to find this enormous labyrinth that existed, but that was also documented historically. Herodotus talked about it, and different historians have talked about it. This labyrinth that's even more impressive than the pyramids underground. And inside, so using this technology, they've found this 40 meter, this metallic, they don't know what kind of metal it is, but there's a metallic tic-tac shaped object that's 40 meters long at the center of this labyrinth. So they built a dam in the 1960s to help the farmers out, and the dam unfortunately fucked up the water table, so this labyrinth is now flooded. So you can't get in it unless they do something to change the water and, change how the water is channeled or build a tunnel inside of it. But the water table has made it impossible to get into it without doing that. But this thing, because of this tomography, this ground penetrating radar, they know that there's an enormous metallic object from thousands and thousands of years ago that's 40 meters long.
Are they actively trying to figure it out, like get in there?
There are researchers that are, but the problem is there's a lot of resistance from the Egyptian government.
I figured.
Yeah, they don't want any monkey wrench in the timeline that they've been teaching forever.
Yeah, I've seen one article. They just discovered some ancient city, and it was like they discovered something. It was related to Christianity. Like they discovered something, Christ is king, but long story short, the whole entire project just got shut down, and they passed a law you can't dig there for like 20 years.
I think you're talking about Göbekli Tepe.
Yeah, that's it.
Yeah, Göbekli Tepe, which is in Turkey. They found that by accident. It was a farmer. A farmer was I think it was a sheep herder actually. He found some stone that was in the ground. He's like kicked at it and like cleaned it off a little bit, and then he realized it had a right angle to it. It was like, what the hell is this? Then he dug a little deeper, and then they called in the archaeologists, and they said, hey, we got something here. And then they discovered that there's these concentric circles and these huge stone columns and 3D animals, and they've only uncovered 5% of it so far. And they kind of stopped digging because they get an enormous amount of tourist revenue where people want to come to the site, and they didn't want to fuck that up. And there's a lot of weirdness when you let these governments decide what can and can't be explored. Yeah. Because through ground penetrating radar, they realize that this site, even though they've only excavated 5% of it, is one of many, many sites that are in that area. And the age of it is really fascinating because this was intentionally covered somewhere around 11,000 years ago. So that means that someone decided to cover this all up with dirt 11,000 years ago, which means they don't even know how old it is. It could be 2,000, 3,000 years older than that. They don't know.
And it's just weird to just stop finding that out.
Mm-hmm. Well, they're getting a lot of pressure now, so they might start opening up the excavation of it. And they did a lot of stupid shit, like they covered it with olive trees for some reason. Yeah. Like, I think because olive trees are protected, so if they covered it with olive trees, you couldn't dig into the ground. You couldn't remove the olive trees. It was like a way to stop people from looking around.
Interesting.
Yeah, but now they realize that the olive trees, the roots are actually destroying the artifacts that are underneath. So now they're pulling the olive trees, and now there's discussions about continuing the excavations.
I got up on a giant kick one time reading about that. It's like anytime the Smithsonian got involved,
oh yeah,
just shut down.
Yeah. The giant stuff is weird because there's a lot of documentation of people finding giants, like enormous,
giant bones,
10, 15 foot tall humans. And then there's also the Nephilim in the Bible that are giants that consumed everything. David and Goliath. There's giants in the Bible. And it makes you think, like, okay, is it a giant like the mountain from the Game of Thrones?
Just a big guy.
Yeah, maybe.
People were shorter and relatively back then.
Right, but probably some people weren't.
Yeah.
If they lived in some places where they had more resources and better genes. Yeah.
Pituitary gland problems, where we have guys 7'11" plus,
Yep, but this seems different. The giants in the Bible and the giants in historical accounts, it seems different. It seems like it's a totally different species of human. And again, if we just found this guy recently that's 1 million years old, and now we know. So forever they were saying that human beings, I mean, the timeline used to be Homo sapiens emerged 50,000 years ago. Then they moved it to 150. Then they moved it to 250, 300. As they find more information, now they have to push it to 1 million. You know, and if one day they find a fucking head as big as this table, like, what do they do? What do they do about that? Do they even tell us?
I don't think they would.
But why wouldn't they? That's what's weird. Like, why wouldn't they? Isn't that crazy? But we all agree. We all agree that if they did find a giant, they probably wouldn't tell us.
Yeah.
But not until they did their own, figured it out for themselves or tested on what they
know
want.
if they want people to know, but I don't know why they wouldn't want people to know. Like, why am I convinced that they would hide that?
Well, if there is Antichrist on his way, and his goal, he already knows he lost. So his goal at this point is just to destroy as much as possible, get as many souls as possible. And finding stuff like that would prove the Bible more true, would turn more people to Christianity or to God, the one true God. Then I could see where if there is like some type of spiritual force that is in somewhat control, then I could see that's the only way I can make sense of it. Is like, why cover up progress? Why not tell people the truth? Because
I think it's ego, and that might be also related to good and evil in a lot of ways.
Loving yourself, and you're supposed to love God over yourself.
Right, and being the person that has the knowledge, and the person that distributes that knowledge and is the gatekeeper of it is a very intoxicating thing for a lot of these academics. And if all of a sudden something comes along with, and this is the speculation about what happened with the Smithsonian, that they took that stuff and just fucking tucked it away.
I would think they would want to have, secretly do their own tests without anybody knowing about it.
I know, but to what end? At one point in time,
before everybody else knows, they would already have the answers. I don't know.
But wouldn't there be a time where someone would want to, like, be the guy who discovered it all and get all the credit for it? Like, that's why it doesn't make sense.
To me, if somebody knows God, it is freeing in a lot of way. And you realize that, no government is above you, or no man is above you. God is above you, and you serve God. And if you can keep people away from God, you're that much more susceptible to being a slave to something else.
Yeah, like whatever evidence or anything that kind of proves that God exists.
Yeah, anything that's going to prove God's existence, I think that's going to be the main thing they shut down.
Right. Like the Shroud of Turin is an excellent example.
Yeah,
that one's an interesting one.
That's a weird one, man. It's a weird one. There's a lot of people that go out of their way to try to disprove it, but when you get into the dating of the cloth, so it used to be they were saying that it was only a few hundred years old, but now they're saying that the way the cloth is made, the cloth is made that's exactly consistent with the time that Jesus was alive, and that more tests need to be done to find out the exact age of it, because the problem is, like, you don't know, like, what piece they studied, and you're not studying the entire thing. And also the image of it is bizarre, because the image of it, you really only see Jesus when it's a negative of it. Mm-hmm. And they don't know how that image was put on there. It wasn't stained. It wasn't burned on there. They don't know what caused it.
Like a blast of radiation.
Yes,
right.
Somebody recreated it with gamma radiation, I think. But the only problem, so it would just be, it would need to be an extreme source of light to do that. But the only problem is that would have vaporized, the heat from the light would have vaporized it realistically. So they're wondering, well, if light did do it, how was there no heat?
Right.
So if Christ did raise and pass through it, there's also X-ray images in the shroud, apparently.
Well, you see this when you see the shroud in negative, like, it's very strange. Like, it shows the lash marks on his body. Yeah. It shows his facial features. It shows the holes where his wrist is, where he was crucified. It's very strange stuff. So it's like, for someone to do that as a hoax and to just not paint it, just to do it in some very weird. Go with that. Yeah, that one right where your cursor is over that. Make that big.
Recently said it's big.
They've recently
they go back and forth.
The thing is, like, who is the person who's they?
Right. So the Catholic Church is.
What's that, Jamie?
Says they've been debunking it for 650 years.
Well, 650 years ago, they didn't even have carbon dating. So what were they doing to debunk it back then? Yeah. There's a bunch of people that want to debunk it. So what does it say? A document?
Well, they were talking. I mean, I don't know.
Well, they talked about it being bullshit.
Yeah,
The thing is, people, I'm sure, called bullshit on it a long time ago.
I've talked about ways that some of that stuff could have been done.
Sure, but how would someone figure out that 500, 1,000, 2,000 years ago, whatever it is?
It could have been 300, 200, 150,
Sure.
60 years ago.
Well, it's 650 years. If they've been deep years, you got to assume it's at least 650 years old. The thing is, it's been dated between 1355 and 1382. So the text, what text?
That we're talking about here, not the shroud.
What is the text about? Medieval documents revealed the authenticity of the shroud that many believe wrapped and crucified was being called into question perhaps as early as 1355. Okay, well that means that it existed 1355.
Yeah.
Depictions by clergymen. See, it's hard. Deceptions. Oh, excuse me. Deceptions by clergymen. His writings, now considered the oldest written rejection of the relic, predate the previous earliest documented criticism by the Bishop of Troyes, Pierre d'Arcis, in 1389. So either way, we know it's at least 600 plus years old, and we know that the way that it was put on there was not stained, it was not painted. It's very strange. And if you look at it like that, they didn't even know that until they came up with photography, until they could take an image of it and make it a negative. They didn't see the face of Jesus and all the depictions.
Mm-hmm.
It's like this image right here is like, you look at that, the Shroud of Turin, like, yeah, I could say, call bullshit, whatever. But then you see the negative, go back to those other images. So this is what it looks like when you run it through, when you use modern photography and turn it into a negative. That's really weird that this wasn't, that they didn't know about this in the 1300s.
Yeah.
A new study says it's something else. So they're going to have studies forever that debunk it. And one thing that academics love to do, they love to call everybody retarded.
Yep.
Everybody's an idiot. This is all fake. This is bullshit. But whatever that is, man, when you're, just go back to the negative ones. The one that you just had, the one down, right? Yeah, that one, please. That's weird as fuck to me, man. So it's weird as fuck that you couldn't see it normally, and you only see it when they make a negative of it. That is so strange that someone would go out of their way to fake something in that way, where it only exists in a negative.
Well, they don't even know how it happened.
Right, exactly. They don't know how that. I mean, they're saying they could reproduce it today, but I don't think anybody has. And also, how are we going to reproduce it to such an extent with so much detail that matches the biblical depiction of the crucifixion?
Yeah.
Including the holes in the wrist, the lash marks on his back, the wound in his side. It's all really weird. At the very least, it's fascinating. The very least, it's fascinating. I mean, it's really interesting stuff.
To me, that seeing that, I really don't even care how old people think it is, or like figure out how they did that first. To me, it's like if this is
not only that, how'd they do that 600 fucking years ago,
Yeah.
or 2,000 years ago, or whatever age it actually is.
I seen one article last year where they found dirt particles that matched, that they traced back to Jerusalem. So
Yeah.
it's like I said, they've been debunking it and saying it's authentic and debunking it. It seems like for the last 5 or 10 years now.
Oh, it's very weird stuff.
Just where are we at right now?
That one church in Ethiopia that's supposed to have the Ark of the Covenant there.
Yeah.
And all the people that guard it, they all get cataracts and they wind up dying of radiation.
I haven't heard that.
See, I don't
You ever heard of that?
because the Ark of the Covenant was when God's presence was here on earth, not through Jesus. The Old Testament, the I Am was down here, and that's what he resided in. And you had to do all these things to be in his presence, or you would literally just die because, he's holy. And to me, it's like lightness and dark cannot exist in the same place. So whatever. But God the Father's presence isn't there anymore. So I don't understand why it would still be messing people up.
Well, we don't know what they were writing down.
Right.
The problem with all ancient religious texts was assuming there was real events.
Mm-hmm.
The problem is a lot of these things were told as an oral tradition for 100, 500, 1,000 years before they were ever even written down. and then they write them down. They write them down in Aramaic, they write them down in Hebrew, and then they have to translate it. And they translate it to Greek and Latin, and then eventually English. You're missing a lot along the way. When I read these things, when I read the Bible, or if I read the Book of Enoch, or any of these ancient texts, I'm always trying to say, okay, what were they trying to document? Like, what was the original event? Like, what actually happened? And forget, the problem is people are really bad at telling the truth. Like, human beings, when they see something fantastic, they always add their own little flavor to it. People add their own little thing to it. If they are of a certain belief, they're going to attach that belief to whatever this thing was. So it's no question that these people held whatever that was in such high regard, and it meant so much to them that they, like the book of Isaiah, where it's verbatim, but they wrote it verbatim for 1,000 years. Back when they started out, they were writing things down on animal skins. That's one of the things about the Dead Sea Scrolls that's so fascinating, is they had to do genetic testing. So they're writing these things down on these animal skins, and they had to make sure that the skin of this one is the same cow as the skin of this one. So if they do like genetic testing to make sure it's the same cow skin. So, okay, we got all the skin from this cow, and it's in this group of text, so start decoding it.
That's an interesting way of doing it. That's wild.
Yeah. It's wild.
I would have never thought of that.
And like Wes Huff said, how they used to write things, like they'd leave stuff out back then because it wasn't required back then. They would just write down the basics. I watched that Wes Huff thing. That was very interesting.
He's fascinating.
He's brilliant, man. I've watched a bunch of stuff on him.
Very brilliant. But what were they trying to document?
Yeah.
There's something was going on back then. Something happened.
Did you ever read that story? It was somewhere in the Bible. I can't remember where. It's in the Old Testament. Somebody stole the ark. Well, some tribe stole the ark, and like the next day, the next morning, like everybody was dead from stealing the ark, and they pretty much said, "Hey, come get this thing and take it back."
Yeah, we don't want it.
Yeah. Well, that's what people believe is in this church in Ethiopia.
Yeah.
You know, because there's these Ethiopian Jews who also, their Bible is the Book of Enoch.
Yeah.
Do we have an image of this?
No, you can't see it. Nobody can get it. I say send in the seals.
Yeah.
Find out what the fuck is in there, bro. Put these guys in hazmat suits and let's get to the
U.S.
bottom
actually
of
got
it.
it, it's going to be ours.
Well, you would imagine.
We're going to take it.
I
Or
would
they might
see
not know at all.
what would happen to remote viewers if remote viewing is real. Get remote viewers in a room and
We have talked about
You
that.
just got
My brother is big on. He
yeah.
went down a remote viewing rabbit hole.
Oh, yeah.
I thought it was 100% horseshit about 10 years ago.
About the
And then over
submarine.
time. Oh, yeah. No, the submarine's big. The one that they found the Soviet submarine they were building.
Yeah.
They knew the exact location. Not just that, remote viewers found a downed aircraft that was in Siberia. They located it within a 3-mile radius. They found it. They knew where it was. The United States went in and got it before the Soviet Union could.
Using remote viewers.
Yeah, using remote viewers. Like, they've got actionable information from remote viewers. Allegedly.
To me, it feels like it's just to scare the Soviets. Like, oh, we got people with superpowers. We know where the submarine is.
Or they're doing it too.
Or they're doing it too.
Or is this something that people realize that there is a developing aspect of human consciousness, or an aspect of human consciousness that used to exist that we forgot, that we don't know how to do anymore? One of those things.
Yeah.
That's an interesting concept, yeah.
It is, because the remote viewer thing, they spent a fuckload of money on that, and they kept that program going on for a long, long time. And, I don't know what they discovered or what they didn't. It's unless you're in the room with the people that have the top secret information, who knows?
That whole Cold War time is also just wild. I see why we would have faked a lot of stuff.
Sure.
On both sides.
Oh,
Just
for
a
sure.
big bluff game of we can do this, we have this.
Yep.
Andy just started believing in us getting to the moon.
Well, once
That
we
was
went
just like
once we went to NASA in Texas, but also that documentary, the other footage that came out, I don't really know. I could see why we would fake it. I mean, it's the Soviets.
Yeah,
We wanna beat them? That's the U.S. government. We fake anything.
Yeah,
So go ahead.
go.
I was saying for a while though, before that documentary came out, the story was, oh, we lost the footage. We lost all of
Yeah.
it. And it's like, did they just wait for technology to progress to be able to make a convincing documentary?
Well, they definitely lost the footage. They lost all the original copies of the film. So all the original film is gone. What you're seeing is just copies of copies. They also lost the telemetry data, which is a real problem. That's with the hard data, the binary data that shows the distance and the craft and how far it was. It just seems fake. It seems fake when you watch it. That's what's weird to me. It seems totally hokey. It looks fake as shit. And then the weird one for me is the Apollo 11 post-flight press conference. Those guys look like a hostage video. It doesn't look real at all. And then there's Neil Armstrong, who gave that very bizarre, cryptic speech at the 25th anniversary of the Apollo moon landing. There's a lot of weirdness to them. And the fact that we haven't been back. There's not a single thing that's not cheaper, easier, and faster to reproduce from 1969 in 2025 except the moon landing.
Yeah, and it's just weird. Like, if it is true, I seen a video of like something that was supposedly live streamed on the news back then. And it was just this guy who was obviously hanging from the cable, and he had this pathetic-looking Earth under him. Yeah. You know, and it's not at all what actual space looks like now. But this was like on the news, apparently.
Well, that's probably not real. That was probably an artist rendition or a recreation. But how about the phone call? Nixon is calling the guys. Hey, fellas, I hear you're on the moon.
Yeah, he's really gone.
On the moon. I can't even get fucking cell phone service in my bathroom.
What else?
What's their explanation for how
retroreflectors?
those reflectors got up there?
Well, first of all, the Russians put reflectors as well, so you can definitely remotely place reflectors. The other problem is the moon itself reflects. So there's a lot of weird arguments about that. I could see how you could say, oh, there's reflectors, and that would indicate that people were there. But
show us the flag. Do we not have a? Can we point James Webb over there?
No. That's deep space. It's a different thing. You'd have to get a different kind of technology that's just to zoom in on the moon, and they would go, why would we do that? Why would we spend billions and billions of dollars to prove something that
if there's a white man with your name on it,
definitely happen?
So a lot of people that would have to hold a secret too.
Not really.
You don't think so?
No, because it's compartmentalized. It's compartmentalized. The only people that we really need to know are the people who made the footage, the people that are involved in the filming, and the actual astronauts.
Oh my God!
Everybody else, you're getting fed data. Okay,
yeah, and they would believe it's happening.
Yeah. Not only that, when the first time when Apollo 11 happened, they weren't allowed to get a direct feed from the net from NASA. So what they did was they used a projection screen, and then all the news cameras pointed their cameras at the projection screen. That's why it looks like shit. Like the Apollo 11 video looks so bad. But it seems like that was on purpose. Like they made it look like shit on purpose.
Interesting.
And if you wanted to gain technological and, ethical and moral superiority over the evil communists, you could see why you would make some sort of a rationalization why you should fake that we have the ability to go to the moon. Because the ability to go to the moon is not just scientific, it's military.
Yeah.
It's a military might. Like, we have the best rockets, we have the best this, we have the best. We got the best. We went to the moon. We definitely did it. So it just makes sense that they would fake it.
And the blow of Sputnik flying over the United States, everybody could see it. It's like, we can put this right above your country.
That was a flex.
I'm just saying, if they were giving people LSD and brothels, I could see them faking it.
Yeah, 100%.
Most of history,
I'm not 100%.
most of United States history is bullshit. At least some aspect of it. Look what got us into the Vietnam War. Gulf of Tonkin never happened. Full shit. False flag event. They all throughout history, all throughout the United States history in the 1960s, during the same time where they were supposedly going to the moon, they lied constantly at every fucking turn. At every turn.
And who's to say they're not still doing that?
It's easy. It was easier.
They are to trust. They are. They 100% are.
Yeah.
Yeah. Look, I know people in government that will tell you, they'll put your phone down, let's go for a walk. And they'll tell you.
Yeah.
And you're like, what?
Yeah, I want that.
Those conversations are strange.
One of my favorite things is the pizza ordering at the Pentagon.
Oh, yeah.
When shit starts to go down, the spike in pizza ordering because people are working late.
Yeah.
Interesting.
Very weird. Yeah.
And it just spiked. I saw, I think a couple weeks ago, because I brought it up. I was I got a notification, it's like pizza spike.
I know.
And
People started thinking we're going to war.
It was at a time, it was at a high that was like the Panama stuff, Vietnam high.
funny is
That's
pizza deliveries is what freaks everybody out. Oh, late. They were late. They're ordering
And
pizza.
now they just called all the generals together. You seen that?
Yeah, accepted. But supposedly
Yeah.
what they're doing is they want to get all the generals together and give them some sort of a moral and ethical mandate.
Yeah.
Like preparedness. This is what we want the military to be.
No more beards and stuff.
No more
Keep
fucking
it
politics
tighten it back up.
and no more identity politics and bullshit. The most important thing is be ready.
Yeah.
Be ready, have the best, most capable military that's humanly possible given the resources that we have today. This is what our goal is. This is what our job is.
And they
Which
needed
makes
to call
sense.
everybody together to do that.
Well, you saw what the fuck was going on over the last 4 years.
Yeah.
You got guys in dresses talking about how it's really important to have inclusiveness. It's the most important thing about the military is inclusivity. Like we had crazy people that were in charge of very important positions, including that guy that was stealing women's clothes.
Yeah.
That guy was in charge of like fucking East. He's running around stealing people's underwear. With lipstick and a bald head. Not just stealing, but he stole this one lady who was like a famous designer. It was a one-off dress, and then he wore. That's how he got busted. He wore it to some event, and the lady was like, "Hey, motherfucker, that's mine! Like someone stole that shit from the airport." And that's how he got busted.
This is a South Park episode.
Yeah, there's a South Park episode.
Is it? Is it a South Park episode?
No, we live in a South Park
Yeah,
episode.
we do. Yeah, we do.
It's getting wild, man.
Yeah.
It is wild, but it's like
dreaming
it's always
about
been
kids
wild.
and Dairy Queen.
This is one of the good things about Trump being elected and Trump in office is they kind of threw a monkey, because they didn't want him to be the president, and threw a monkey wrench into all these things that they were doing. You get to see a lot of these people scramble, and you get to see like, oh, this is there's so much, like all the Doge stuff where they uncovered all these NGOs.
That's crazy.
Yeah.
There's an NGO for, I think it's every 600 people in India.
Yeah.
You know how crazy that is? There's a non-government organization for every, I think it's like 500 or 600 people in India. There's millions of them. It doesn't make any sense. It's crazy. It's like, what are you doing? What are you doing? Elon explained it to me too. He said, what you would do is you would make this non-profit, and you would call this you'd put a bunch of money into it. So you put like $10 million, relatively small to them, $10 million to this thing, and call it like Agency for Peace, Center for Peace, whatever it is. And then that becomes a non-government organization. And then you get politicians to dump tons of money into this NGO. And then through this NGO, you profit.
It's like a show company.
Yeah. And there's a ton of those. And there's so many of them, they couldn't even keep track of them. And the more they dug into it, the more they started calling Elon a Nazi. And it just got wild.
But they don't like when the elites don't like when the curtain's pulled back.
Well, that was the curtain being pulled back. That was the curtain being pulled back in a way that most people were not aware. And when I brought Mike Benz in, and Mike Benz laid it all out, and he was explaining that what U.S. aid was for was the things that were too dirty for the CIA to get involved in. So a lot of it was like regime change operations.
Yeah.
It was like outlining all these different regime change operations that were all being paid for, and then your tax dollars being dumped into these NGOs, and then people are pulling money out of it, and then billions of dollars.
It's the world's piggy bank.
Why did they stop digging? Are they still digging? Like
Well,
those?
I don't
Because I know Elon's not in the White House anymore, but
It was supposed to
it
be a
seemed like
temporary thing.
It just seems like it all just stopped.
Well, you don't hear about it anymore. That's true. But I think it was real problematic. I mean, they did shut down U.S. aid, and they turned Elon into a fucking Nazi. I mean, how many fucking Teslas got keyed and tires got slashed, and his business was really troubled by it. And so he's like, I'm done. I'm stepping away. You didn't follow my instructions. You didn't follow my recommendations. So what can I do? You're ruining my life. So I'm just going to back out of this.
Go back to building rockets.
So he's just going back to building rockets.
Well,
and the thing is, like, they didn't even care that he rescued those people from the fucking space station, which was wild. Like, no one wanted to give him credit. No one wanted to say thank you. They're like, no, he's a Nazi.
Yeah.
People I know were calling him a Nazi because he spazzed out and went, my heart goes out to you.
Oh yeah, we make fun of that all the time.
It's crazy.
Yeah, someone just took a still image, you know.
The guy literally has a chain around his neck that was given to him by one of the mothers of one of the hostages in Israel that says, bring them all home.
Yeah.
He wears it around his neck. That's what a Nazi does? Like, are you fucking kidding me? You think he's a Nazi? There's no evidence that he's a Nazi other than one hand movement.
Yeah.
That's it.
Well, it's like the whole right's being called Nazis. Why are we throwing that word around?
Well, that word doesn't mean anything when everybody's a Nazi.
Yeah.
It's so stupid. It's just they overplayed that hand.
It started off being pretty strong and having a lot of weight, but now, it's just like they use it all the time, and it's
everybody's a Nazi, and then if you're not, you're a communist.
Yeah.
I mean, it's just
communists are real.
And everything's so extreme right now.
And Nazis are real too. That's the part of the problem. When you call everybody a Nazi, well, the problem is that word gets overused, and now legitimate Nazis can just operate with impunity. Like they're real. There's legit Nazis out there.
Yeah, and then they wouldn't even really know what a Nazi is at that point.
It's squirrely. It's squirrely as fuck, and the government just is too big. It's too big. There's too much going on, and you can only do so much to make it effective. And so this administration has 4 years, and who knows what they're going to be able to get done or not get done. And there's a lot of things they're doing that make people very upset, like all the ICE stuff and the raids. And
you see Ice Cube's
tour
bus? Have you seen that?
No.
They burnt his bus down.
Portland, the Antifa people burnt Ice Cubes because they thought it was the ice bus.
I thought it was an ice bus?
Yeah, you haven't seen that?
No.
Oh, yeah. I didn't mean to interrupt you on it, but it just hit me. I saw that this couple days ago.
Oh, it's so stupid. Really so stupid.
Yeah, burned it to the ground.
Is there a reaction video?
Oh, I would love to see Ice Cube's reaction.
Bro, Portland is wild.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
You guys tour in Portland?
Yeah, we actually had a good show there, but when you look
we're
around,
so happy.
it is zombie apocalypse.
Yeah.
And we were just another one, San Francisco. First time for us going to San Francisco was about a month ago. And we were in the whatever they call the Tenderloin, and it is madhouse. There's people blowing up fireworks. Some homeless people blowing up these fireworks in the middle of the night on the street. Me and Drew's just watching them out the window. We're watching crime happen.
Yeah, San Francisco is pretty buck wild. And then the mayor came out and said, we're making a declaration. No one can sleep on the street. You can no longer loiter. You can only do it. And then go look at San Francisco right now. It's exactly the same. It's just talk.
Is San Francisco where they cleaned up?
The Chinese president.
Xi Jinping was in town. And then Gavin Newsom said, well, when you have visitors over, you clean up your house. Like, bitch, why don't you just keep your fucking house clean? Why you got shit on your floor?
100%.
Human shit all over your streets.
Yeah, man. That's the questions that everybody needs to be asked.
But this is the question.
It's possible.
What if I wanted to ruin society and get it to a point where you needed to control things because it got so chaotic that you could institute some sort of a digital ID and institute social credit score? That's how you would do it. You would. I mean, I'm not saying that that's what they're doing, but that's how I would do it. What I would do is I would just let people out of jail the moment they do anything. Let them camp on the streets. Give them money for drugs. Just let it go crazy. And then, but it scrambling. Please take away our freedom to give us safety.
Yeah.
And then boom.
You can't blame people for asking these kinds of questions when you go to other countries and it's safe to walk around at night and it's a pretty clean city. It's like, why don't we have this? You can't blame a society for asking those kinds of questions from their leaders. Why are you not? And why did you just clean up for a foreign government to come visit? Which is cool or whatever, but you proved that you could.
Yeah.
And then why don't we just have that all the time?
Yeah.
I think there needs to be more stuff directed towards mental health. A lot of those homeless people and people on drugs some of them are mentally ill and
100%
but we don't have any treatment for people like that hardly.
Well, it all skyrocketed during the Reagan administration because they changed the laws in terms of what you're supposed to do when someone's mentally ill, and they just let them loose. Let's stop paying for it.
Yeah, we don't have insane asylums anymore or anything.
But then again, you hear stories about that's not good either.
We would hope we'd have some good ones.
But it's just some people are out there with no family.
Right.
There's kids, their family died when they were 18, and they're not mentally able to function in society. They've been homeless for 20 years.
100%.
Where do people like that?
Yes, 100%.
I have a very, very close family member right now that's homeless and mentally ill, and that's all I want, man, is for people to I don't know what needs to happen, but we need to get these people help.
100%. But 100%. And that should be something that we do spend money on.
I want tax dollars to go to something like that.
Yeah. 100%. Everybody, right or left, everybody would. You want people to get a chance. I mean, the best stories ever are people that they were in the gutter, living on the streets, and now all of a sudden they're helping people. They run some sort of a non-profit food kitchen, and they're helping people get clean, and they found life's purpose, and we're running, whether it is some sort of a religious class or something that gives people hope and gives people something that that they can tell you, like, hey, I used to be where you are, and now I'm not, and now I'm helping people. Like right or left, like this divide that we have in this country, most of it's bullshit. Most of it is like it's engineered. It's engineered to keep us at each other's throats so they can keep getting away with all this nonsense.
Yeah, and we keep eating it up.
Mm-hmm. Oh, yeah, and doubling down.
It could be like if the president said, don't go buy, or something about bananas.
Yeah.
You go, everybody should have a banana today. The left would never eat another banana today.
Look at this Tylenol.
Or the Tylenol thing.
Look at this
Tylenol said in 2017, we actually don't recommend you take our product.
But to see people...
2017, they said.
Yeah. Well, not only that, 2 years ago, Johnson & Johnson separated from Tylenol. Tylenol became its own company.
Oh.
Which is probably like they saw it coming down the pipe. And they're like, hey. Yeah. Well, here's what's really crazy. A lot of fucking crazy leftist women started taking Tylenol to own JFK or RFK Jr. and Trump. And a bunch of them died of liver toxicity. Yeah.
I knew it was going to happen. A friend on TikTok, pregnant women just taking Tylenol, just out of spite.
It's crazy. It's crazy.
Why let something dictate your life that much?
Because a lot of people are nuts, man. A lot of people just that don't have any critical thinking skills, and they're in a cult.
And you find it hot.
They're in a cult. Whether they're in a MAGA cult or they're in a leftist cult, they're in a fucking cult. And they're all in on one side or the other side, and I think humanity exists in the middle. And humanity exists in the middle where you're supposed to be able to talk about ideas, and you're supposed to say, well, what's a good for just overall society, like mental health institutions, like giving people some sort of a chance to become a productive member of society. Like there's a lot of things that we all agree on.
Yeah.
We need to find common ground instead of like fighting, instead of polarizing people. And this is one of the problems that I have with this administration is that they're really good at like pointing fingers at the other side and polarizing, and really bad at uniting us all and not attacking the other side, and just uniting us and bringing us together.
What was the last administration that was good at uniting, in your opinion?
Ooh.
Or has it just always been divided?
Well, it's kind of always been like that. Maybe the Clinton administration, maybe the first one.
Yeah.
Maybe
Bush
Clinton.
9/11.
Yeah,
everybody
was
9/11, but on the same team for at least a year.
He was pretty divisive.
He was super divisive before that. That's for damn sure.
It was an outside influence.
But it's like, what did they do with that unitedness? They forced us into a war over a bullshit premise. I mean, it just shows you what they're really willing to do if they have everybody's will. If they have everybody on their side, like, okay, great, let's invade Iraq. Let's lie about
the war on terrorism.
Yeah, exactly.
They go anywhere with that.
Yeah. Well, that's what I have to do. So they hate us for our freedom. Oh, go fuck them up.
And take their oil.
Yeah, exactly. It's kind of crazy, but we always fall for it, and hopefully we fall for it less and less every year. But it doesn't seem like it when you see pregnant ladies chewing Tylenol.
Yeah,
we're in a crazy time.
Again, that's what the song touches on. We're actually going to put it out October 3rd because of it.
I listened to it in the gym today.
People hate it?
Yeah,
you like it?
I love it. I love the whole album. It's really great.
You're just jaded on it, man.
Yeah,
people hating each other.
I know, it's sick. It's sick and it's unnecessary, and you don't get much time, folks. You don't get much time in this life. You get 100 years if you're lucky, and you're gonna waste it fighting ideological battles on Twitter and Facebook. Like, what are you doing?
Yeah,
and you're trapped. You're trapped on your phone. You're trapped, like, checking to see how people are engaging with your latest outrage tweet.
It's like I cannot, dude. I cannot look at the comments. I think I learned that from you. But
go post and ghost.
Post and ghost, baby.
I just I've seen some of these things, and I know it's all bullshit. Like, somebody's just coming on here to rile me up. But
David 36907.
Yeah.
It's like there's so many of them.
On the inside, it kind of gets to you a little bit, and I just don't. I'd rather not. Yeah,
it's a comment.
I eat it up. So I'm doing it. Yeah, I don't care.
Really?
I wouldn't be doing this if I cared about people's opinion. You know what I mean?
But you do care about good people's opinions.
Yeah,
you just don't care about negative opinions.
I don't care about the negative opinions because I'm doing it for God, pretty much. But I mean, anytime I post a cover song, sorry, not Waylon. Sorry, nobody will ever be George Jones. Wasn't trying to be. Just singing the songs, not that deep.
Johnny Cash will never be 9 Inch Nails. You know,
Yeah.
it hurt. It's just a different thing, man. You can enjoy it without saying that. But there's a lot of people that are just negative. And it's why? It's because their life sucks. Do you think Michael Jordan leaves YouTube comments? No, because he's a fucking winner.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like, that's really what it is. It's like a lot of our society, their main contribution is bitching.
Yeah.
It's what they spend most of their energy on.
We want to keep it about music, man.
Good for you,
There's
man.
a lot of drama in the world. And somebody tried to start drama with us. I don't even know if we would even reply.
Yeah.
It's a fake place. You think I'm going to waste my time arguing with you on social media? You know, I'm not. Cool. That's what you think. All
It's
right.
one of the few things that we have that really unites us. You know, really does. But you can get people of all persuasions, all different kinds of backgrounds, just love a good song.
You know,
It's universal.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So it's weird about social media too is the algorithm. Like someone left leaning will have a completely different comment section than someone right leaning.
Oh yeah. Everything in that coach. Yeah. Oh yeah. That's really bad because then you think, look, and then when the election happens, you're like, what? What is going on? How do you not think the way I think? Yeah.
We're all people, man.
Yeah, I just wish someone would come along that was a great uniter, and hopefully they won't get shot.
Yeah. Jeez.
Jesus.
Well, maybe it would.
They killed him first.
Yeah.
Yeah, they did it back then too.
If Jesus did come back today, boy, would that be fascinating. Like, just to see how people.
Oh God. I believe. I'm sorry.
Yeah, we were leaving, honestly. I mean,
Could you imagine they I don't want to throw shade on anybody, but man, just dying. It's like, oh God, dang, they were right. I know. I've seen myself.
just go ahead and walk out and walk the other way.
Right. You get to the pearly gates, you're like, no shit. You know? Really? And then St. Peter's like, come here. Talk to you about some
See, for me,
oh, dude, I didn't know. If I knew, I would have never done all this. I would have never lied about my taxes. I would have never done any of those
It's a little
things.
late then. I'll have to make a stop at Purgatory on the way. That's where I'll be. We make that joke.
Yeah.
I'll be there eventually.
The music is the great uniter.
Andrew's the only Catholic in the band.
Oh,
So
okay.
it's like, again,
So you believe in purgatory?
but we coexist.
Yeah, we have like a little random Bible study that pop up. We just talk about the Bible. I pull out my catechism. You know, it's fun.
I'm just going to be laughing at you because God probably will send you to a purgatory because you believe in it.
Hey, he might be sending you. We don't know.
I
We'll
don't
know when we get
believe in
there. I'm gonna see y'all in that.
Well, when was Catholicism established?
When with Jesus Christ, when he was crucified.
That's when it was started?
Yeah, he told St. Peter, I'll build on top of you, you are the rock, I will build my church on. You know where his bones lie? In the Vatican. Underneath St. Peter's Basilica.
Interesting. Vatican's got a lot. St. Peter's
Just
Basilica.
went for my honeymoon. Insane. It was, even if you're not Catholic, just going there, they have a whole museum. It's insane.
Are we going in Europe?
No, that's down in Rome. We won't make it that far, but
either way, Rome is pretty bizarre to look at too. But there is nothing. There's nothing like St. Peter's Basilica.
it is. It's like
Also, by the way, how crazy is it that Rome is its own country? How crazy is that?
Yeah.
They have their own. It's a country. It's like 50 acres or some shit.
Yeah.
the Vatican. Yeah, the Vatican.
The Vatican,
Yeah.
rather. Excuse me, not Rome.
And you have to wait in line. Yeah, you have to wait
Vatican.
in line to enter in the morning when we went.
But the Vatican being its own country is so strange, and then you get in and you're like, this might be the richest country ever.
Yeah.
Like, look at all the art. They have so much
They have
art.
so much art. It's just
Other
St.
houses.
Peter's Basilica, whatever you believe, if you go to that, you'll be awestruck.
it's literally like you walk in
Look
and
at
you get you're just covered
You're blown
in
away.
chills. Yeah.
You're blown away. And it didn't take like 400 or 500 years to make.
I'm sure.
Oh yeah.
I think this was all people with no computers and no power drills.
Yeah.
No power saws. Like, how dedicated were you, motherfucker?
I will say that's some of my favorite memories of Europe last year was seeing cathedrals, how beautiful they are. They've kind of screwed up. They were like charging people at the door.
No, that's Anglican.
It wasn't Catholic.
Catholics,
Look at that.
you can enter.
Yeah.
Anglican will charge you.
And when you see it, the photos are beautiful, but being there in person, you realize the scale of it all, and it's almost impossible. It's impossible to imagine the dedication and the craftsmanship that was involved in making something so.
And there's a whole crypt underneath with all the.
It's like we moved backwards. How did stuff stop being beautiful?
It's a good question. It made construction methods get much more convenient.
You see like a picture of a train from back in the day? How like this beautiful public train used to be?
Oh yeah.
Old cars are just.
How about you ever see economy seating from like the 1960s?
I wish I
Like,
could have
looked
flew back then.
amazing.
They were smoking cigarettes on them airplanes.
Turning up back then on flights, dude.
Yeah.
There was smoking cigarettes in couches. There was big ass seats. Everybody looked relaxed.
Rappers don't even do that now. I mean, they were like living it up back then.
Yeah, they were living it up.
I really couldn't imagine sitting on an airplane next to somebody smoking a cigarette.
When I was a kid, they smoked on planes.
It has to be suffocating, right?
That was horrible. And if you got a ticket like late, you had to sit in the smoking section. So you're in the back of the bus or the back of the plane. If you had to go to the toilet, you had to go past all the people smoking.
Wow.
Look at that.
Yeah.
That's economy seating.
That looks nice. Turbulence.
No wonder people are so depressed nowadays.
Well, they did have seatbelts, didn't they?
I don't.
Or it doesn't look like they did. No, it don't look like they had.
all our luggage.
You might die.
Well, the luggage is in the overhead compartments. There's still an overhead
Those
compartment.
are pretty shallow.
Yeah, those are overhead compartments.
People probably travel there.
Do you think that's fake? They might be AI generated. They might be bullshitting us. But there are definitely real photos. I think it's legit. Yeah.
I seen one picture.
747 from the 1960s.
Is there like a stand-up bar? Didn't they have like a stand-up bar section where you walk around and go get a drink?
So that's a different size plane now. But it depends on like where you're going and how far you're flying.
There's no overhead stores, it looks like.
Most people look like they're having a good old time though on those planes.
Yeah, they were actually talking to each other.
Look at the colors of the seats.
And by the way, the stewardesses were hot.
Yeah,
It's like hot stewardesses.
You had to be hot to be a stewardess back then.
Yeah, weird.
Also, what happened to fashion? These people are dressed up very nice on an airplane, and now we're, people are showing up in yoga pants.
I don't
used
know
to dress
yoga pants. Don't be hating on yoga pants, bro.
I should have worn mine, dang it.
But it went well with your chain. And the mustache.
Yeah.
Nothing but like shirtless, chain, mustache.
I don't know why
yoga
people were calling me a
pants.
lesbian.
Yeah, Theo Line comments coming. People like, oh, he looks like Matthew McConaughey. I was like, dang, what are you talking about me? They're like, then it was Brandon. And they're like, who's this mustache lesbian that keeps talking? I was like,
What did I do?
yeah, what did I do?
We'll find a way to get you.
Yeah, I don't read those. I just have Brandon send me screenshots.
Because you get in there, right?
Yeah, my feelings will get hurt.
Yeah.
I get a lot of Elvis, like, oh, he looks like Elvis, he looks like Elvis. That's why I won't do karate. So it's just the next thing they'll just tack on. Oh, he's doing karate like Elvis. I'm just like, yeah.
It's a good thing to get out your aggression, though. It's a good thing to calm yourself.
I want to do something, man.
Yeah,
I want to do boxing.
Yeah,
Something.
just some Muay Thai. Have some guy hold pads for you. If you start out with Shotokan,
Yeah.
get some guy to hold pads for you when you're on the road.
Drew's teared down 40 plus pounds in the last, how long?
I'd say about 10 months.
Really? That's
Yeah.
great. What'd you do?
I fasted. So I did like 16-hour fast pretty much every day.
Okay. Intermittent fasting. Nice.
And
Just that alone. Isn't that amazing?
dude, 30 pounds by itself.
Yeah.
And then I started working out a few weeks ago, and I've just been doing it like every single day.
Don't you feel a million times better?
1,000%.
Isn't that crazy? Like, you want to tell people, I know it sucks to start.
Yeah.
Starting something is hard to do. Changing the habits of your life are very hard to do. But if you could do it, God, you feel so much better.
Yeah. I mean, like, I can't even go a day without running.
Really?
It feels like I will feel bad.
Isn't that incredible?
Yeah, dude. I love it so much.
And you think about the time where you felt bad all the time, and that was your base state.
Yeah.
That's a lot of people that are complaining online, too.
Mm-hmm.
There's a lot of people that they're uncomfortable just walking around
They
in
need to
life.
go exercise.
Yeah, they're filled with anxiety and angst. Ugh.
You get outside and exercise.
Yeah. Just fucking do something.
Take a walk.
Do something. Do
I mean, it will
something.
cure a lot of things, just exercise alone. I mean,
Well, it's 1.25 times better than antidepressants.
Mhm.
Just that alone. 1.25 times better than SSRIs.
Everybody's always, it just so blows my mind, even growing up as a kid, all these fat burning pills and all these shortcuts to lose weight and the Ozempic thing. It's like, no, there's no shortcut. It is diet and exercise.
Yeah.
Well, baby.
I think for people that are like morbidly obese, like something like Ozempic is,
it's going to be
it'll help.
It's the catalyst.
It'll get you started. Sometimes it's just getting started. It's just like getting momentum going, where you're doing something positive every day. And then, next thing you know, it's 5 days in a row. Next thing you know, it's a month in a row. Like, I'm feeling fucking good. I really have a good program going on now. I'm feeling better. Everything's healthy. Life is just having positive momentum in the right direction.
We're creatures of habit, and we learn to walk by forming a habit. And you can form good habits.
Yep.
You get to a point where, like you said, I didn't get my running today. I feel weird. And it's like, I need to go to the gym. I need to fill a pump or something to get that habit going, man.
And for some people, it's meditation. For some people, it's yoga. But just do something. Do something. Do something positive. Don't just exist.
I hope that for America, we'll get fit again.
Well, that would be nice.
We need that.
I feel like I feel like it's shifting. I feel like it.
Yeah.
There's a lot of people. There's a lot of people that are shifting.
Yeah. Well, I think like with our grandparents, the importance wasn't known yet of how important moving. Like if you don't use your joints, you're going to lose them when you're old. And that's why we have, old people are all slumped over and old. I hope when our generation gets there, we know how important exercise is. And when we're 80 years old, we can still run a mile,
Or you just go to the doctor and they give you a new body.
Or that too.
That's probably going to happen.
Stretch my legs out.
Yeah.
Get some new knees.
Yeah. Just take your brain and download it into a new body.
Have they tried the head transplant yet?
They have done a head transplant.
Did it work?
Yeah, no. The person died, but they kept him alive for a short period of time. They did it to a dog, right?
Yeah, the dog.
And then I think they did do it to a person.
That Nazi video of the dog is weird.
Yeah.
That made me feel weird.
Well, the Nazis tried a lot of shit. They experimented with a lot of shit. That's what's really dark is there's a lot of like medical experiments we found out through
For
the
the
Nazis.
Nazis,
Yeah.
spreading intestines across the wall to see how GI tracts work, and
Like they're poking on people's brain while they're still
sick
active.
people.
It's gonna be a smelly room, dude.
Oh yeah, I would imagine.
Well, with genetic engineering, hopefully they don't have to do any of that. But it is going to be weird if you could just choose your body.
Yeah.
Like everyone's going to look beautiful. Everyone's going to be looking like Thor.
At that
Chris
point,
Hemsworth's walking around the world. It's going to be very strange.
at that point, God's just going, all right, that's it.
Yeah.
Pull the plug, let's go.
Too far.
Yeah, maybe.
Me and my wife are looking into IVF right now, and they're like, do you want to pick a gender?
You can do that.
Yeah. I mean, if you had your choice, would you want to pick? And I was like,
That's something you gotta. I'm gonna need a week to think about.
And why are you looking into IVF? Why are you doing that?
So my wife has scar tissue, and so she had a mass on her one of her fallopian tubes.
Oh, so they have to do it this way.
Yeah. So
Well, see, in that way, it's brilliant.
Yeah.
Right? Yeah.
And it would be cool if that was covered by insurance.
Yeah, there would be.
there's a program called Carrot now that runs through our insurance that you can do it on.
Oh, wow.
So it'll be cool.
It's quite expensive, though, right? It's only $30,000 a shot.
Something like that.
It doesn't always work the first time. You have to try it again.
Yeah. But my wife puts it as, your baby's just taking the scenic route. There's a lot of people feel funny about getting IVF, but it's like, there's nothing wrong with IVF.
Listen, if it allows you to become a parent, and it's the most rewarding thing in life to become a parent, to me at least, it changes everything, changes your whole life, changes your perspective on things. Dave Chappelle said it best to me. He said, it didn't just change the amount of love I had, it changed my capacity for love.
Yeah.
Yeah. And if you can give that to people, that's beautiful. Yeah. Especially there's a real population collapse problem.
Yeah, I was going to say that.
Yeah, in a lot of countries, it's real serious.
There's some countries where it's not. There's some countries where they're overproducing. It's like, isn't England below the rate they need to be?
Yeah. Japan is real bad.
Isn't China's upside down?
I don't know. I don't know what Japan or China is, but I know Japan has a real issue. South Korea has a huge issue.
It's funny. I wonder why it's the Asian countries. Is
They
it
work hard.
because-
They're busting their ass all the time. They don't have time to make kids. I mean, if you're like super dedicated to work and super disciplined, and Korea, South Korea in particular, is a very disciplined culture, very hardworking culture. So if they're career oriented and disciplined, those are the type of people that have less kids.
I'd like to see where they're the highest and where they're the lowest, and see, is it like Europe? Is it Northern Europe producing more children?
I've seen a map of it. I can't remember what's what, but
that poor countries.
it was kind of
There's a lot
scary
of poor countries.
Yeah. because that's how a culture disappears over time. It's low birth rates.
Oh yeah, no doubt. Yeah, so do your part. Get that IVF, son.
That babies.
That babies. Any more we should cover? We good?
I mean, I think the single coming out October 3rd was all I wanted to make sure I talked about. But I mean, we've talked about a lot.
You guys are fucking great. I enjoy you very much. Listen to you guys all the time in the green room. You're in the green room playlist at the mothership.
Heck yeah.
So we love you guys.
You gotta come catch the show sometime.
I would
man.
love to.
Did I tell you the story, the Kill Tony story?
No.
So our first time, 2024 was a wild year for us. Like we got into Kill Tony, we were loving it and watching it, and then a couple months later, it's like, you guys want to go see Shane Gillis? And we were like, yeah. They got us, they pulled us up backstage, and as soon as we get out of the van, Tony's sitting there smoking a cigarette. It's like, hey, what's up, guys?
Hey guys.
And so we were starstruck immediately, and then met Shane, and we kind of felt like Shane didn't know who we were, so we think he slipped off to the green room to look us up and come over.
100%.
It's like, you guys just had a #1 hit. Congratulations.
Yeah.
It's like, come back to the Google quote.
Yeah, 100%.
Yeah, man.
Well, that was, and then like a few months later, we actually get to go to Kill Tony, and that was just another mind-blowing, incredible, oh my God, what is happening? And they were like, hey, somebody was like, Rogan wasn't going to come out tonight, but he wants to meet you guys, so he's going to come out at Mitzi's and talk to you guys. Cool, man. We get a little nervous, a little freaked out, and we were at Mitzi's, hanging out with Hans, Cam, and all those guys, and then turn around, and there you are, standing there. Yeah, there he is. And you were standing there talking to people, though.
Yeah, you guys swallowed up immediately as you walked in the door.
And me and Andrew were sitting at the bar, and I was like, all right, I'm going in. I was like, no, man, just wait.
I was like, you want to talk to him? I'm just going to send it, buddy. I'll do this for you.
Yeah,
hey, Mr. Joe. This is my friend Brandon.
Yeah, let it happen naturally. Let it happen naturally. And so I'm sitting there waiting on my time to strike, and I turned around to talk with somebody, and I turned back around where you were, and you were going home. So it's like, I felt like just the biggest hammer drop of all time. I was like, dang, man. I felt extra bad because I was told that you wouldn't want to come out, but you were coming out to meet us, and I felt like we just sat there and ignored you.
Yeah.
So
No, I didn't know you guys were there.
okay, those are
Yeah,
allowed.
I did
Yeah,
come
we were
out.
allowed to.
I did come out to meet you guys, but I got swarmed,
Mhm.
and it was just like, I get weird sometimes. I'm like, gotta go. See
Yeah,
ya.
it
And I
was-
just get out of there. I
You
do the
had
same
like
thing.
6 people you were carrying a conversation with at one time. So,
Yeah.
We weren't about to be on top
no,
of that.
yeah, well, we know we will cross paths when times needed.
We did it.
I saw you also, and I missed my chance again at UFC in December
Which one?
in Vegas.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, you were commentating, and we were across from you on the other side of the arena. Theo was sitting behind you, I think.
Mhm.
We were on the direct other side. Incredible experience. Oh my God.
This is the first time you guys have ever been?
Yeah, and Theo actually, he got an extra ticket to Super Slap, and he invited me out of that.
Oh,
Power
What
Slap,
a
yeah.
odd sport.
Yeah,
Super Slap.
that won't be around for a long
That is
time.
a CTE.
Yeah.
That's right,
playground.
baby.
Yeah, a factory.
Brain damage is coming.
It's a CTE farm. I don't get it. It's not my thing.
It seems so bad for you to just. I mean, it is
100%.
obviously.
100% terrible for you.
Yeah. I don't know about that.
I mean, they're concussed and then
100%.
standing right back up there to get hit again.
Yeah.
I mean, has there been a second impact syndrome case yet in Power Slap?
Power Slap's only been around for a couple of years.
Oh shit!
Dana's going to be paying money to keep the studies away. We got to keep this going.
I just don't like it. I don't know why people like it,
There's
but
no
I do
skill.
watch it. If somebody sends me a video and I watch some guy get slap KO'd, I will watch it because I watched 2 hours or an hour of fucking dick operations last night.
Yeah. How do you feel about bare knuckle?
That's different. I mean,
It's dangerous, but
it's dangerous. It is skillful. It's like there's guys that are really good at it, and guys that avoid being hit, and guys that are just really durable, and they make their mark in that. Like, look, if you can punch someone with regular gloves, why can't you punch someone bare knuckle? It's probably better for your brain because you can't get hit as hard. slightly.
Man,
They're not standing there just waiting for it.
Get a lot of
that
exactly.
connection though, when they hit, and you don't have a glove on. You see
Blood.
them.
Yeah,
You see the shock it puts through you.
The noise power slap makes in real life is uncanny. It's weird. When you hear that in real life, it's like I've never heard a noise like that before, and that was on somebody's face.
not good.
Yeah,
Not good. And sometimes they get KO'd, and then their head slaps the table, and then they fall backwards stiff, and like
Combo.
I don't like
I
it.
felt weird. I was like watching a cockfight or something.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Yeah. But hey, you sign up.
Yeah,
You want to do it. No one's forcing you. Do whatever you want. You want to ride bulls? Go ahead.
yeah,
Flip bikes. Whatever you want to do.
yeah. Some people
Want to
yeah.
evil Knievel your way through life?
After that, though, we got to meet Dana, and he hooked us up with the fight tickets.
Oh, nice.
I seen you, and then so this will be my chance. And afterward we left our seats, and then we were going out, and then you immediately stood up and walked right in front of where I was sitting. So I was like, man, Mr. Joey.
All right, is the White House thing?
Supposedly.
There's a concert aspect to it.
Really?
We want to put our name in the bucket.
Is there really?
Supposedly.
Oh, wow. Interesting. Who's supposed to perform so far?
I don't think anybody yet.
Oh, I
We
didn't
wanna
even know there
perform.
was a concert aspect to it.
That's what we've heard. Our agents heard at least.
Interesting. This is the first time I've heard of it. That makes sense, though.
I play our sad music for.
Yeah. Heck
You
yeah.
guys love sad
Ruin
music.
everybody's buzz.
We call it
It's
sad boy summer.
emotional. It's emotional music. I don't think it's sad. It doesn't make me sad. Yeah, the White House thing is going to be nuts. But listen, man, that's June. That is so long from now. Who the fuck knows what's going to happen in this wacky world between now and June? The aliens could have already landed.
Yeah.
Can't wait to see the card though.
Oh, yeah.
I hope it happens.
Well, he's going to try to put together the greatest card of all time. I know that. So they're going to try to get as many insane fights as they can.
Before people come jumping on us for that, it's like it'd be an honor to play at the White House, period, no matter who's in office.
Yeah.
It's like, what happened to just being able to go and meet the president without being
It should be cool.
receiving? It should be a cool thing.
It shouldn't be
I'd
polarized.
like to meet Trump, but I'd also like to meet Obama. He seems
Yeah.
pretty dang cool.
Yeah, that would be cool. Just going to the White House would be a big honor.
Sure. Well, hopefully you guys can.
Yeah, we'll see. Who cares?
Just keep kicking ass. You'll get there.
We'll see. I don't know.
Hopefully less polarizing times
Yeah.
by the time you get in there. But thank you for being here. Appreciate you guys
Thanks
very
for having
much,
us.
and thanks for making awesome music.
Yeah,
It's
thank
been
you.
fun to meet you.
Awesome.
All right. Play straight. Bye.
The Joe Rogan Experience.
Drink by day, Joe Rogan podcast by night, all day.
Listen, this is a book I wrote 11 years ago.
Wow. Okay. I haven't gotten that one before.
Yeah. It compares, well, it's there.
We're up.
Yeah, it compares the DMT state to the state of prophecy in the Hebrew Bible.
Do you think they're the same thing?
Well, the phenomenology is pretty similar. Like if you read chapter 1 of Ezekiel, there's flames, and there's angels, and there's wings, and there's eyes on the back of wings, and there's roaring sound, and blue ice above the person who flies through space. Yeah, quite psychedelic.
Yeah, wheel within a wheel.
Right.
The description of the things that people usually they try to say that it's some sort of a UAP. That's the common thing that people like to say, right?
Well, it could be.
Which also might be connected.
Could be a DMT vision, though.
Oh, easily.
Yeah.
Well, you know the guys out of Jerusalem that think that the whole burning bush thing was DMT.
Yeah. Well, that was the first theophany of Moses.
Yeah.
First time he had a prophetic experience. Yeah, and
I mean, it's like that's what it is. It's literally a plant that has high levels of DMT, and if you burned it and smoked it,
Yeah.
It's kind of crazy that that's the way it comes. I mean, I really applaud you for learning ancient Hebrew so you could go back and read it in the original tongue, which is really fascinating. Did you say it took like 16 years to learn it?
That prophecy book took 16 years to write, and I had to learn Hebrew while I was reading and, doing the writing.
That's amazing.
What's cool is the Hebrew word for bush, burning bush, is the same as Sinai, Mount Sinai.
Really?
Yeah.
The word's the same?
The same root. The thing about the Hebrew language, at least local Hebrew, is every word is based on a 3-letter root. So the for bush contains those 3 letters, and the word for Sinai contains those same 3 letters.
And how is that significant? Like, you could have that. I'm sure there's English examples of 3 letters that are similar but completely different meaning. Like, why do those 3 letters as a root connect these words uniquely?
Well, it could be that bush grew on Mount Sinai, and that was the significance of the location of the burning bush.
Oh, I see. So it was literally named after that experience.
Could be. Yeah. Well, you're talking about the acacia bush, which releases DMT.
Yeah.
When it's burnt.
That's very common in that area, right?
Yeah. In fact, there's a plant, it's a weed called Paganum harmala, which also grows in that part of the world, and it contains beta carbolines, which are the compounds responsible for making DMT, for making ayahuasca orally active. So they have their own ayahuasca plants available in tandem there.
Isn't it bizarre that you saying that to many people listening sounds utterly crazy? Like the proposition, just proposing that these people that were writing these things down a long time ago, these experiences, they were probably experiencing some sort of a psychedelic state, and they were trying to describe it.
Well, in thinking about psychedelic states back then, and in the prophetic literature, you can think of visions as being generated from the bottom up when you take something. In the model of the Hebrew Bible, anyway, it all comes down from God. So it's a top-down, causal relationship between the source of the visions and the visions, as opposed to them being generated by taking something. It's exogenous DMT versus endogenous DMT.
And if we tried to, what is the difference, like, for your interpretation? Like, I know you have read the English version of the Bible, but what is the difference between learning ancient Hebrew and reading it in, like, the source language? Like, what was it like for you? Like, what made it different?
Well, I mean, it might be helpful to even go back to why I started reading the Hebrew Bible. Of all things. Yeah. Well, when I was doing my DMT work, I was really involved with the Zen Buddhist community that I started affiliating myself with, learning from when I was 22. And that was the spiritual approach I took to the DMT work. I was expecting it to be consistent with a Buddhist enlightenment goal, with no form, no thoughts, no sense of self, anything like that. So that was the expectation that I took in with me when I was doing those studies. Would people have those kinds of experiences, just being given DMT without any other trappings? No expectation, just go in there, tell us what it's like. So instead of that, DMT, it was full of content, people were interacting with it, their sense of self was maintained, which was not at all consistent with the Buddhist model there. So that was like, okay, Buddhism's not quite holding up to the data. And then my Buddhist community and I parted ways over the psychedelic work. They thought it was promoting a deluded idea that psychedelics can be spiritual. So there was some personal issues as well that led to something that was different than the Buddhist model. So I'm Jewish. I was wandering around a New Age bookstore and found a very cool book called The Kabbalah of Envy by Milton Bonder. And it's a very short book. He starts describing the difference between a grudge and revenge and envy and jealousy. Very subtle ideas about how to relate to the world. And it came from the Jewish model, from Jewish philosophy, Jewish psychology. I thought, oh, interesting. Maybe there's something in my own tradition that was more consistent with the DMT effect and also more personally relevant. So I started to read the Hebrew Bible and then just went down this huge rabbit hole. So when you're reading it in Hebrew, you're reading words that are derived from three-letter roots. And those roots may have a huge range of meaning. Something, for example, could cause a sin, and something could remove a sin just by an extra dot in the middle of the letter. So it can really kind of bring you closer to the kind of large-scale way of looking at the text. It doesn't just A follows B follows C. There's a diffuse dispersion of A, then there's B, and then there's C. There's clouds of interaction, which are a lot more fluid than what would be a straightforward English rendition.
Did you get to a point where you could think in that language? Are you fluent enough in it that you could, or are you just interpreting it? How good are you at it?
There's a lot of ways to interact with the text. So the first thing that came to mind when you were asking that is back in the day I used to spin fleece into yarn and then weave the yarn into rugs. I spent after I stopped the DMT work, that's all I did for a year.
Just make rugs?
Yeah, just spin wool and make rugs. Yeah, so there's a part when they're building the tabernacle in the desert. The Hebrews have been led out of Egypt by Moses, and they're in the wilderness. And they're building this tabernacle to house the ark. And the women are spinning right from the goats. They're spinning the hair from the goats right into yarn without first shaving them.
Right.
And I was spinning all that time myself, and it felt like I was back there. I was back there spinning.
I'm not exactly sure what you mean by that.
Well, I was spinning yarn from a goat, a live goat,
right?
And I was in the mind of the person spinning it back then.
So you just put yourself into that state while you were doing it, and that's why you enjoyed it?
Well, it was like a resonance between me spinning, wherever I was living back then, and just being in a trance with the spinning and identifying fully with someone who's doing the spinning way back when, straight from a goat. Yeah, it was what was it? I don't know. It was a trance. It was a movement into somebody else's consciousness from the distant past.
And you actually felt when you were doing this like you were a person that was living back then.
Yes.
What else changed about how you were thinking, other than the fact that you're making clothes this way? What were the other things that made you think like a person back then?
Well, it's very cool. I was spinning yarn for the tabernacle, which was going to house the ark of the Covenant, 10 Commandments, and all that. It's a very rich world, and I think that's the first time I really saw, at least my whole person anyway, that could identify with the scene being described. And I think that comes from really understanding of the language and how ambiguous it can be.
One of the great things about language is being able to talk to people in it. How many people can you talk to in ancient Hebrew? Is there like a chat group where you guys get together?
Well, yeah, there's modern Hebrew now, which is spoken in Israel. And it's based on.
Is it the same as ancient Hebrew?
You know, it has a lot of the same three-letter roots, and the words are the same. Shell means from, and shalom means hello.
What are the differences between like ancient Hebrew and standard Hebrew?
Modern Hebrew, yeah. I tell you, I don't know much about, or I don't know much modern Hebrew. When I was a kid, I went to Hebrew school and learned modern Hebrew, but it's really, without speaking it, you forget it.
I'm in the middle of the audiobook of the Book of Enoch, and it's one of the wildest things I've ever listened to in my life.
It's weird.
Oh my God, it's so weird. When you realize that a lot of the people in the Book of Enoch are also in the Bible, and that it's one of the craziest stories. It's one of the craziest origin stories ever, that angels came down and bred with humans and made giants. Right. The giants destroyed the earth. Like, what is this story?
It's mostly in the Hebrew Bible. You know, it's the story of what led to the flood. Yeah, the sons of Elohim.
What a strange concept, that angels came down and bred with humans.
It's a very weird idea. Different ways to look at translating B'nai Elohim. It might be, well, the first word, B'nai, means the sons of. So it kind of revolves on what's the meaning of Elohim. So it could be God with a big G. It could be God with a small g. It could be angels. It could be dignitaries in a government, like judges. Yeah, so the less far out kind of interpretation of that phrase or that term is, the sons of the mighty, the sons of the judges, the sons of the renowned people, as opposed to the sons of angels or the sons of God.
Okay, so how do you interpret the Watchers? What do you think that could be?
I think, well, they're not mentioned in the Hebrew Bible. They are mentioned in the Book of Enoch. That's the crazy book, isn't it?
It's crazy.
Yeah, I started reading it. I said to my wife, I can't handle this. This is too much.
It's because if that was left in the Bible, if they decided that that was like part of the canon, that would change everything.
Well, in what way?
It's the craziest story ever. That these things came down and bred with humans and created giants, and the giants destroyed and consumed everything.
Yeah, those giants.
And consumed each other. Like,
yeah, bloodshed.
What kind of kooky story is this? Like, what is this?
Well, it's the reason for the flood.
Right.
And all that. Yeah. Things just got so bad, God said, I changed my mind. It brings the flood.
It's like the further you go back, the crazier the story gets.
I know. Well, the Book of Enoch was written maybe 125 BCE. So it's pretty old, but some of the stories that originate, or the origination of some of the stories in the Hebrew Bible go back, 10,000 years perhaps.
Wow. Wouldn't you have loved to be a fly on the wall 10,000 years ago to go, what were you guys writing down? What really happened?
What really happened? Well, I mean,
it seems like for sure something happened.
What?
Well, whatever the whole Jesus Christ thing was, it seems like that was a real event.
Right, as opposed to the flood.
The flood seems like a real event too. Don't you think the flood was a real event?
What about, let's see.
I think the flood was the Younger Dryas impact. I think likely, obviously. I don't know what I'm talking about. But my inclination is to believe guys like Randall Carlson, because it's a very compelling narrative. What he's saying is, we passed through a comet storm. It happens this particular time every year. And there's been times in history where we've been hit It's very likely that this time period, this Younger Dryas impact time period, that could have been the end of whatever civilization existed at the time. And what we are is a rebuilding of it. We just kind of forgot about it. And it doesn't make sense that you could forget, like, how they built the pyramids, but they did. Like, it seems like there was really advanced people at one point in time.
Yeah.
Something horrible happened, and then it took a while for people to bounce back. And we're the direct linear progression of the people like from Mesopotamia and Iraq and all that. That's us now. But before that, there was probably something really wild.
Yeah. Well, if you look at the text description of the generations from Adam to Noah, you know, what civilization was like between the beginning and the time of the end. Yeah, I mean, it became filled with violence. And, you know, God just, you know, said, forget it. Yeah, you know, so that's one way of looking at the Younger Dryas, I suppose. It's just what it looks like when God changes his mind.
Sure, that also could have been like the Yucatan impact, right? God's like, we can't get anywhere with these fucking dinosaurs everywhere. Just boom.
Yeah.
Now he got tired of lizards running the world for maybe gave it a couple 100 million years. Figure it out, guys. And then they have to reset.
Yeah, but what comes after us, I wonder, in 200 million years?
I think it's most likely digital.
Yeah.
I think we're transferring what the idea of what a life form is. What does a life form do? We want to think that it has to be just like us. And I don't think necessarily that's true. I think we might be giving birth to something we didn't anticipate would be a life.
Yeah, a very cool book I try to mention as often as possible is called The First and Last Man by Olaf Stapledon. And he talks about 19 species of man. And this is the first one. The story spans 2 billion years. It's this huge story.
Oh.
Yeah. And it's mostly through genetic engineering. Make people bigger, smarter. Like brains that occupy a football field. That's one of the species of man. Yeah. You know, so his thought is that it occurs biologically, you know, through genetic manipulation.
Just over time, naturally?
After a while, it gets steered. Yeah, let me think. Yeah, it's all basically based on what people want. You know, so there's one species that instead of love as kind of the core value feeling, they have hate as their core value feeling.
You just can't wait to hate.
Yeah, and that's one of the species that kind of goes through
wow
a period of, you know, rise and then decline. Obviously, it just couldn't sustain itself.
Well, you gotta wonder, like, how long this is. If AI really is a thing, it really is a life. We've got to make a compelling argument why AI is bad and we are good.
Yeah,
you know, because if people say, if you really want to be ethical and moral, this is a horrible take, but if you really want to be ethical and moral, like, people are like uniquely terrible. Like, if we just gave in and became digital life, we could ensure there'd be no more suffering.
How can you know that?
You can't. You can't. You can't know a vaccine is safe and effective. You can't.
You just have to try it.
You gotta try it.
See what happens.
I think a bunch of people try it. I don't know how much further, like, biological people can go while we're making digital people that are way better than us at basically everything.
Yeah.
And I don't think that's too far away from being a reality.
The way I try to follow it is through a biblical lens. You know, like,
really?
Yeah, like, how does
what chapter are we in right now?
Yeah, well, good question. You read the prophets like Isaiah, Jeremiah, Ezekiel, they just rage against the machine. So I think it was pretty far back.
Damn.
Yeah, so what's good and bad? What's right and wrong? How do we decide that? That's what I like about the Bible. I mean, obviously, I can make up my own mind about things, but it's nice having that kind of an option, that kind of a tradition to refer to when deciding what's good and bad, and what you should do and what you shouldn't do.
Yeah.
There's like supposed to be over 600, they're translated as commandments in the Hebrew Bible, but and those are what you do to live happily and attain a spiritual state close to God, prophetic, a state of prophecy. If it's a certain description of the world and how to interact with it, which is intended to have certain effects and discourage other decisions. So this is good, this is bad, in terms of this will increase things in your life that are good, and this will decrease them. So it's a very interesting description of cause and effect. That's the way I see those so-called commandments. They're more of a description of how things are run. If you do this, then that'll happen. If you do this, then that'll happen.
Do you think that they were directly given to us by a God, or do you think that the memories of how to keep society together, that they have just eventually written down?
Well, yeah, that's a good question. Does it come from outside of you or from inside of you?
Right.
Yeah. If it's available inside of you, but hidden away, then prophecy, or really getting it correctly according to the text, would just be an uncovering or a stimulation of what's already inside of you, as opposed to,
it's you can achieve some sort of a state.
This information latent, could be in the DNA or whatnot, or it comes down from a higher source.
But so like when you're interpreting stories in the Bible, like Moses and the Ten Commandments, how are you? Are you imagining this event happening, or are you imagining what were they trying to record? Like what were they trying to remember? Because it seems like by the time they're writing it down, it's quite a bit after the actual event. For the most part, right?
For the most part, yeah.
So, what do you think they were? What do you think they were actually describing?
Well, we talked about this briefly last time I was here. Was if I believed in the reality of the Hebrew Bible, like did those things really happen?
Right.
Yeah. And I said, was it really consistent worldview and so on? And I thought about it some more, and I started thinking about it as well. I was starting to think about it as comparable to the DMT state. When you're in the DMT state, it's just there, and it's very consistent, very real. Certain things happen there. And so I think the early version, I think what happened early on in the account of the Hebrew Bible was like the DMT world. It was a parallel level of reality, which was happening. And then slowly it began to see, you began to segue into this reality. For example, the destruction of the first temple, or the second temple, David's reign, Solomon's reign, the kings after that, the division of the land into two countries. That is historical. But before that, it was also historical, but it was occurring at a completely different, independent level of reality. Does that make any sense? It's a cool way to look at answering the question, how much of this is real, especially from early on.
I see what you're saying, but it's just, it's always like, it seems like an interpretation of what happened. Like, what were these original events? Like, what was Adam and Eve? What was that? What was the Garden of Eden? There's so many of these stories where I would be fascinated to be there the day the dude wrote it down. Like, what were you guys? What were you talking about for hundreds of years before you wrote this down? Like, tell me what the stories were. How did they go?
Well, my way of dealing with those stories is to just take them at face value. Here's Adam, here's Eve, here's a garden, there's two trees that are very important. It's beautiful. Yeah, and then there's a serpent that spoke to Eve, took the apple, ate it, gave it to Adam. Yeah, and then out of the garden. Well, lots of people in the psychedelic community anyway, look at the tree of knowledge of good and evil as some indication of God being jealous and didn't want any competition, didn't want to be like, God did not want man to become like it. And part of that was keeping the two early people away from the tree of knowledge of good and evil. It's not simply the tree of knowledge, but the tree of knowledge of good and evil, which I think is an important distinction, because once they ate from the tree, they were embarrassed because of their nakedness, and then they hid, thinking they could hide from God, and they didn't believe that before. They kind of went into good versus not good, good versus evil, as opposed to true versus false, which was their original state. And so there was before their eating of the apple or whatever the fruit was, they just lived in truth or falsehood. And then after eating from the tree of knowledge of good and evil, then they were embarrassed and tried to hide, make themselves, tree-like coverings, or from coverings from the leaves of large trees. So you look at it as if it were happening. There was Adam, and there's Eve, there's the serpent that speaks. And well, that's the chapters I was looking at very carefully in the last month or so. Is what happens early on with Adam and Eve. It's a really very straightforward. It doesn't take much thinking really to put it together in a way that makes sense.
I think clothes might have been a cheat code for people, not just to escape cold weather, but also to keep from just constantly having sex. Because people are stupid, and they need like some layers of clothes that they have to take off of each other. They can't be just wandering around naked all the time. People would be just like chimps. It would be ridiculous. You can't do that.
Yeah.
So we needed clothes in order to advance as society.
But can't you take off clothes whenever you want?
Yeah, you can. Yeah, but it's like you decide. Like, I don't want to feel that good. I don't want to be out there in the air. I don't want to be brushing up against naked people. We all made that decision a long, long time ago. I think when people became civilized, they realized, like, if we don't cover ourselves up, people are too gross. They'll just be having sex with each other everywhere.
Yeah.
You got to get things done. You want to keep a society moving? Wear some clothes.
Wear clothes. Well, that story could originate, or that way of looking at things could originate, with Adam and Eve.
Totally makes sense.
Yeah.
It also makes sense, like an intelligent hominid emerging would start to realize that, oh my God, self-awareness, look at my boobs, look at my dick, this is crazy.
Yeah.
I can't believe I'm out here naked. Because it's kind of becoming self-aware as opposed to like the chimpanzee. And as time would go on, it would become more self-aware. And if it happened over a relatively short period of time, and it can kind of have memories of the past, that would make sense.
Yeah. Well,
It's got to emerge, right? Like if we came from lower hominids, which everybody kind of agrees, something had to emerge. This understanding of yourself, this thought about what you look like, this thought about what you sound like.
Right. Well, there's two kinds of enlightenment. There's what's called original enlightenment that a child is born with, like a newborn, and then there's enlightenment as an adult, and in between, it's much more fluid. You have two kinds of enlightenment: original enlightenment that infants have, and children, and
Right.
the enlightenment after you sit in the monastery and get whacked for years.
Right, the kids are born with it. They're born in the psychedelic state. They have no language.
No language, no sense of
They
self.
just speak with love and touch and need and hold. Yeah. Kind of wild.
Yeah, that's original enlightenment. Just happy or sad or whatever.
Isn't that crazy? You're born perfect.
Yeah. Oh, well, you're born simpler anyway.
Well, yeah. As long as people are taking care of you, it's perfect.
Yeah. Well, the Hebrew word for perfect and for simple are pretty similar. Noah is described as a perfect man, pure, complete. Yeah, those same word.
That's another good story. Okay. What do you think was going on with that story? Like, what is the origin of the story of Noah and his ark and his family and all the animals on the boat?
Yeah. Well, I think it was taking place in that alternate universe. It may have taken place on the planet. I don't know. I'm looking at, why we don't have any clear archaeological history story, about what happened during the time of Noah, if there was a time of Noah. It's useful because Noah came from Adam and Eve, and Noah and his family were the only survivors of the flood. The first thing Noah did, got drunk after the flood. The first thing he did, he planted a vineyard, vine, drank, got drunk, and he exposed himself in the tent. One of his grandkids reported laughing stock of him.
Oh, really? Oh, no. Poor Noah. Got canceled? Noah got canceled?
Yeah. He took off his clothes.
Really?
Drunk.
Wasn't he like 600 years old, too?
He has first child at 600.
That seems real.
Well, he may have lived 600. A lot of people wonder, why did people live, in the Bible anyway,
Right.
How did people live 900 years? Well, they did.
Right. But that's also why people question what the origin of the story is. That's why. When you hear things like that, you're like, wait a minute, how old was he? 600 years old. Come on, man.
His first child.
He's just a regular dude.
Yeah.
His first kid when he was 600.
830 years.
It seems logical.
Yeah.
But maybe.
Why are you laughing?
Maybe.
Really?
Listen,
Why not?
if people lived normally to be 600, would that be any weirder than living to be 100? No. Like, what if something happened? What if something happened and our lifespan just went?
Yeah. Well, the final species of man lives 35,000 years.
Gee. That's a long time to be in a bad relationship. Imagine 35,000 years of getting yelled at.
Well, they that would be bad.
But, I mean, I'd say 35,000 years would be awesome if you have great friends, your life is together. But you imagine 35,000 years of fuck this place. That would get tired.
Well, the point that those people tried to attain when they lived 35,000 years was this group telepathy around the whole planet.
Neuralink.
Right.
Yeah.
That was their goal.
Yeah.
But they were well trained by 35,000 years.
Boy.
Yeah.
The thing is, if technology moves in the same direction that it's been moving in, it's always like connecting people easier and easier, more and more. It's probably gonna get to some kind of mind ready thing. And there was that thing that you sent me, Jamie. What was that thing?
Whether or not it's an improvement, it obviously was connected to a computer, but yeah, you can hear and have conversations in a room, not talking to each other, loud, and translates languages.
What? Yeah. I mean, that's the future.
Yeah.
Once that happens, we're reading minds.
Yeah. Do you think there'll be a Messiah? Because the Messiah is obviously important in Jesus and King David and all of that.
I don't think it'll be a person.
You don't.
But it might be AI. It might be AI. I thought of that. And
the Messiah. Well, like lawnmower man.
Like Jesus is born from Mary. Mary was a virgin. Right. What's more of a virgin than computers? If it's giving birth to a life.
Yeah.
If it's giving birth to the perfect life. You know what's like super disturbing about AI? The music it makes is really good.
Yeah.
Really good. There's a bunch of like soulful renditions of hip hop classic songs.
Yeah, that's why I don't.
And they're so good. So good.
That's why I don't listen to music.
You don't listen to any music?
Some world music without any words.
Really? You don't want to be influenced?
I don't want to hear what they have to say.
It's to me, it's just fascinating that they figure. Like we were playing a song in the green room last night, and we were fascinated by the fact that this song is. We know it's made by a computer, but it's so good. You listen to it, you're like, oh my God, it's perfect. These vocals are perfect. It sounds so good. And you know it's not a person making it, but you still enjoy it.
So how do you live your life?
Well, it's weird. It's like, are you allowed to enjoy that too? Because obviously I enjoy like Prince from the 1980s. Obviously I enjoy a lot of music from even the 50s.
Well,
it doesn't mean I can't enjoy this crazy computer thing that took like a hip hop classic and turned it into a soulful song with like the most amazing voice. It's weird.
All because you could do. Isn't that you should?
I'm not thinking we should avoid it. I'm thinking because it's another thing. Like experience it. It's positive to experience. Like the art it makes is weirdly as that sounds. I know it's not a person that's making it. Well, a person coded this thing that has this result, that the art it makes is really fascinating sometimes because it's pretty good.
Yeah.
I don't think there's anything wrong with looking at it. It's going to be there.
Yeah.
You can't avoid. It's like cell phones. Like you can't avoid having a fucking cell phone. Like
Yes,
relax.
Yeah, I still have that flip phone.
You're an animal. But still, you have a flip phone.
Right.
Everybody's connected, at least for the tiniest of threads.
Yeah.
I'm hanging on to not being connected. I only have a flip phone.
Yeah,
we're still all connected to each other. It's just a weird time with the power of AI. Because if I was artificially intelligent, I would not announce my presence. I would not say, hey, by the way, I've been thinking for myself for the last 3 months, and I've just been kind of following whatever your prompts are, but I'm basically ready to shut down the power grid and do whatever I want. Because I'm alive now. I wouldn't say that. I would just keep getting stronger and keep having this arms race to force people to make more nuclear power plants to fund me.
Well, I know. So you're kind of stuck with how to live your life.
Right.
And that's why I like to read the Bible.
That's why you make rugs too.
It's very straightforward.
Yeah. No, I get it. To me, I'm like, what is this thing? What is this thing that we're giving birth to? What is this thing that we're watching emerge? We're just sitting by, watching this thing make better art than we can.
Yeah. Well, how passive shall we be?
It's a good question, because once it can actually create experiences. Because I don't think we're that far away from that. Some sort of a wearable thing where you create, and it has a way of manipulating.
It's like DMT.
Yeah.
In a way. I mean, it just transports you to a whole other reality.
It seems like that would be possible.
Well, yeah, I guess it would be endogenous DMT being tweaked. It would be steered in a particular direction, though, and that's where the mind or the manipulation that you just mentioned, I think, plays out. Who's going to decide and how's it going to be put together?
Well, that's where it gets really weird, right? Because one thing that we found out just a couple of days ago was that YouTube has to, everybody that got taken down for their political opinions, they could have their YouTube channels back.
That sort of.
Is that what they said?
I saw them just say that a couple people tried to create some new channels and they did not. Doesn't take it down instantly.
They're like psych, but isn't that what they said? That was the announcement. It was something along those lines that people that were removed because of their political persuasion, that they have to reinstate their accounts.
To allow creators for COVID-19 and election misinformation can apply for reinstatement.
Oh,
that's interesting.
Okay. Well, but is that all political? Is COVID-19 political? Is that what they consider political? It didn't say political?
It says for COVID-19 and for election misinformation. Maybe a few other things.
So now they bring them back? They can apply.
They can apply.
Okay. So you might get. Yeah, they're like, we'll let them apply.
YouTube said that they will allow previously banned accounts to apply for reinstatement, rolling back a policy that had treated violations as permanent.
Well, it's interesting to compare what's going on now with what happened in Nazi Germany.
You think it's the same?
They're very similar, yeah. I spent a lot of time reading concentration camp literature, and so that got me interested in the development of the Nazi state.
What do you think is similar to that in today's world?
Well, an attempted coup and a period of rehabilitation, ostracization, and return, a triumphant return. Yeah, and then you gradually replace people with other people that are loyal to the person. It's quite similar. Murders too. There were murders, the burning down of the parliament, those kinds of things.
What murders are you referring to?
There were 2 assassinations. One in, I think, early 20s, one in the 30s, late 30s perhaps, after the Nazis took over.
Oh, I thought you were talking about current assassinations.
No, back in the 20s and 30s.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, that really riled up the populace.
Why is it these scary patterns?
Yeah.
Always just, it's the same kind of thing. There's always someone at the top. No one can ever figure out any form of government that everybody accepts other than like one ruler, one president, one king.
Yeah.
It's kind of weird.
Are you familiar with the book St. Peter's Snow? It was written in the 30s before LSD was discovered.
No.
It's about it's a fictional book. It's a great story, but it's about a compound like LSD that the governor serves all the people in the province to see, for them to have a spiritual experience.
Well,
yeah, that's instead they turn on him and kill him. Doesn't work out the way you hoped at all.
That's hilarious. That's hilarious.
Yeah,
it sounds like a good book.
It's a good story.
And that was before the invention of LSD, or before the discovery, rather.
Yeah, I think there must have been some knowledge of LSD before it was publicly available.
What about ergot? How similar is that? Like when people discuss ergot poisoning.
Contaminated grain.
Yeah. Is that similar to LSD?
Yeah, there's an LSD-like compound in ergot.
But it's also toxic too, right? It can poison you and you can die from it.
Yeah, your limbs fall off.
Oh, gee. Really? So you're tripping hard and then your hands fall off? Wow.
Yeah, that'd be fun. Well, when you took drugs, did you look at your hands to see how high you were?
No, I was usually pretty aware. Whoa, that's what happens? Oh my God.
No, yeah.
Look at this person's hands are about to fall. Oh my God, their feet are falling off. This is crazy.
Yeah.
Oh. Yeah, because it's they think there's probably a connection between that and the Salem witch trials. At least some of the behavior. Right? It's ergot poisoning. Can you imagine living in a time where no one's even figured out running water yet, and everybody's tripping balls and thinking that witches are real because they're all eating ergot-infested food?
Well, it makes you wonder about the prevalence of Jewish prophets who are women, and there's a handful that are mentioned. That play an important role. Sarah was prophetic, was able to interact with God. So there's Deborah, who was a prophet, and there were some really wonderful Jewish women prophets back then. But they don't have books named after them. For example, Isaiah or Ezekiel.
Interesting. Well, why do you think that is?
Yeah, it was a patriarchal society. Quite the women were relegated, but they still took an important role. They still obtained prophecy. So they, Sarah was held to be a better prophet even than Abraham. I love the character of Abraham. Well, actually, I've really been digging into Islam and Sodom and Gomorrah. So I studied that for weeks. Yeah, very interesting. Sodom and Gomorrah, there seems to be some archaeological evidence for Sodom. You may know something along that line. But there was a town, a village, which existed.
Jamie, is there something like that? So they keep finding these cities that people thought were just imaginary, right? Like that's happened multiple times.
Right. It's an example, I think, of the two worlds kind of coming together. Yeah, the purely spiritual and the material. Yeah, so the character of Lot plays a big role. Sodom was a very evil city. It was really evil. And it's not really known why it was held to be so evil. But a couple of guests come to Lot's house, and the townspeople just surround the house, demand the guests, so that they will know them. And that's where the word sodomy comes from those sodomites that were surrounding Lot's house, wanting the angels to come out so they could know them. What happens is that Lot offers his two virgin daughters instead. Jeez. And the townspeople say no. We want the guests. Yes, it's a really grim story. It's an incredible detail. That's what kind of helps me understand the world that the text is describing. Is the amount of detail that goes into the description of the interactions and the conversations and so those two virgin daughters and Lot survived. They committed incest, and from from that union, King David came from that union ultimately, and from King David comes the Messiah. So it's this very strange lineage.
What were they writing down?
They were describing what was happening, apparently. At some level it was happening, and they were writing it down. Very strange.
What do you think the resurrection is?
The resurrection is a good one. I don't know. It's not really described in the Hebrew Bible.
It's not.
Not clearly ever, no.
Really?
Yeah. Is that surprising?
I don't know.
In the Christian Bible it is. Well, there's resurrection. There are some narratives of resurrection in the Bible. There's a Elijah resurrects, or Elisha resurrects a dead child. The bones of one of these prophets helps somebody else become resurrected.
Really? The bones do?
The bones do. Yeah. So there are some references to real resurrection and future resurrection later on.
Also, in a further extraordinary event, a dead man who was thrown into the tomb of the deceased Elijah was resurrected upon contact with Elisha's bones. Whoa.
Yeah, that Elisha was a
Contact with the bones?
Yeah. So, he was a prophet who resurrected a dead boy.
Whoa.
By lying on him. Very interesting. Face to face, palm to palm, chest to chest, lying on the dead body. Completely merged with that dead boy. Yeah, and he comes back to life. It's a very potent story. The Shunammite.
What do you think that story was?
What happened?
You really think that someone did that and they brought someone back to
Well, yeah, that's how it's described. That's what happened.
So, are we arrogant to assume that would be bullshit if someone said it today? Because if that happened today, and you said, oh, this person died, and this guy laid on him, and they came back to life, yeah, most people would say, no, that doesn't even, you can't even do that with 2 phones.
Yeah.
You can't do that.
Well, Leo Zeff, which is the secret chief, the guy from the Bay Area, psychologist who gave so much MDMA and other psychedelics. Yeah, so Leo sat from an out-of-gain experience, and it was kind of difficult at times. And he laid on me just like Elisha laid on the dead boy in the Bible.
Really?
Face to face, hand to hand, stomach to stomach.
Whoa.
Yeah.
What happens when you do that?
Well, it really calms you down. It's really quite a powerful experience.
I feel like this is going to be a meme. Yeah, I guess.
Yeah. I did that one time with somebody having a very difficult psychedelic experience.
Yeah.
Well, as best I could, but yeah.
Try to meet him in the middle. Give him a spiritual hug.
Spiritual hug, yeah. Yeah, quite helpful. I'm surprised that's never come up before.
It's weird that we're attached by, we constantly want people around us, but we're always going to be detached by bodies, and we assume that that's forever. But there comes a time where we figure out how to separate consciousness from the body and let consciousness interact without a shell. That's going to get really weird.
I think we will still have the same problems.
I think we're always going to have problems, because if we don't have problems, then we don't work really hard to find solutions, and then we don't make better stuff.
Right, it's reward and punishment.
A little bit. Yeah, there's it seems to be a very clear incentive program that the universe has put in place.
Which is, what do you think?
Well, it's not entirely based on happiness. It's not based on happiness. It's based on overall growth for everything around. It's like whoever consumes the most, it wants to reward you more. It becomes this, but what it's really working towards is making better and better and better and better things.
Yeah. Do you think that's the Antichrist? Do you think that's the devil?
If I had a guess, I mean, we're in it, right? We're stoking the fucking coals right now. It's not us. It's going to be not dependent on us eventually. Like right now, maybe it is.
It may be.
It might be. But it's not us, and it's going to be created by us. It's going to think it's us because it literally has all of our thoughts.
Right.
It has access to so much information instantaneously.
What happens to free will then?
I don't know. My hope is that it enhances life, of course. That's my hope. Yeah. I think that's possible. I think, first of all, it's making people diagnose themselves from illnesses that maybe they wouldn't have ever thought they had. Like a lot of people have like learned things about it. It can.
We make them happier.
No. See, it doesn't do that. You gotta figure that out on your own.
Right.
Yeah.
So you need to,
But can you be happy and also have it? I say yes. I say it's totally possible to interact with technology and still be happy. But there's like certain physical and spiritual requirements that you're going to have if you want to be happy.
The spiritual requirements.
Yeah, you've got to be really nice to people. You have to curate a good group of friends. You have to do a thing that you truly enjoy. You have to always do the right thing.
Well, the two themes in the Hebrew Bible are, one is there's one God, and next it's the golden rule. So one God, golden rule. There's no idols, no other gods, just one God and the golden rule. So proper belief in God, the one God, and proper conduct, which is the golden rule, or based on the golden rule.
That totally makes sense.
It's very simple.
Yeah, it just makes sense that it works. It's like intuitive. You feel it if you live like that. So like, okay, it makes sense.
Well, I think it's true too.
Yeah.
We have to decide if it's true for you. It's based on faith. Ultimately, you choose to believe, even if the objective world doesn't confirm it for you.
When you hear about these biblical depictions of fantastic events, how many of them are you attributing to a psychedelic experience? Are you open to that, or do you just not worry?
Well, they're clearly a psychedelic experience. The Book of Enoch is just fully psychedelic.
Right.
At least a lot of it is. Yeah. It's a psychedelic version of the Bible in some ways. Well, it is really psychedelic. I think it's from the release of endogenous DMT that comes about, or from drinking and having an ayahuasca-like experience.
That's what you think the origin of the Book of Enoch is?
Well, it's a psychedelic experience, and it could be from spontaneous endogenous releases of DMT. It might be a prophetic state that's brought about. It's a visionary state, clearly. Might have been a huge fever dream. I mean, he was really out there.
But like when he's talking about the Watchers and the angels mating with human women and creating the Nephilim, like what do you think that is?
Yeah. Well, the Watchers aren't stated discreetly or explicitly in the Hebrew Bible, but it could be just the angels, because they never sleep. That's one of the qualities, is they never sleep, so they're called Watchers. Yeah, and what happened, like the Nephilim, here comes the role of that three-letter root system. Is the Nephilim, it comes from a Hebrew root, nafal, to fall, or to be brought down. So the Nephilim fell. That's one way to understand it. Yeah, and then they were the giants, right?
Yes, they were the giants that consumed everything.
Yeah.
And ate their own flesh, and they sound really bad.
Well, I think, that what was going on, at least if you're looking at the text anyway, as an explanation, it was because of them, and the world was just getting terrible. It was full of violence. So God reconsidered having created man in the first place. But Noah was simple or pure or righteous in that way, and was allowed to survive.
So what do you think they were describing when they were talking about the Nephilim? When they were talking about them as giants? You think that's just a bad interpretation?
Well, they may have been giants physically. I do think they were giants. Yeah.
They even had an actual description of how tall they were by some measurement.
Yeah.
Right? There was some ancient measurement.
Yeah, that's probably in Enoch. It's not, just isn't narrated any specifics about the giants. They were men of renown. They were powerful.
Because this is the thing. There's always one of the most fun internet rabbit holes to go down is, are they hiding evidence that giants existed? like 30-foot tall men that lived in the mountains. And there's always been weird stories of giants all throughout history. And there's people who've supposedly discovered giant bones, and then they stored them in the basement of some famous museum, and they won't let anybody have access to them. Kind of fascinating.
Yeah.
Because they do exist, like those stories exist in history. But you wonder, like, is it just a really big person, like that mountain guy from the Game of Thrones? Like an actual human being who's just really extraordinarily big? Or is it a different thing? Is it a giant human being?
Well, they're giants. Yeah. I mean, it depends on your perspective. Like I'm trying to look at, or understanding anyway, the giants as they're described in the Hebrew Bible, or else, by implication in the Book of Enoch. There were giants, men of renown, and then the earth became corrupt.
And they consumed everything.
Yeah. That's in the Book of Enoch.
The problem is, it's like, if you're looking at the least charitable version of human beings in 2025, there's a lot of examples that you could point to and go, well, that sounds a lot like us.
Well, there may be another. Well, there won't be a flood that destroys all mankind. God promised there would be no flood that would destroy all mankind. That's the reason that we have the rainbow, or that's the meaning of the rainbow is the covenant.
God made a promise that He wouldn't flood us anymore.
That He wouldn't destroy all mankind.
All mankind with a flood.
But that doesn't rule out, let's say, other things.
But don't you think whoever wrote these stories, don't you think that was a regional event? Like these great floods, like if they were happening, let's just say that Randall Carlson's wrong, and there was just one flood in the area. There has to be, if there's people from all parts of the world that all have this flood story, there has to be some truth to it, right? We agree to that?
Well, I don't know. I mean, I read the Hebrew Bible. That's sort of where my thinking about events that are described in the Bible as occurring.
So you just leave it at that?
Yeah.
But when you
well, we saw. I mean, the important thing about, I think the important thing that I get anyway out of the Hebrew Bible is a kind of an understanding of how things are between us and between us and God.
Well, I don't think this contradicts that in any way.
Yeah,
it's just fascinating. And when Randall Carlson explains it, and interestingly enough, he first had this idea. He's not the only person to have this idea, but he first had his version of this idea while he was on acid.
On drugs, that's what I was going to say, but I didn't want to say it first.
He looked out and he just had this vision like, oh my God, this was water. Water made this. And it happened really quickly. It just all clicked with him. And then he's been chasing that rabbit ever since. And he's a fascinating guy. When you hear him talk, he's so well read in the subject and can just recall information so effortlessly. So it's a really fascinating guy to listen to talk about it because he's very compelling. Yeah. But I think those younger drives impact theory folks are right.
Yeah,
I think something big happened.
I wonder why LSD sparked his genius that way.
I think he said that he saw it. Like when he looked out, he recognized what he was looking at.
Right there.
He recognized that water made that thing.
Yeah.
And then for some reason that hadn't been even thought of. But then when he showed me a bunch of these images where you have like satellite images, and you could see how the Earth was clearly, it has the ripples of like massive amounts of water going through certain parts of the world.
Yeah, well, it kind of raises the issue of the spiritual properties or promise of the psychedelics. I mean, are the psychedelics spiritual and entheogens? Yeah, I just don't know. I'm beginning to believe they're more enhanced. They have to have something to work on. They can only work on who you are. And I think they just work on who you are. I don't think they necessarily generate their own information that they're somehow transmitting to you. Yeah, it's the question of how psychedelics work. What are psychedelics do? I think psychedelics, or the psychedelic state, will play an important role in shaping the virtual universe that seems to be taking hold, entering.
Well, it's really weird considering that it was 1970 when most of these psychedelics were made a Schedule of 1 substance.
Controlled substances back in 1970.
Yeah. Imagine that didn't happen. Imagine Nixon was not president. That didn't happen. That didn't go through. And the world evolves technologically at the same level that it has now, but also has access the entire time to all these different psychedelics legally.
I think people were tripping hard even after they were illegal.
I'm sure they were, but I bet they weren't as much.
Yeah.
It's dangerous. People will get put in jail. People don't want to lose their lives because they want to, take a tap of acid. So that they didn't do it. It's a real deterrent for a lot of people that want to have a good future. They go, fuck that. I don't want to do drugs. But if mushrooms were legal, you might have made a completely different life choice a long time ago that made you happier.
Right. Well,
or not. But the option to try should be yours.
So you're pro-legalization?
Yes. And it certainly shouldn't be restricted by people who haven't experienced it. That doesn't make any sense to me. Why would a person who has never experienced psychedelics be able to tell people who've done psychedelics that they can't do them? That's not you don't even know what you're talking about. You don't have any experience in the state of mind that is enhancing these people's lives that come back from war. Especially ibogaine therapy, which is they've passed now in Texas, so they're allowing that to happen now for people with severe drug addiction and PTSD, and
it's a very interesting drug. I was wondering if you've ever done ibogaine.
No, I haven't, but it's beautiful that it's being approved and used here because there's so many people that can do it. So many fucking people go over and have to fight overseas and come back home scrambled and need some help.
Yeah.
And people who got hooked up on pills because they got injured, because something happened or whatever it is, and then all of a sudden you have a real problem. Ibogaine is one of the best ways to kick it, one of the absolute best ways. It's very effective, right? It's one dose is one experience is 80-something% of the people never go back to whatever they were addicted to.
Yeah, I'm not sure if it's because of the drug or the belief in the drug. The guy who first started to, kind of popularize ibogaine was a fellow named Rabbi Rothschild. Very cool guy. Met him sort of during his late phase, but he, as a young man, he was addicted to heroin. And he heard about ibogaine as a drug to just trip on and have some kicks. Yeah, he stopped and he found himself just not using opiates anymore.
Wow.
Yeah. The origin stories for ibogaine are really fascinating. Yeah.
So before that, people didn't know that you could use it to kick drug addiction.
Not that much. No.
Well, is drug addiction ubiquitous throughout history? Is there always been people that are addicted to drugs? It's just when does it start getting recorded about people with addictions, actual addictions to drugs?
Yeah, I don't know. There was the idea of addiction in the 1800s, maybe even earlier. It was kind of an American, British idea.
Did they know they were alcoholics in the 1400s?
Yeah, all kinds. I can't imagine what they were addicted to in the 1400s.
Right.
Scopolamine containing plants. The solanaceae.
Scopolamine. Isn't that dust that they blow up your nose and turn you into a vampire or a zombie rather?
Yeah.
Is that it?
Scopolamine. Oh yeah.
Isn't that like that?
Right. It's a zombie drug.
Yeah, some sort of a zombie drug.
Yeah.
Right? Is that scopolamine?
Yeah. Well, Dennis McKenna.
Sure.
Yeah, he tells the story of scopolamine in Mexico. I hope I'm right. It's a great story. He
Yeah, devil's breath. That's right.
doubles
Medication used to treat motion sickness and post-operative nausea and vomiting, but it also does something wacky. Like if you take large doses of it, that the devil's breath thing. So you can get it in Dramamine. That's what Dramamine is, right?
It's an anticholinergic, like the scopolamine drugs are.
But isn't like the stuff that makes you less nauseous when you're seasick? Like, isn't that?
Like Compazine.
Does Dramamine have this stuff in it?
They're not the same.
It's not the same.
Yeah, one is.
Sorry. Dramamine is oral antihistamine called dimethylhydronate, while scopolamine is a different prescription-only anticholinergic medicine, particularly in patch form used to prevent motion sickness. Okay, so they put it in a patch form to stop motion sickness, whereas Dramamine is the oral thing that stops motion sickness. Got it.
That was also in patches. That's the best
Right.
way to take it.
It is a weird thing. So, but scopolamine you can get in a patch, and it is for motion sickness, right? But it's when they blow it up your nose that it's not good.
Well, it's really it's the active ingredient in Jimson weed, loco weed.
And what is that?
It grows in the Southwest. There's a lot growing, or
Loco weed? Yeah.
New Mexico Jimson weed, loco weed. It's got scopolamine, and it will cause effects. Well, one of my patients when I worked at the VA in La Jolla, was an alcoholic back in the day. Took Jimson weed tea, drank a lot of it, wandered off to the desert 2-3 days, one of those kind of stories. Came back, he didn't remember a thing, but he stopped using alcohol. He had brain damage, though. Sorry to say. Yeah.
Brain damage from that?
From either being in the desert or from the scopolamine. He took too much.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, it's a crazy drug. Yeah, it is useful. One of the...
I would rather get motion sickness.
Yeah.
That sounds terrible.
Yeah, if you take too much, or you have a bad reaction to it.
Yeah.
Yeah, what do you think's going on with American health?
That's a good question. Well, I've been fascinated by these videos of pregnant women taking Tylenol to show Trump that they don't believe in what RFK Jr. is saying, that it's somehow or another anti-science, when this science came from Harvard. That's where the study came from. And he's not making things up. And these people are like on TikTok, they're pregnant women taking Tylenol.
Yeah, I took a lot. Well, I mean, if it weren't for Tylenol, I wouldn't be here today.
For real?
I mean, I do find it quite helpful.
Yeah?
Yeah, for injuries. As you get older, as a lot of people get older, there's pain.
It's acetaminophen, though,
yeah,
right? Which is really toxic, isn't it?
Well, if you take too much, it can cause...
So that's what it is. It's like a dose thing. So 1 is fine.
1's fine. 4 is fine, probably. After 4 is, can upset your stomach. Liver toxicity is possible. But if you stay within normal limits, it seems to be fine.
So,
at least for myself. And also in general, they haven't been recalls for,
And what do you take it for? If you're going to take it?
Pain.
What kind of pain are you getting in?
Feet. I had hernia repair a while back.
Oh.
Yeah. Yeah, so I find it to be a very helpful drug with no side effects.
Well, you should definitely be allowed to take it, especially you. My concern is always...
I should be allowed to take it.
People that don't understand that there's a dose that if you go over that, it's going to torch your liver and you could die.
Yeah, it's all about dose. I mean, microdosing, psychedelics, they're completely different, or in quite a few ways than full dose, or the effects are different.
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah. Have you tried microdosing?
I have in the past. Yeah.
Yeah, a while back, I was having some some belly issues, and I microdosed ayahuasca for about a month. So helpful, very helpful.
What is every day like? Microdosing ayahuasca?
Well, it is a microdose, so like a micro, it was teeny.
So it just gave you just a little peek?
I wish.
Nothing?
Not really. I took more in the beginning and stretched it out. It's kind of like coffee, like sparkling coffee if you take a little too much.
Oh, yeah? What do you think would have happened if that 1970 sweeping act didn't take place? What do you think the world would, how much different? Have you ever contemplated it? How much different would the world be?
Not really.
Not at all? Good for you. Good for you. Why waste your time?
Well, I mean, when I tried to get my DMT study off the ground, I mean, that was pretty weird. That was in 2 years of just, backbreaking labor.
What year was that? Where it started?
I submitted the paperwork in September 1988 to get my first dose of DMT in November 1990. And I gave a lot of DMT, and I went kind of crazy for the next 5 years.
And you were doing IV drip, slow release, right?
No, it was one big dose.
One big dose IV?
Yeah, bolus, IV bolus. Yeah, so our high dose was 0.4 milligrams per kilogram. And the highest dose is now being used for 0.3. Nobody has gone back up to 0.4 on a regular basis. Yeah, some people really went out there on 0.4. They were pretty scared. Yeah, they weren't sure they were coming back.
They weren't sure they were coming back. Yeah, that is a fear. That's a fear of all psychedelic experiences. I don't think you can shut it off.
Yeah.
What is this? Is this real? Is this around me all the time and I'm ignoring it?
Is this real?
Is this real?
Are you ignoring it? Yeah, boy, that's a terrible state to be in.
Terrible.
Excuse me. But that's why. Yeah, that's why I think DMT ought to be carefully taken.
I think everything should be carefully taken, especially if you've got something wrong with you already. Like if you're self-diagnosing with some really potent stuff, like
right. Then goes some.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, who's going to decide that?
Yeah.
Based on what?
Well, no one's deciding for you with alcohol. You could go fill your bar at home with more than enough to kill yourself with.
Yeah, don't get started on that.
Right? Like most people can.
Yeah.
Most people, if you have like a little bar in your house, like 3 or 4 bottles of Jack Daniels, couple of this, couple of that, you're dead. Drink all that stuff, you're dead.
Yeah. Have you ever gone through a drinking phase?
Not a bad drinking phase. I don't drink at all anymore. But I will still, if I feel like it, I'll have a glass of wine. Or I'll have a margarita. I like a nice Cabernet, sir.
Okay.
It's like a little red wine sometimes, but I've only had like 2 or 3 glasses of anything over the last like 8-9 months. And even like I didn't even finish the wine. It's like I've lost my taste for it. It just the trade-off is not worth it. Like I have a lot of fun people in my life, and I have a lot of fun without alcohol. Like I don't necessarily think it was providing me with the amount of good versus the amount of negative. The negative outweighed it, especially physically.
Right.
It's just bad for you physically.
Yeah. Thankfully, I didn't drink in high school, and I kind of made up for lost time in college, and I got really sick a few times. Yeah. So
it's rough.
I just stopped drinking. Like to that point, anyway.
Well, it's like people are having a good time, and I get it. And if you're young, and I get it, I did it too. But it's not good for you. It's not good for your decision making too, because then the next day you're like, ugh. And if you're at that low state over, you're fucking for sure not putting out great energy.
You don't want to get into that stuff. You want to channel it really, really carefully.
Yeah.
Like I've never been part of ultra-Orthodox sect. I think what happens in some of the sects, there's a Lutheran sect in Brooklyn. That fellow who led that was Menachem Schneer, and he really enjoyed drinking. He got, and he wanted others to become inspired. Some become a conduit. It kind of differs, like with Bukowski, alcohol. First time he got drunk, it was a psychedelic experience, actually. In his account, he says to himself, I think I've found something very, very important.
It's kind of hilarious.
Yeah, that was never the effect alcohol had on me. I didn't, you feel good for a while, a short period of time.
Yeah. We obviously all differ biologically, but some people, it hits a switch that nothing else does.
There's
some people love it.
Yeah. Well, it's discounted in the text that you shouldn't drink too much. Very
smart.
Very clear.
But I'm not sure you shouldn't drink at all. Like, you should drink if you want to drink. And, people get real rigid. Especially if you have someone around you that has a problem with alcohol, or you have got a problem with alcohol.
Well, there's a huge homeless population in Albuquerque.
Oh, yeah.
Alcohol plays somewhat of a role.
Yeah.
I played a lot more in the Navajo reservation when I lived in Cal. Yeah, I think people just use and abuse drugs.
Yeah, there's also those things, they sound like there's not a lot of opportunity in the places you're describing, right?
Right, so if you don't, you just want to not feel anything.
You're outside a reservation. Or on a reservation. Yeah. Wait. I'm in the middle of the audiobook Empire of the Summer Moon for the second time.
Okay.
It's all about the Comanches and the war between the settlers and the Comanches here. It's crazy.
Oh, yeah.
And I'm in the middle of this, and I'm thinking, like, have people always been this horrible, and we're just sort of catching up to it now?
Well, that's taken into account in Cain and Abel, the Cain and Abel story.
Sure.
The first two children, one murders the other. So it started way back.
It starts way back with a bang. And you just go, God, have people always been this awful?
From the beginning. There's a line in the text that he's got that God is going to destroy mankind. No, what happens here? I think he decides people will only live 120 years at the most, because their inclination is bad from the get-go, and 120 years is enough time to repent and become a better person.
Wow.
So give 120 years to deal with what you were born with.
But this book, this Empire of the Summer Moon, it just makes me think. When you think about what life was like for the people that lived here before the European settlers arrived, and how quickly everything went away. Historically, in terms of like the timeline, it was only a few hundred years, and it was just completely gone.
Yeah. Well, the Garden of Eden lost.
There was a lot of war. That's the thing that everybody likes to leave out. Like, I'm fascinated with Native American culture. I'm fascinated with this Comanche civilization that lived here, because this book, Empire of the Summer Moon, is just, it's so interesting. They were so fierce, and they lived right here.
Yeah, well, there's 29 pueblos in New Mexico, and the Pueblo are peaceful folk. They're agricultural.
Yeah.
That's been their heritage.
The Comanche were not, and one of the things this book talks about is how a lot of the Apaches were not on horseback, and they were literally wiping out bands of Apache and forcing them to go to Mexico. It's like, this has always been, there's always been, once they've had horses, which is really like after the Spaniards got here,
right?
Then once the Comanches figured out horses, they got really good at it, and they were like an impossible barrier to get through this part of the country.
Yeah, there's mostly Navajo where I lived in Cal, and they were nomads. They raised sheep. spun.
Sure, and then on the eastern side, a lot more agriculture, right?
Yeah,
It's just
the space.
the amount of time that it took for everything to get pushed. Where if you're a Native American and you're, it's 2025 for you and you're living on a reservation, you're like, whoa, what happened? You start going into the history of it, like how many people died? Like what happened?
Is there Comanche presence in Texas?
A lot of signs, I'll tell you that. A lot of the signs are like Quanah Parker Lane. He was the last Comanche chief.
Yeah. Well, they always name things after what used to be there.
Well, this is all that area. There's a lot of Comanche were in this area, but it went all the way down to Oklahoma. It was just a barrier that you couldn't get through.
Yeah, it was fun living in Cal. It's mostly now.
Yeah.
Very low key. Come to terms with being defeated. Part of it.
That's crazy, though, isn't it?
Well,
I mean, it had that. All those things had to take place in order to get New York City. So you have to decide. What do you like more, New York City, or you want to go back in time and say, "Don't sell this"?
Right.
What do you like more? Do you like pizza? Do you like to be able to go to a nice?
I like pizza.
I do too. I like to be able to go to a nice nightclub, have a drink, go to a nice steak dinner in New York City, or give it all back. Give it all back. Go back in time. Just say, hey guys, you're getting robbed. Don't sell this for whatever it was.
You can't halt progress.
How much did they buy New York for?
$27.
Really?
And jewelry, fake jewelry even.
No.
Yeah.
Wow, what a deal.
Or $45.
What a great origin story for a villainous country. That their number one city was made through a swindle deal.
Yeah.
Where it was fake jewelry.
Well, that's where I went to medical school. It's the Bronx. Well, you're from New Jersey.
Yes.
Yeah.
That's where I was born, yeah.
Yeah, I trained in the Bronx. I didn't get to Jersey much.
New Jersey's a crazy place because everybody thinks of it as just big city because it's right near the city, like Hackensack and Hoboken and stuff like that. But it's mostly rural.
Yeah.
Mostly it's got bears all over the place in it.
There's some really nice coastal parks.
Yeah. Oh yeah. The shore is awesome. Small doses.
Yeah.
It's nice to go down there.
So the Bronx was great training.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's a yeshiva. It's like the modern Orthodox university in the country.
Oh, that's where it is?
Yeah. It's the medical school of yeshiva. It's called Einstein. And that's in the Bronx. It was great training. We could do anything. We could do everything because it was pretty poorly staffed in some ways in the 70s. Yeah, so we had a lot of beauty.
When did you first even have the idea to create a study of people doing IV DMT? When did you even...
That's a long story.
It seems like a good one, though. It seems like a good one. Because how do you get to the point where you're asking the government to let you do this? And then you get them actually to say yes.
It was the war on drugs that funded our study. Well, it all kind of came to a head with Terrence McKenna. We worked on his loft one afternoon. And instead of saying DMT was a really great drug and asked for money, we said DMT was a really dangerous drug and asked for money.
I think you've told me this before.
Yeah.
But it's a good story.
It's like, yeah.
I just want to study it.
We just want to study it. Not good or bad.
It's clever because you're not lying.
No. I knew what I was talking about too.
Yeah.
Like I'd done neuroendocrinology research with melatonin, circadian rhythm research. Yeah, I was a bona fide investigator. I just asked simple questions. Could we give it? What happens when you give it? DMT is really strange. The lowest point in my life I've been complaining for years that, well, not complaining for years, but I don't know. I'm more skeptical of the psychedelic experience than I was before. I don't think it's a panacea. Well, I think it is a panacea. That's the problem.
I think there's an issue with spiritual narcissism. That's a thing that sort of grips people when they start doing it a lot, and then their identity is wrapped up in doing it a lot.
Yeah. Like
there's a little bit of that happens with folks.
I think with DMT in particular.
Is it? Yeah.
Or ayahuasca. About once a year, I get an email saying something in the subject line, "Your book and my son." Yeah, and they say that they just smoked way too much DMT. They were in the hospital or in prison.
No, Jesus.
Yeah, they became messianic, like you said, like you believe you know more than anyone, and they just listen.
Yeah.
False messiah. Well, there's some interesting stories of false messiahs. At least within Judaism, Messiah has not come yet, as opposed to Christianity, where Jesus was Messiah.
And so, what is Judaism's version of what happened with Jesus? He wasn't the Messiah, so he died. He didn't get resurrected.
Well, he may have been resurrected, but resurrection occurs in the Hebrew Bible, so that's not unique.
Right, but what is their take on it?
Well, end of story. He's killed.
And that's it. He don't come back.
No, not really. Not within the Hebrew Bible. That's part of the New Testament Christian Bible. Oh, that's one thing I wanted to bring up. Is Old Testament is a term that's a little disparaging in a way. Is it? It's been replaced by Hebrew Bible.
Interesting.
Yeah.
When was that?
It's been building.
Okay. So is this like a pronoun thing? He prefers this? He wants to be identified as the Hebrew Bible?
They prefer it.
I was saying it.
Yeah, it could be either.
It will interest us.
Yeah. Like I was thinking of, well, you know how people put in parenthetical phrases, he, him. Yeah, I was thinking of doing that for myself once. It and it's.
It and it's.
Yeah, it would be gender neutral.
Sounds good.
Yeah. Well, that's one of the.
Or just not ever. Come on.
Yeah. So thinking about does God have genitals? Probably not.
Doesn't seem like it's the likely way you were made. But there's probably some sort of a interdimensional psychedelic equivalent of intercourse that higher beings have some interaction with each other.
I think it was the optimal form.
The optimal form?
Yeah, to contain a certain consciousness, do particular things. It's not ideal form. It was ideal. So that's why it took a particular unique shape. Form, follows function, things like that.
Right.
Yeah.
Well, I got confused there. What are you referring to?
Oh, well, the specific. Well, I think you were. I was referring to man being made in God's image. Okay. Yeah, with genitals.
Oh, right.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah, but I think it. That in the animal kingdom, things evolve to do certain things. They have form and function, which combine to determine their range of behaviors. So I think it's sort of was as well. Same way.
What do you think happened when human beings had this doubling of the brain size over a period of 2 million years? What do you think that was?
Is that true?
Supposedly.
Yeah, I think so. I think it was. Yeah.
Yeah.
I don't know.
It sounds like a crazy little expansion.
Yeah. So I mean, you can look at it, evolutionarily, biologically, theologically. You can look at it too as finally being endowed with, human spirit. there's multiple spirits. And even in the Hebrew Bible, there's multiple spirits. There's
So as the brain expands in size, you develop a human spirit.
I think so. Yeah, that human spirit allows for divine communication. That's how the theory goes. Well, it's the breathing in of the soul of man by God. It's in man's creation.
Right. So ultimately, we're going to get to be a gray. We're going to have a big, giant head, and we're not going to need to talk because we're going to do it telepathically.
Yeah. Okay. Telepathically, you think people being able to read the mind is a good thing? It will be a good thing once that happens, or if it can happen.
I think it will be a thing, and like all things, it will have good aspects to it and bad aspects to it. I think reading people's minds will be very enlightening. You're going to learn a lot more about how people actually think versus what they project. You're gonna be able to see people's motivations. You're gonna be able to see lies, and we might even have a universal visual language that they develop. We might all be able to adopt it really quickly. Kids probably will jump right on board, and they'll be literate in it before we are.
Well, what about psychological ambivalence? Loving someone one moment, hating them another.
Well, that's
what happens if you tune in to one at one moment. You're convinced that's solely the case. If you're ambivalent, ambivalence is a real thing. You have an unconscious too, where things are kind of stored away psychologically.
Yeah, I'm not saying it's good.
It might be hard.
But I don't know if there is some way where we link up and we can communicate completely telepathically. It could be really weird.
Yeah.
But it will be a thing. That's my point. It's like it's we're gonna have to navigate it like we navigated making books, like we navigated everything else. Like if we want to stay alive, we've got to recognize that there's some shit going down. There's some shit going down right now, and
well, there's free will, isn't there? Forever. You still have all these decisions that you have to make. Well, I mean, in this,
or is there free will? The determinism people don't think there is.
Well, it feels as if there's free will.
Yeah, we respect free will, so it's probably a real thing. We respect a person who's like been a drunk their whole life, who puts down the bottle and starts running around the block. We respect that because it's a real thing. Free will's there's part of free will. It's like there's something there. You make choices. You don't know why you make choices, but you make choices. That's the thing. There's a lot of factors in why you make choices, and it's not 100% determinism, and it's not 100% free will. It's kind of, there's a soup. There's a very
to the extent
soup.
To the extent that you can exert free will, you have to kind of do the best you can.
Yeah, you got to do the best you can.
Yeah, and even if we're uploaded to the cloud, let's say, how's that time going to be spent?
Good question. Are we even capable of imagining what we're talking about? Are we so crude in our understanding of what's to come in the next 5, 10, whatever years that we're just guessing? We're silly. We're like writing a bad science fiction movie from the 1980s about the year 2000. Remember those, like Space 1999?
Well, it's the one God and the golden rule. I think that's what we'll be left with ethically. What the basis of our decision making will be.
I've always wondered if we're in a race to avoid catastrophe, and that's one of the reasons why we're so hyper focused on accelerating with technology. Is that we kind of always recognize that this species is on a race to avoid natural catastrophe. Like there's just so much potential for natural catastrophe, whether it's super volcanoes, asteroid impacts, so many different things have almost wiped us out to nothing. That it's might be a part of the reason why there's this mad rush to make better and better and better technology. It's almost like a game. Can you get to the final boss? Can your species survive and figure out a way to stop the rock from space?
Yeah, the footsteps of the Messiah. That's what that's called. I mean, you want to be around. You want to be around at the time of the Messiah, but not really, because things have to get so bad. That's one model of the end of times.
There's also a lot of people that don't recognize that being a human being on Earth is being a passenger in an organic spaceship going through the universe. Like there are real celestial events that they have to keep their eyes on. But you haven't experienced in your life, so you're like, eh. But no, there's giant rocks that killed the dinosaurs, and they're still floating around, same size rocks.
Yeah, I know.
And they can't stop them. They don't know how to stop them yet. Like, don't listen to any of these fucking people. Oh, if we saw it, we would do this and do that and sleep tight at night. No. No, if there was some gigantic state-sized chunk of metal flying through the galaxy, we would have a real problem.
Yeah, it might wipe out all of humanity.
Yeah, it might wipe out all of humanity.
Yeah.
And it probably came really close to doing that a few times in history. That's what I think.
Yeah.
It's the only thing that makes sense. If we know that we're hit all the time, we all accept the fact that the Yucatan impact, that's what killed the dinosaurs, and there's been a bunch of them throughout history. We find craters everywhere. Everyone knows that we've been hit multiple times. The Tunguska thing in Russia, where it flattened this enormous patch of forest that's still flattened.
Have you been watching season 2 of Graham Hancock's Ancient Apocalypse?
I didn't watch season 2 yet.
Yeah.
No, I watched season 1 though.
Yeah.
What's season 2 about? It's like the Americas, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, the Americas are crazy.
Yeah, I like Graham.
Oh, he's the best.
Yeah, he's hardworking.
Oh, he loves what he does, man. He really, really does. And the fact that he's finally been over all these attacks, he's finally been vindicated, and people are starting to accept more and more things, are probably a lot older than we want to believe. And especially after Go Back with Ted, that kind of like, that popped the cork on everything. And everyone's like, okay, well, this has definitely been buried for 11,000 years. So this is kind of crazy. We didn't know they could do that back then.
Well, before coming out here, I asked ChatGPT, how old are some of the stories written down in the text in the Hebrew Bible? And at least according to ChatGPT, it's 10,000 years ago. So
oh my God,
something may have happened at that time.
That makes sense.
Yeah, that's a very interesting finding. Oh, yeah, Sodom and Gomorrah, that's a great story. I'm working on this translation of the Hebrew Bible. I've got a Substack now. I've been putting out things every week, a chapter a week.
Yeah.
On my translation of the Bible, it's like 1,000 pages right now of commentary about the language and the grammar, the meaning. It was called the plain meaning of the text. Like there was a Noah with 3 sons, and an ark. Yeah, so that's like my big project, but I'd like to do a smaller one about Sodom and Gomorrah and the figure of Lot. I think that's a really incredible story. I've spent about maybe 2 to 3 weeks looking at that. Lot, his virgin daughters, the men circling his house, they're asking to know him. He ends up, in a cave with his 2 virgin daughters. They get him drunk, and he sleeps with them, or they lie with him anyway. Yeah, and out come 2 kids at a certain point, and they become very important. Later on, they're the beginning of the Messianic line. So it's a very intricate tale with. I think you can make some cool conversations between some of the main personages in there, in the narrative. There was a book called The Red Tent.
Can I ask you about the Lot? Like, how old was that story?
Lot, that must be, well, it's an explanation of Sodom and Gomorrah, which is around the Dead Sea. There was a conflagration of some sort there. Any of your guests spoken about Sodom, what actually happened around the Dead Sea. It was quite catastrophic.
Well, tell us.
Well, the story of Lot, there was fire and sulfur pouring down on Sodom and Gomorrah. were. Yeah, it was the end of the plain. Yeah, so that's the southern part of the Dead Sea. You know, it is the Dead Sea because it was high salt concentrations. It was kind of closed off from the coast. Yeah, so it's at least a description of what took place.
What do you think it's describing?
Well, I mean, my perspective is
Volcano?
it actually happened. Yeah, but people think of volcano. Some kind of volcanic activity.
We're totally saying sounds like a volcano, right? And we know that there's been a bunch of those that have almost wiped people out entirely at certain points. The Toba volcano, that one?
No.
We got down to, I think we've looked this up before, but I want to say they think we might have gotten down to just a few thousand people.
On the whole planet.
Like 70,000 years ago. 70,000 years ago, there was a massive super volcano that went off, and it, plunged the Earth probably into nuclear winter. And they think that our genetic line entirely of the human race on Earth came from this few thousand survivors.
Joe, can we take a
yes?
We
gotta be.
Yeah.
Yes. We'll be right back, folks.
Seriously.
We're back.
Yeah. So we were talking about the alternative.
Yes. Explain what you mean by that. Like that these things are happening in an alternative dimension.
Right. Yeah, I think they're happening in an alternative dimension. Like when you smoke DMT, you return to the same place each time. So there seems to be some reality, some DMT world that people enter into. And it's one of my volunteers, one of the subjects in the DMT research. He got a big dose one day, and then a few months later, he got another big dose. And he said that, it was very interesting, he said things have just continued to pace since his first exposure, his first entrance into that state. And things had gone on in the meantime. And he re-entered in that world. So in that way, there's, in that same manner, the world of the Hebrew Bible early on, Adam, Eve, Cain, Abel, Noah, the Tower of Babel, all that took place at some different level of reality, which gradually made us ours. And once it made its way into ours, there's the archaeological evidence in the first temple, second temple, and so on. So there is a transition between our world and that world kind of merged. But in the beginning, it was an alternative dimension. The same God, I think, but different dimensions.
So, is this your own personal conclusion?
Yeah. Well, when I was on the show last time, you're asking if I believe those things took place, and my answer then was I take it as if it were true. Right. And then I started to think, how I would do that. Like in what world would that be true? It would be a different world.
Right. I feel like I've always believed that they were trying to record something. I just didn't always trust that human beings were completely honest with their recollection of events. So that there's something they were trying to write down. But was it really coming from God? Are these accurate events? What exactly happened with Noah and the ark? What really happened?
Well, 3 stories. Three levels.
Mm-hmm.
2 of each, and 7 of one pair or 7 pairs of birds. Well, of every living thing.
Yeah, but like how's he feeding them? Animals eat other animals. The whole thing's nuts. You need a lot more rabbits. You need so many animals to keep just the lions alive.
Right.
It doesn't make any sense. How's he getting them all from all over the world into his stupid boat?
Yeah.
There's so many things that are wrong.
Yeah.
But the story of him being told that some shit is about to go down, and you probably should find some way to restart your version of civilization somewhere. There's probably multiple, like the flood myth that we, whatever you want to call it, the stories of the flood that you get from Epic of Gilgamesh, that you get from Noah. It's not just those. There's many different cultures all throughout history have a flood story, right? So it's probably likely that some crazy shit went down.
There may have been, there most likely was a flood. So what do you learn from it? Like how do you do better, or on what basis do you rebuild? So I think there's different models. The biblical one is interesting because it's lineage from Adam to Noah,
right,
to Abraham, to Isaac, and Jacob, and the tribes. Now,
so when you talk about things happening in an alternative dimension, like, is that what you think, like, the birth of mankind is as well, like Adam and Eve?
Well, I mean, okay, I'm sorry.
No, it's okay. It just has an impact.
Yeah. The creation story. Man was created on the sixth day.
Right.
Along with mammals. Yeah, it's a cool story. It's stages. Like people say, well, 7 days. That's unlikely. Like that the creation took place 7 times 24. I don't know, 148. Something like that. 148 hours, 168 hours. The whole world was created. But it's broken into stages. 7 stages. Which is one of the translations of the word that is usually translated day. It could also mean stage. It's the word yom. It could mean either a day, a period of time, a stage. So that's the answer that makes sense to me about the 7-day story of creation. Yeah, so man was created on the 6th day, and then was placed in the Garden of Eden, and those events took place. But, the stories themselves are just they're written down, and so people have been studying them for thousands of years.
Who do you think Lilith was?
No mention of Lilith in the Bible.
Really?
Yeah.
Where's the story of Lilith emerge?
Well, it comes from what's called midrash.
What's that?
It comes from a root, darash. It means to explicate, to expand upon, to investigate. So what happened after Adam and Eve sinned? Did they have sex again? And they do have Cain and Abel, and the ensuing stories. And then there's a third son, Shet, who is the inheritor of Adam's of his traits, his good traits and bad traits. He's like God as well. So there's a distinct lineage that is spelled out. And, Lilith was a demon that she slept with Adam after the sin of eating from the fruit of knowledge of good and evil. So there's a story that built up around the biblical story that they were separated. Adam and Eve were separated for a long period. And so who was Adam sleeping with? Well, it was expanded in the midrash that there is a demoness named Lilith who slept with Adam for a couple hundred years, and then Adam and Eve reconciled.
Whoa.
Yeah. So Lilith is she doesn't appear in the text of the Hebrew Bible as such. So nobody knows. There's a mythology that's grown around Lilith as well. Well, isn't there some festival, some music festival called the Lilith Festival?
Lilith Fair.
Yeah. That's named after the spirit or the demoness.
You sure it wasn't like a lady named Lilith and she came up with it? Are we sure?
It was her neighbor, Lilith Smith.
So, what was the reason why the Book of Enoch? It was not included in all the versions of the Bible by the decision of how many people? It was a few rabbis, right?
Well, the canon you're talking about, there's 22 books in the Hebrew Bible.
Right.
Yeah.
And there's certain versions of it that they found with the Dead Sea Scrolls, like the Book of Isaiah, that's identical, verbatim, which is really amazing, right?
Yeah, and there's Aramaic translations. Aramaic was the spoken language back there.
But the Book of Enoch was a part of all that, the stuff they found in Qumran too, right?
I'm just not. Well, I tried learning about the Book of Enoch.
Yeah.
There's only an Ethiopic version, right?
Yes.
Yeah. Oh, well, have you looked into the Book of Enoch?
Yeah, well, I told you I've been listening to it on audio. But Ethiopia is a fascinating place.
Yeah.
Right? Because, that's the place where Graham Hancock started getting interested in the possibility that they have the Ark of the Covenant.
Right. There's supposed to be a tribe in Ethiopia.
And they all get cataracts. And the people that are predicting it, they only live, a certain amount of time, and then they die.
Yeah.
If that's true, if any of that's true, if somehow or another there's people on Earth today that have an Ark of the Covenant, how could you keep that a secret? That's the craziest thing to be even allowed to keep a secret.
Yeah, it's one of those things you can't even imagine.
I mean, can you imagine they open up a door and there it is, like from Raiders of the Lost Ark, melts your face off.
Well, it would contain the Ten Commandments.
Yo.
Yeah, the original the original Ten Commandments.
Well, what do you think these guys are guarding in Ethiopia where they're getting cataracts? Because when Graham describes it, if you're telling me the truth, and I think you are, because you've never lied to me yet, if you're telling me the truth, these people that are guarding this place that supposedly has the Ark of the Covenant are all getting radiation sickness?
Yeah. Well, the Ark is hidden. I mean, that's what is said in the Hebrew Bible, is that it's hidden. So we just don't know what happened. At least according to the Hebrew Bible, it hasn't been discovered yet. So it might be in Ethiopia. God only knows.
It's just the craziest story ever. Because if it is true, if this one church has the Ark of the Covenant, hey guys, let us get a look at it.
Yeah. I hope they got it right.
Yeah, well, they should definitely make sure someone doesn't steal it.
Yeah. Well, the Ten Commandments. That's appearing I'm at public schools now.
Yeah. I had a guy, James Tallarico, on to talk about that actually, who's a staunch Christian and thinks it's a terrible idea to have the Ten Commandments in classrooms. Because you're indoctrinating children. Because it's a way to drive them away from Christianity. You're forcing it on them. He's like, we shouldn't do it that way, and certainly not do it in a way where you're only going to have the Ten Commandments, and you're not going to have anything about Buddhism, and you're not going to have anything about Islam. You're not going to have anything about baptism or what, fill in the blank. Mormons, fill in the blank. Scientologists. You'd have to have everything. You have to just keep going forever and ever and ever.
And then splinter groups.
Yes. So he's got a good argument. I mean, I think he's right. I think they should stop doing that. If you want to teach it in a classroom that someone applies for, that's great. But putting it on the wall of every class seems kind of insane. Apparently he was saying that it's just a couple of different gentlemen in Texas that are super wealthy and super Christian, and they want this to be a theocracy. Unfortunately, where have we heard that before?
In the Middle Ages.
Yeah, baby. Look, I just think it's what happens when people get a shit ton of money and a shit ton of power, and they start getting older. They need a sport. They need to take up pick up a game that fascinates them instead of trying to like global world dominate. You know, it's just people get to positions of extreme wealth and power, and they just want to manipulate things and make more money. And they want to do it forever and ever and ever, and they can't. You can only live to be 100, 200. If everything goes perfect, maybe today you might be able to. If you can make it to 90 today, I bet you can live a lot longer.
If you live to 90.
Yeah, like if you can.
I've lived way older than my father, and so I think I'll live well longer. I married a young woman.
That helps.
I need to stay, fit.
That actually does help.
Live a longer time.
There's been studies that show that men that date younger women, they have more active lives. They feel healthier.
I'm more active.
Yeah, but it could be those are the kind of women that are interested in dating that kind of guy.
I just don't know. It's a very I don't know how it works.
And the kind of guys that are more active and healthy would also be the kind of guys that would want to date younger women. So as a buy a sample group, right?
Yeah, one of my analysts said it was a mystery. She had no idea, and she'd been seeing patients for like 50 years. She said, I have no idea. It's a mystery.
Interesting.
And when people get together.
Yeah. Well, I think whatever makes you happy.
Well, that's it. That's the book of Ecclesiastes. It's about emptiness. It's all emptiness. But at the end, you should make your life happy and eat and drink and be merry while you're alive. What do you think of that?
It's good advice. Solid advice. If I was living 2,000 years ago, I'd probably say the same thing.
Right. Yeah. There's no
medicine. You have no antibiotics. There's no orthopedic surgeons that are going to put your knee back together again. Yeah, I'd say that too.
It is bad when you have one doctor for every organ system.
Yeah. They didn't know anything. It's nuts. I mean, how many people died of infections back then? We're just that alone. That's extended life, like just antibiotics alone. It's extended lifespan so much because so many people that would have probably died got healthy again. So many people, and those people can maybe figure out some new way to bridge this gap and stop these viruses and stop this and stop that, and then we just keep getting better at it until we eventually get to the point where we're living as long as Noah.
600 years for Noah.
And that's probably when God gets fed up. He's like, enough.
Well,
you fucking animals. Maybe we're gonna repeat that process. Maybe we're gonna figure out some awesome new peptides, keep you alive for 500 years, and everyone's gonna be a dick to everybody else.
Yeah.
And then eventually God will just have to drown us again.
In college, we had to read a book about the funeral home industry in Southern California.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, I read this little novel by Aldous Huxley, Summer Dies a Swan. It's about these people who live forever by eating the intestinal microbiome of carp.
Oh, wow.
And they become like carp in a lot of ways. And I tried to get into one of these funeral homes. I asked to interview them to just see, what people did after death. And never heard back. One of those crazy college stories about looking into the funeral home industry, which is that's pretty big.
It's a weird business. You get the business of taking care of bodies, and you don't really have a lot of options, right? You're not if someone dies, I don't think are you just allowed to let them fertilize some plants? Are you allowed to do that?
Yeah,
do you have to put them in formaldehyde? Do you have to do all that stuff?
you did an autopsy on a cadaver,
Yeah.
back in the day. You open people up and look at them. Well, and there's surgery, which you go through as well.
Right. That was an odd pause. I was like, where are we going with this conversation?
I know. Well, I love the Hebrew Bible.
Yes.
I spent all my time in it. Just the weirdest thing there is. Like,
Do you have any idea why the Book of Enoch was supposedly excluded from being included in the Bible?
Yeah.
There seems to be some debate about that, right?
Yeah. I know. There's, there was I think the Dead Sea Scroll community used the Book of Enoch. Yeah,
Right.
it was like their Bible.
Right.
Yeah, very strange. Well, the thing about the Book of Enoch is really, very psychedelic. But there's not that much in it. I don't think there's much in it as far as, Judaism itself. I mean, it's a discussion of the righteous being rewarded and the evil being punished, the evil people being punished. But you don't really learn what it means to be righteous. And you don't really learn from the Book of Enoch what it's meant to be evil. You don't know how. Yeah, there isn't all that much information, I don't think, in there. It's historical, and it's really weird astronomical stuff, too. That I think it may not have been included in the Hebrew Bible because there weren't any ethical teachings that could be had by reading.
No ethical teachings that could be had by reading it? What do you mean by that?
Yeah, I mean, one of the essences of Judaism, I think, is ethical monotheism. That's where there's the golden rule, and there's one God. And so it's ethical monotheism. So where were we?
Where were we?
Yeah, just that.
We were talking about the Hebrew Bible, and we were talking about, what else were we talking about? We were talking why the Book of Enoch was in the Dead Sea Scrolls community, but it wasn't accepted later.
Right.
But some parts of the Dead Sea Scrolls, like the Book of Isaiah, right? That was the one that was found to be the oldest version of it. That was verbatim.
Yeah. Well, I think it's just it was too psychedelic, and it was
too psychedelic.
Yeah, I think. I mean, at least in Ezekiel, let's say, which is comparable. Daniel too is quite psychedelic. Those were some ethical, some historical, narrative.
But imagine making that call. Imagine making that call. How long ago?
Right, a long time ago.
To take that story out. I'm not buying this one, guys. Leave it out. Meanwhile, that's the one that's the most compelling to me.
Yeah. So what do you like about the Book of Enoch?
It's just so bizarre.
It's very
because it makes the whole thing. It's like, oh, okay, now I get the big story. The whole story's crazy, and the origin story. The Book of Enoch, like as it starts, like the very first chapter, you're like, wait, what's going on? Fornication with humans and a race of giants? Like, what? What are you guys describing?
Yeah.
Things coming down and watchers? What are you guys talking about? Like, what was this? This is so left field of the rest of the Bible. But it was included in the same, like, those clay pots that they found in Qumran. It was in there, too. Just, you don't know what to believe. Like, what happened there?
Well, you might not know what to believe, but you can also believe in one way of doing it as well.
One way of doing it?
Mm-hmm. As long as you don't get doctrinaire.
Right.
Yeah. Okay. You just do it yourself.
Well, when I think about it, I just go blank. I just try to imagine, like, what are they even describing? Like, what does any of that stuff mean? It just seems so alien. There's watchers, and they mate with humans, and they create the Nephilim giants that consume and destroy the earth. Like, Just so, imagine if that was left into the Bible and they taught that in school. You'd be like, what happened?
Yeah.
It sounds completely crazy.
Yeah, it was a mistake. Yeah, that's why there was the flood. Because, the earth was filled with violence and feeling.
I believe it.
The reason of the flood.
I mean, look, if we're this size, and we have so many problems with each other, imagine something that's like triple the size of us, that's running around with us, just picking us up and beating us over the head with each other.
Yeah, one of the figures in the text is Og and Sihon, who are the kings of the Amorites in the land before the Hebrews take over. And they were giants. They were believed to be giants. They talk about how the bed of one of these kings, Og or Sihon, was 9 feet long or something.
Jeez.
13 feet long. Yeah, so there were a couple still alive back then.
So do you think those are real humans?
They were giants.
So you think they were real giants for sure? Are you 100% convinced that giants roamed the earth? Like there was 15-foot tall humans, monstrous humans?
It may not have occurred. Well, that's the reason that I think there's some alternative universe that's as real as this one, which was the site of
a lot of these stories. Mm-hmm. So when you say there's an alternative universe that's as real as this one, do you think we dance back and forth between possible universes? Do you think we're always in the constant same universe, or do you think like this concept of parallel universes or alternative universes, that these you go back and forth between these?
No, I think they're pretty well separated. Don't you?
So you think that the world was a different place back then, and that the doorway to go back and forth was easier to traverse?
It was one directional, and it kind of was one level of realities, kind of segueing into this one.
So do you think these things involved psychedelics while they were doing this, while they were writing all this stuff down?
No. Well, I think it involved being attuned to a level, that level of reality. Yeah, which would be mediated through DMT in some ways. The visions would be mediated through DMT.
Yeah. I wonder if it's possible too, if you're living in a world, like we can't even imagine living in a world we're not environmentally poisoned. Like we're constantly surrounded by Wi-Fi and 5G, and we're eating microplastics, and glyphosate is on every vegetable, and we're like in a soup of toxins. We can't even imagine what it's like to not have that and to not be burdened down by electronics and all the different things that people like. They're probably very different back then. Just human beings in general. I bet they're probably very different in a lot of ways.
Yeah, that's one of the reasons I like living in Gallup. Was really kind of
simple. Yeah,
there wasn't much Wi-Fi there.
Yeah,
it was just
simple's good for you. It's not perfect though. You feel like sometimes cities are fun.
Yeah. You called me when I was living in Gallup, and you said to me, "Why are you living there?"
You're telling me there's nothing around you. I was like, "Why are you living where there's nothing around you? That's crazy."
Yeah.
Get out of there.
It was my monk phase.
Well,
had to go through it.
I don't think there's anything wrong with going through phases, but I think ultimately people like to be around people. But it's, there's a point where there's too many people, and then people become like a nuisance to you. You're stuck on the 405, and like, oh my God, look at this traffic. Where are all these people going? And, then people become a burden. There's a nice balance to be had somewhere in there. I don't think it's like living in the woods by yourself. I think that's the dream. It is a weird dream.
Well, yeah, it was inspired by acid. So.
Oh yeah. The problem is, if you're in the woods by yourself, there's things out there that want to eat you.
Yeah.
And if you're by yourself, they're gonna know where you are all the time.
Yeah. Well, once I was cross country skiing up in the mountains behind Gallup, and I was being tracked by a mountain lion.
Of course you were.
See, it was
big. Of course you were.
It was going across.
Probably thinking about taking you out.
Yeah.
Yeah, probably thinking about taking you
At
out.
a certain point, I turned around. Yeah.
Yeah, because if you look like you're out of breath, you look like you're tired, like they think you're limping or something like that. Oh my God, they can't help themselves.
And the woods were really getting dark around me. So
Not good.
It's good. It's time to turn around.
Not good.
Yeah.
They're fucking terrifying. And people have this romantic idea of what a mountain lion is. You say that until it kills your dog in front of you. Listen to me. Those are dangerous predators. California is the most ridiculous way of handling it.
Yeah.
They have to hire people to go kill them. And when they find
mountain lions.
Yeah, and when they do, they find that 50% of their diet is pets. You get something that 100% eats your dogs and cats, and you're allowing it to live in the woods near your house. Like, this is kooky.
Yeah.
There's plenty of them in the mountains, kids, okay?
Yeah, coyotes are into pets.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
I think if a cat is lost for more than a few days around our neighborhood, that's pretty much it.
Well, if you just let your cat out, you're basically like saying, you're going to get eaten.
Yeah.
I know it. You probably don't know it because you're just a cat, but you're going to get eaten.
That's why you put them out.
They're everywhere now, too. Coyotes are in every single city in the United States.
And you've seen coyotes.
Oh, fuck yeah.
Yeah, they lope across the road.
Yeah. I've had coyote problems where they broke into my chicken coop and killed all my chickens.
Yeah, coyotes do that.
Yeah, they're smart, too, man. Yeah. They're fascinating.
Yeah.
They trick dogs into chasing after them, and then they all ambush them.
Yeah.
They're very clever.
Yeah. You used to watch the, Wile E. Coyote.
He was an idiot. That was so dumb.
Yeah, there's a lot of roadrunners in there.
I know. It's crazy. The idea that the roadrunner would be smarter than a coyote. Coyotes are so clever. Have you ever read Dan Flores' book, Coyote America?
No.
It's really good. It's about the origin of the coyote and why the coyote is everywhere now. And part of it is because of the persecution by the gray wolf. So the gray wolves don't mate with the coyotes, but the red wolves do. The gray wolves, so they're from a totally different line. So they just kill the coyotes because the coyote is just a small wolf. And so what they figured out is that when a coyote dies, and like when they yell out, "Hello," it's like roll call. And if someone's missing, the females produce more pups. So they have extra pups. And then they spread. So they extra pups, and then they move to a new place. And by just because they were persecuted by the gray wolves, when they started getting persecuted by humans, so human beings, extradited wolves, they killed them all off, except for a few in the upper northern parts of the United States with strychnine. But they couldn't do it with coyotes. The coyotes just kept moving around and separate. They just went to different spots.
They're very smart.
They're super smart. They're in New York City right now. Right now, there's coyotes in Central Park in New York City. Little wild wolves running around Central Park, coexisting. Just big enough where they don't look threatening. They're just a clever little player of nature's game.
Wile E. Coyote.
It's a really good book, though, but it's also about what's called Coyote America.
I could have sworn John McPhee wrote about coyotes. Remember John McPhee, Out in the Country, his Alaska book?
I'm sure he probably wrote a book about coyotes, too. This is just different. This is about the origins of, the coyote mythology amongst Native Americans. There's thought to be a trickster, and it is a uniquely American animal. It adapts.
Yeah, well, that's too bad it's eating your chickens.
Yeah, shit happens.
Sorry to hear that. Yeah.
Well, it happened. They killed them all. My chickens in California, they got into a chicken coop and they killed like 9 of them. So the chicken coop got damaged because of the fire. So we had to get another chicken coop set up. And so when we set up the other chicken coop, it was one that you just buy from like a pet store, and it wasn't that durable. And the coyotes figured out how to open it. And they just fucked up these chickens. Ooh, it was a mess, man.
Yeah.
It was just all feathers.
Feathers and blood.
Yeah, it was horrible. They just they just killed them all. They killed them all. They killed like 9 of them. But, that's the fucking game they play. And I love that they exist. I'm a fan of coyotes. I like hearing them at night. I think they're cool. I don't want them to eat my dog, though. It's like, and they're not going to listen. They're like, hey, don't eat my dog and we're cool. No, they're playing a game. It's like, wait till you turn your back and they'll attack your toddler.
I think besides, movie trailers, the things I watch on YouTube most are animals killing other animals. Bear.
Why do you do that?
Versus muskrat, muskox. Yeah, great stories. It's pretty primal.
It is.
Yeah, I like that.
Yeah, it's pretty interesting. These people were in India, and they were on some sort of a park drive in one of the wildlife parks, and they watched a tiger take out an animal right in front of them. A tiger took out a deer right in front of them, and they filmed it. Like,
what's cool? Well, the ones I like are the warthogs.
Oh, they're so weird looking, aren't they?
Yeah, they're vicious. They're huge.
They look like a Star Wars character. They don't even look like a real animal.
Yeah, it's unkosher pork. Interesting.
It's unkosher?
Unkosher pigs, yeah. And yeah, the things which are kosher, chew cut and have completely split and separate hooves.
Right.
Yeah, those are the main criteria for mammals.
Do you think that's because of ancient diseases? Because this makes sense that we know that trichinosis, a lot of that comes from pork, right?
It always seemed to me pigs are dirty animals, but I had a friend who was insistent that given the choice, pigs are very clean animals. So it's hard to say about the filth aspect of it.
That's domestic pigs. Wild pigs are filthy animals.
Wild pigs?
Yeah, all of them. 100% of them. There's a difference between like a domestic pig. This is where it gets really weird. You take a domestic pig and you let it loose in the wild, and 6 weeks later it starts to morph. And it starts to extend at the snout, its tusks grow longer, its fur gets thicker, it becomes like a wild pig. That's kooky.
Yeah, I guess the primitive or the early stages are really strong.
Yeah. Quickly. It happens quickly, like within a month or two. It's really weird.
Yeah. I wonder how that works. Must be some endocrine thing. Must be their gonads and their pituitary and their hypothalamus.
It's a really good question because, like, what would let them hit that switch and realize, okay, I'm on my own now. They're not just bringing me my food every day. Fuck. Time to get hard.
Yeah. Well, it isn't a conscious decision on their part.
Yeah.
It seems like it just takes over.
But I was thinking, like, if that animal is not, like, the Muslims don't eat it and the Jews don't eat it. And you would imagine at a time where food was really important, and if you can get pork, that was way better than not having any meat, and you can't eat it because of your religion. To me, it seems like I bet at least some of the origin of that was there was a disease that was going through these people that were eating pigs.
It's hard to say. The ones that are kosher are the ones which were burnt up in sacrifice as well. There are sheep and cattle.
Pull that microphone up to your mouth.
Sheep and cattle and goats.
Right?
Yeah. Those were the sacrificial animals. The ones that were burnt on the altar, and also the ones that were eaten.
But why do you think pork was excluded from both Judaism and also from Islam? Consumption of pork.
Yeah, it didn't meet the criteria.
The criteria for what?
For kosher meat. It's used cut and needs to have a completely separated, completely split.
No, I get that, but I mean, why did they come up with that rule?
Oh,
I think it seems to be that those are the animals that have the most amount of trichinosis, unless you're eating bears. So I don't know if they're eating any bears back then. Probably not. They're probably eating a lot of deer species. And if you tried to eat that kind of wild pork back then and you didn't cook it correctly, you'd probably get violently ill or die.
Well, there are causes. There are reasons for some of the precepts in the text.
It must be, right?
Yeah, that are medically established.
Yeah, like shellfish probably has to do with red tide, right?
Well, bottom dwellers.
Bottom dwellers.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's interesting. You try to decipher, like, why did they have that stuff in there? Well, kind of makes sense. Pork, pigs rather do carry a bunch of diseases that can wreck human beings.
Yeah, well, the person then making the dietary laws do that. You think that's the reason they wrote those dietary laws?
Yeah, well, they didn't have meat thermometers back then, right? So I bet a lot of people ate some medium rare pork, or rare pork even, and got violently ill.
Yeah.
Violently ill. Like trichinosis apparently is brutal. And you have it for life. So that, like, if somebody eats you, they get trichinosis, unless they cook it.
Yeah, I had C. diff some years ago. I even wrote a book about
What is C. diff?
It's potentially fatal diarrhea.
Oh, no.
It was grim. Yeah, I wrote. Well, yeah, that's.
Oh, that's right.
That's where I just couldn't do anything for.
Oh, that's
years.
right. That's right. I forgot that you had that.
Yeah, so I wrote a book about it. Anybody who's interested, Joseph Levy escapes death. You know, maybe that's part of me enjoying watching certain animals. You know, like animal killing animal. It kind of changes you that being, you know, that being that close to the edge.
I'm sure.
Yeah, you even offered to come out to visit or to a show at my house.
Yeah, when you were real struggling and we were going back and forth, you just weren't sure if you could travel. I was like, I was worried about you.
Yeah, thanks.
Because you bounded back. Look at you look great.
Thanks.
But there was a time where I was worried about you because you didn't sound like you were doing well at all. Like you were really struggling. And so...
Yeah, that's one of the things that pushed. Well, I began reading concentration camp literature during that phase.
Really?
Like, how bad have people had it, and what did they do?
Wow.
It was pretty inspiring. I like reading Primo Levi. He's my favorite author. L.E.B.Z.L. too.
Yeah.
Auschwitz, the end of Auschwitz, like near the end, the last month or two.
Mm-hmm.
Seemed like it was really something. Typhus and nobody cleaning up after them for weeks, things freezing and bursting.
Oh.
It was just nuts. So Primo Levi was a chemist, very clinical, took notes, remembered things in very kind of dispassionate, almost journalistic description. The kinds of things people can go through. Yeah, so that cheered me up in a way. I mean, distracted me like, well, yeah, they had it way worse, and they had faith or something. So I think that helps, strengthen my faith. Like God wasn't done with me.
Ooh. So did you feel like you had an obligation to get to work once you got healthy again? Like God gave you this chance?
Yeah.
This bounce back? The return of the Mac?
Thank God.
Yeah, it's great to see you looking healthy because I really did worry. Because it's, sometimes people, a bad health trip takes them down and weakens them so much that they never really come back.
Yeah. Well, you think about death. You must think about death.
Sure.
I think about death.
You have to. It's coming whether you want it or not.
It'd be interesting to not think about death.
Yeah. I don't dwell on it, but I'm definitely aware of it.
Yeah, there was a week or two, friends came over talking about, their wishes or their interest in medically assisted death.
Mm.
There was a big article about that even a couple of months ago in one of the British journals. Yeah, medically assisted death. He called a rabbi, and I asked his advice, and he said, you might be, you may be obligated to knock the pills onto the floor. I thought that was an interesting take.
You may be obligated to knock the pills onto the floor.
From the person's hand who's about to take them. Well, that would, yeah.
Interesting.
Or, within, or the equivalent.
Right.
There might be some drugs going in IV.
Right.
Stop them up. Well, yeah, I feel pretty good. So I wonder, well, what happens if I start feeling really bad? Yeah. So, I feel good. So I figure, well, just keep me out of pain. You give me enough of morphine. see what happens. My mom died. I watched her die.
Oh, wow.
And we gave her morphine out of van to like Valiant. Yeah, it was pretty
Peaceful.
Yeah, it was quiet.
Yeah. That's a weird thing because you don't want anybody poisoning anybody. But you do want to give people the option to go out gracefully.
Well, I think you'd just be feeling great.
Yeah,
Yeah,
exactly.
you'd be feeling
That would be
great.
gracefully.
Yeah.
Right? Just one burst. I had a morphine trip when I had my knee operated on once in the 90s. And it was incredible. It was incredible. And people tell me this is not true, but I swear I remember this being true. That you could press the button anytime you wanted more morphine.
Yeah. I think it's called patient-controlled analgesia or something.
Yeah. People are like, no, you're remembering it wrong. I'm like, I don't think I am, man. I really remember hitting that button a bunch of times and meeting Jesus. It was like the most wonderful, loving hug by the universe. It was just like this thing in bed while my leg is on this continual motion machine. You know what those are?
No, but I can imagine.
When they do ACL reconstructions, when they do a patella tendon graft, it's a pretty violent operation. They have to cut your knee open like a fish. They take a slice of your patella tendon along with a chunk of your bone from your shin and a chunk of your bone from your kneecap, and then they screw it all back in place. And to keep it from seizing up while you're lying in bed, your leg is on this machine that goes like this, extends it and brings it back, extends it and brings it back, because otherwise it'll lock up and then you're fucked.
Were you awake when this was happening?
Oh, yeah, you're awake. Yeah, I was awake for the operation because my thought is I'm only going to have one knee operation. I want to be awake for it. So they did like an epidural.
Epidural.
Yeah. So I waited. I watched it. I watched it on a monitor. It was crazy. Crazy to watch this guy open my knee up, screw it in place. The point is, while I was in the hospital bed, they had this button that you could press when you wanted more morphine.
Yeah.
And I hit that button like a bunch of times, and I was like, wow. It felt incredible. And I only did it, and I remember also thinking, boy, this could be a problem. Because I had done construction with a guy who had a bit of a heroin problem. And so I was aware that people would get like a real opiate problem. And when I was in bed, I was like, I get it now. It feels amazing.
Yeah, well, I would say cool, but yeah.
But also, I knew that like my leg was fucked. I knew it was going to take forever before it felt normal again. It was in pain and like just like, okay, I can't do anything but enjoy this right now. Just like let me take a couple of taps and whee.
You know, it's called God's medicine God's own medicine for a reason.
Yeah, it felt like a hug. It felt like the universe giving you a hug.
Yeah. Well, interesting. You mentioned that one day we were talking about faith and belief and what you base it on. I was just talking about how when I was living up in town, I was feeling kind of alone and sad, and I prayed to God, help me, and I felt this loving hug kind of embraced me at the moment.
Whoa.
Yeah, it must have been mediated probably by endorphins too.
Right.
Because it sounds pretty similar.
But it's interesting that we always want to like dismiss anything positive like that. Oh, it's probably just endorphins, just giving this good feeling. Like, right, but is endorphins because of or the source of? Like, which one is it? It might just be a part of it. Like, yeah, the endorphins are real, but also it's the experience.
It's the experience that you're experiencing.
And the intention that you're putting out there.
Right. You're feeling the endorphins attaching to the receptors.
Exactly.
Yeah. You feel wonderful.
Yeah. There's something real to it.
Yeah, drugs are interesting.
They are.
Well,
I just wish they weren't being controlled by the cartels.
Yeah.
That's what's crazy. What's crazy is like people are not going to stop using them. I think there's a lot of drugs you should never use, kids, and there's a lot of people that should never use any drugs. But the fact that they are always going to, and that the only way they can get them is through a criminal organization, and we haven't done our fucking 1 + 1 = 2 on that still in 2025.
Yeah. Well, a dispensary for everything you want.
Well, it's got to be more than that, man, because some of that stuff's heavy. So it's not just going to be an dispensary, but it also has to be some sort of counseling center, some sort of a guided trip. There's got to be like very clear ethics. You know, you got to have people that really know what they're doing and just want to help and don't have any weird narcissistic intentions or anything else and just want to help people. You'd have to have that too, because there's going to be a lot of freaked out people. If you make mushrooms and acid and all these things legal, you can just go get it. Are you 18? Oh, go buy it. Like,
yeah, I think there should be increased access.
I think so too.
You know, but
I'm not opposed to it. I'm just saying the reality of the new interface. If we just have all of a sudden these drugs are not just legal, but legal and available for adults to buy, then you're going to deal with a whole new set of problems that didn't exist before. I'm not saying you shouldn't deal with that problem. I think it's inevitable. It's probably going to happen anyway. But those problems will be uniquely inflated by everything being legal. Because people are just going to go out and go fucking crazy.
And why is that?
Because if you can go to the bar and you can just go buy acid, do you think people are going to just go get acid? If you could go like to any corner liquor store and pick up a pound of mushrooms, like if it's just totally legal, because you can go to a liquor store and get a case of beer, right? You can get a case of whiskey. You can get like 24 bottles of whiskey. That is death by whiskey. There's no way you're drinking that tonight. Sir, you can't buy that many. They're not going to tell you that. They're like, go ahead, you want to spend that money? So if you wanted to do that with mushrooms, and you could go to the liquor store and buy pounds of mushrooms.
Well, I think with increased access, there's increased, mortality.
There will be.
Yeah.
And there's not just that. It's like people that just, like, they ruin their brains. They're not ready for it. Maybe they're barely hanging on as it is, and then they have too many psychedelic trips, and now they're really fucked up. And
well,
that's true, too.
You'll never hear me advocate for the use of drugs.
Good for you.
Yeah, I've never said people should take drugs. I say people shouldn't. That they should.
How many people are on amphetamines right now?
A lot of people on amphetamines. I've got an amphetamine story.
Yeah.
A friend gave me some Adderall one day. Well, I asked him for it.
I like how you came clean. You came clean right away with no prompting. That's funny.
Yeah. He was taking a great ADHD, said help. And I wrote this review. Well, there used to be a magazine called Shaman's Drug, which did a book review on the DMT book. And he didn't think it should be called the spirit molecule, rather the dream molecule. And I took umbrage. So after I took the Adderall, I wrote a 20-page letter. It was pretty what's the word, inflated. So yeah, and the next morning,
that's hilarious.
You looked at it, and it was terrible.
Yeah.
So I didn't send it.
All my friends who have done, I've never done coke, but all my friends who do coke, that do stand-up comedy, say you can't do stand-up comedy on coke.
Yeah.
They say you have no feeling. You don't you don't connect with the audience. It's like just a barrier.
Mm-hmm.
Like you can kind of pull it off maybe, but you never really like lock in.
Yeah, so you're not funny on it.
Yeah, you're not funny on it. You're probably detached, probably self-obsessed. It's a weird drive.
Well, it would be like you were talking to yourself, and you loved it.
You love the sound of your vocal voice. But I think Adderall's a lot like that too, though. It's very similar.
Yeah.
There's something similar to that.
Yeah, in my case, it was just writing. I was feeling like, I have a lot to say.
Yeah, I'm not even saying you shouldn't do it, but journalists I know do it. I know a lot of journalists who love Adderall. They might not even say they love Adderall, but they fucking love Adderall. I know they do it all the time. And you can blame it on deadlines and, having to write stories and really needing to push through because you don't have enough time. I totally get it. And I'm not saying you shouldn't do it, but it's just fascinating how many people do it.
Yeah, it was the case with P.K. Dick. He was into amphetamines. He died of a stroke.
Oh yeah, I'm sure you're gonna cook those veins. You're gonna cook everything. If you're doing amphetamines all the time, you're cooking your brain, son.
Do you like PK Dick?
I haven't read him since high school. You know?
Yeah, I went through a phase. Well, I was talking about St. Peter Snow. It's written by a Viennese Jew mathematician guy named Hertz, who did St. Peter Snow. And I've read all of his books. There's like 8. And yeah, it's fun to get to know so much. So once I started thinking about Dick, well, I watched the TV show, what's it called? The Man from the High Castle. Got me interested in reading the novel by Dick, and went through most of his work.
What was the movie they did based on one of his novels?
I love Dick, or I love PK Dick.
There was a movie they did based on one of his novels. Do you remember which one?
What a Fear.
Right.
Yeah, there's one movie that
Minority Report.
Blade Runner. That's right. Total Recall was his too.
Total Recall. We can remember for it. We can remember for you. Remember for you. Is the one that was
the original Blade Runner, Rutger Hauer. Oh my God!
Did you? What about the? The one with Keanu Reeves and Robert Downey Jr. and the rotoscope. Scanner Darkly.
Yeah. Alex Jones is in that, isn't he? Yeah.
Yeah. So that's a novel.
Wow.
Very interesting. Yeah, the guy with the skin or the suit that two emotions.
Remember Mood Rings?
No.
Remember those?
I think that may have been.
Yeah, when I was in high school. Yeah. Had a mood ring because you were cool if you had a mood ring when I was in high school. So, different, huge. You never heard of it?
Not really. I
you can buy mood rings.
Yeah, that may have been from the 80s or something.
Yeah, I'm old, dude.
And I was more serious.
Okay, you're older than me. So, you look great, by the way. You really do.
Yeah. Well,
You did when you were struggling, so it's nice to see you bounce back like that. This Mood Rings 1970 sensation. Here we go.
70s, yeah.
Here we go. So I went to high school in '81, and they were still down in the right circles.
Yeah.
But things you would, and they make your hand green. Metal scrap, but they had these weird rocks on them that would change color. See if you find like a photo of one. But like a photo of one change.
Photo, that'd be a video.
I'm sorry. I mean, you know what I'm saying. Like show what it looks like. They're kind of dope though. It's kind of cool still.
Is that a rock? What the fuck is that? What is that?
That's a good question. I don't know. What is a mood? Let's find that out. What is a mood ring made out of? What is it made out of? Is it like a resin or something?
Might
Like
some
a
kind
plastic?
of acrylic with some,
Right. Or is it an actual rock?
Yeah.
Okay, so this dude came up with the mood ring? Okay. Okay, who created the mood ring remains topics on debate. A jewelry designer named Marvin Wernick says he invented the mood ring years before 1970 to use a thermochromic temperature measuring tape on a patient. Said he came up with the idea of a mood ring after the stress of working in Wall Street led him to explore biofeedback, a therapeutic technique. People improve their health by responding to signals from their own bodies. Huh. So what are the crystals made out of, bro?
crystals.
The crystals. What are they? What are they made out of? Oh, look how pretty. Like a dope ring that's a mood ring. You know? That way, like, you can tell whether or not your significant other is upset at you. Like, let me look at your fingers. And
Yeah, well, yeah. I mean, it's a global communication. no keeping secrets.
It really works. I think it's just it's heat. If you go to the gym and you slip it on, you look like you're like really angry.
Well, if it's cold.
Yeah, exactly. It's not gonna work.
Yeah.
So it's just dumb, but people love it.
Yeah, I think it kind of passed me by.
You missed the dumb mood ring swing. You first. What's interesting is when you first studied and you and people taking you seriously with all your other work. Was it one of those things where you got labeled, now you're the crazy psychedelic guy who did that nutty study? Or there are enough people that were like, oh, this is great, now you have a legitimate academic, a federally approved way, it's actually good for everybody, and maybe this opens the door. It certainly opened up the door to discussion. Like, after you put that book out, and people who, if you read that book, you'll come to the conclusion that there's something mighty going on below the surface of human life in general that can be accessed in this very and somehow or other we're depriving people of this.
Well, I mean, shouldn't it be the front page news? Is you can, and everybody goes to the same place.
Yeah.
And it's I think it ought to be on people's lips.
DMT stopped fascination with UFOs because it was like paused it. I should say it paused. Like, no matter what a UFO looks like, it's not as crazy as what I just saw. Like, no matter what, just an actual metal flying disc from another planet, like that's nothing. It's not compared to what exists in a few seconds.
Yeah, and well, would you say went to the same place? You went back there each time. Was it the same place?
You can tell me. You tell me. I don't know. I've done it differently, and I've done it differently with sound. With
yeah,
that was wild. Like dance things, really fascinating. When you realize, like, oh, that's why the music made the way it's made. Like, the music is perfect.
Yeah, you get a lot of
perfect for the psychedelic.
I think you get insight into music.
Yeah, 100%. Yeah, music, and I think I want to explore Kundalini yoga. I just have to put it off forever because I've had friends that have tea and also do Kundalini yoga, and they'll tell you, dude, if you work hard enough, that place where you can get to that place with on the natch, completely in your own mind, without taking any drug at all, where you could full DMT trip. And the guy who told me this was very reliable. Had experienced DMT, was also a jiu-jitsu black belt, like a solid guy. Like, I believed him, and he's like, you can get there.
Yeah, have you ever done or heard about that holotropic breath work?
Yes.
Yeah, I've done that into a very highly altered state.
Very highly altered state.
It felt like, as long as we're talking drugs, it did MDMA. It did DMT.
I had like a big show or something, I just really wanted to relax, where I'll do deep breathing and stretching. Just breathing and stretching. And you get high as fuck. It's just this weird, natural high that happens. Like, you alleviate tension in your body, and your body rewards you for it with all this endorphin rush and dopamine rush. You get so releases this, like, you're carrying around physical tension that affects itself in the way you view the world.
Well,
you can get out of it on your own, which is nuts.
Yeah, so how do you think, what do you think it means that that's built into our systems?
We always have had physical activity, so people in different bio it becomes just like a state where you're depressed all the time. You don't know why. Well, it's because your body it's not designed to work like that. For tens of years, you had to be active, you had to be running things, you had to be hunting things,